Nick Candy, what a move. Truex on the outside, contact made. 56 slides it at a 4. Who's going to be into stripe? Dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
It's round 3 of the Spirit of VLN-series here, live on RaceSpotTV. We've just got a couple of minutes of the qualifying session to go, but we can give you the front two groups of the qualifying because they qualified half an hour ago. So, on pole position in the GT3 class is RC UK Motorsport with a 2 minute 17.5 lap. Second place in the GT3's Core Sim Racing VLN. Then you've got the Dream Factory in the McLaren in third place, TNT Racing Gold in fourth, and NM Academy in fifth place. Then down to the roof C-Spec class, the top 5 for them is SRN Motorsports and pole for them, with Simrace Eke in second place. Not Enough PK Racing in third place on the grid. Fourth place is Bit Speed Endurance with Main PC Roof in fifth place. As I say, the Kias and the Mustangs are just finishing off their qualifying session at the moment. But at the moment, for the Kias, you've got Simrace.de Junior Club, the 777 car, on pole position for them. Team Chimera in second place. Mayhem Motorsport in third. Team Heusenfeld Engineering in fourth, with 8 or 80 in fifth place in that class. And then in the Mustangs, you've got SRM Motorsport number 3. Then they've got Blackadder Motorsports, Illegal Company in third, with Blackadder Motorsports number 67 car in fourth, with Main PC Mustang in fifth. But those could change in the last couple of minutes of qualifying here, and I'm delighted to say that joining us is Andrew Woodhouse, and good evening to you, Andrew.
Good evening, Paul. Good evening, everyone, wherever you're watching us. Tonight here on RaceSpotTV, very excited to be here for the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Paul, sorry I'm late.
It's okay, we've managed without you for the first couple of minutes. And well, we're looking forward to this 6 hours. It's normally 4 hours is this championship, so it's going to be interesting to see how the teams adapt to that extra 2 hours.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test for everyone. Concentration, physically, mentally. And everything is going to be tested here on this track. We've talked before, Paul, we were here last season as well, just how difficult the circuit is in the normal circumstances when you have to race maybe a few laps around here, but to do 6 hours, it really is going to be something.
Certainly is. As we say, the Kias are just coming through and the Mustangs coming through just for the final moments of qualifying. And, well, what you're thinking for this? We've got no Arcadia Motorsport today. They're unable to race because Lucas is not feeling well. So wish him all the best there, and hope you get better and enjoy watching us here on RaceSpotTV. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting up the front, though, isn't it? With RC UK and Core Sim Racing together at the front.
Yeah, indeed, and you know those two teams have done well to get ahead of some of the teams who are normally up there. Of course, TNT Racing, their gold team, the Dream Factory. You know, a bit of an upset, you would say, at this point after the qualifying session.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the championship standings after the first 2 rounds, and in the overall championship, it is the SRN Motorsports Mustang that leads the overall championship, with the Sim Racing Eke car in second in the roof C-Spec. Then the SRN Motorsports number 2 Kia is in third place in the championship. So SRN really doing well in this championship. I mean, they're also in sixth place with their C-Spec roof as well. So really a strong showing from that team.
Yeah, 3 out of the first 6 isn't bad. And when you consider the competition, Arcadia Racing, Sim Racing Eke, always been strong, NEPK Racing, and the Dream Factory, you know, you've really got to take your hat off to them. The TNT Racing Gold team, they had a bad race, didn't they, last time out? So they'll be looking to make up some of that ground, I think, with a good finish here. And we always know that TNT will be there or thereabouts. You know, Dave Williams, Hugo Preto, Ben Lindsay, they're going to be strong.
Yeah, they are one of the major contenders. They do well last season here, winning both times at Spa, so and finishing the championship as well at Spa. So it should be interesting to see how they get on from fourth place on the grid.
Yeah, slightly different atmosphere as well, isn't it? And this race in the middle of the season, of course, compared to the season ender that we usually have here, and it's still a point where, you know, the championship positions are being established before we can see who the true title contenders are going to be. Remember, it's only a 6-race season, so we're going to be halfway through already at the end of this one. You know, a lot of the drivers, a lot of the teams are still jockeying for position.
Absolutely. So the qualifying has finished, and well, there's not been any changes really in the Kias or the Mustangs by the looks of things. So those positions that I read out earlier are down for the start. So a little bit of a change with the start procedure today with the different groups of cars. So the GT3s, the Roof C-Spec, the Kias, and the Mustangs will all start with 5-second gaps between the groups there, so they're hoping just to avoid any incidents on the first lap like we've unfortunately seen in previous races. Yeah,
I mean, were you in the middle of that gigantic one that there was last season down at the bottom of Eau Rouge?
I'd already that's the funny thing, last season I already managed to go into the back of somebody on the warm-up lap. so by the time I got down to the bottom of Eau Rouge, it had already happened and I managed to just pick my way through. But yeah, it's a tight run through. You know, it's not the widest track as Belgium, it's a traditional circuit, so really hoping, touch wood, that it's going to be a safe start.
Were you like Tom Cruise in War of the Worlds when he walks through his house and finds out the plane's already crashed by the time he gets to the other side of it? Yeah, you were seeing the wreckage strewing for miles. It was a huge accident down there, massive one, and I hope we don't get a repeat of that. And like I said, those gaps will definitely be useful in keeping everyone safe through the first couple of tours. Right then, there's not that long to go before the green light will come on and the green flag will be waved. Of course, you know, we're probably looking at going to be maybe, what do you think, Paul? 150 laps? Do you reckon something similar?
I mean, it's what the qualifying lap times have been 2 minutes 17s for the top three, but looking at their practice times, you're in the 2 minute 19s with a bit of fuel in there. So it's going to be a long race, that's for sure. It's so easy to make a mistake here as well, but there is plenty of runoff as well. So if you do make a mistake on certain corners, you can get away with it if you manage to keep away from the wall.
50 car peeling round, just got this short warm-up lap here, well, quarter of a warm-up lap or thereabouts. An interesting point actually that one of the drivers, João Guerreiro, has made on the chat, that four of the roughs are in front of the Kias, and all the other roughs are mixed in with those, so those first four will get that 5-second advantage and the others will have to wait behind the Kias, Paul.
Yeah, well, you know, as we've said time and again, that Kia it's not as slow as people think it is. So yeah, maybe
it's
the
matching pace with the rough, and that's, you know, not quite a GT3 spec car, is it? The C spec that we have here, but it's still a quick motor car, and yeah, the Kia driver's really hustling it round. No Karcher actually this time, so that'll be. You know, I know Karcher haven't had a very good season so far, but this will open up that class no end.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dave Baker busy today, and Andreas Katz on holiday, so hope he's enjoying his time down at poolside in Spain.
Yes, It's probably a good idea he didn't decide to race this one based on Thursday night, but we digress. Anyway, so these BMWs and the McLarens, the GT3 class, going to come down towards the green flag, and it waves now here at Spa. Simon Colby for Racing UK leading us down to Eau Rouge. And then it's the Dream Factory McLaren's actually gone up into second place, ahead of Corsim Racing, so that's a good start. Ahead of Claudio Klima now is Alex Garcia in the Dream Factory car, but look, already Klima, Paul, climbing all over the back of the McLaren.
Yeah, Klima really giving that McLaren a good workover. I'm just looking further back just to make sure with the other starters that there's no incidents, and so far it does appear that we're actually having some clean starting, just the Mustangs coming through now into Eau Rouge, and yeah, we are clean, we are away.
And TNT Racing Gold Team, Hugo Preto, he's in 4th position, so they didn't qualify as well as they usually do, Paul, TNT, but they're right in there. Steven Zescher just behind in 5th, and then it's Michael Gotham in PC, a little bit further back to Christian Pinter, Stefan Voldher, Bernd Kohlroeder, Sasha Rabe, and Noah Nevi. And then it's the leading rough, Daniel Grolte, SRN Motorsports, who you mentioned, Paul, that they are in 6th place in the championship. And like I said, those 4 roughs with the 5-second advantage, you know, they're really going to, they've really been gifted that, haven't they, in many senses, but they're going to make the most of it.
Absolutely, they've got to make the most of that, as the Kias also, the Team Chimera have actually dropped down to second behind SimRC.de Junior Club, so the 777 car into the lead of the Kia class.
Yeah, and going away actually, nearly 1 second already for Stefan Zeitweger, and Simon Trendell in the Team Chimera car, and then it's Daniel Kraft. We know him well, Mayhem Motorsport, and he's partnering with
Pete Newman, I believe.
It is Pete Newman, so interesting pairing there. We'll have to keep an eye on them. We know how quick they can be. Henry Gross, Team Heuskenveld, Ferenc Kern as well, as we come towards... Oh, we're getting towards the end of the final lap. Black flags for Jonas Vollmeyer and Sasha Rabe. I'm not exactly sure what that was for.
That's penalties coming from the previous round. So they've got to serve a 120-second stop-go penalty in the pit box.
120 seconds?
Yep, so 2-minute stop-go.
Oh my goodness.
For instance, in the
I
in
thought
the
they were
last
going
round.
to get a drive-through. 120 seconds, goodness me. Do we know what those were for, or...?
I believe it was instance at the start of the previous round, so yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Means.
Oh, and there's a slowdown for, sorry Paul, there's a slowdown for Claudio Klima, I believe. He's having to let the entire GT3 class nearly by. But that must have been Eau Rouge, and that must have been taking liberties with the track limits.
It's so easy to do on the inside of the left-hander at the top of Eau Rouge, and you just have to serve that as soon as possible, just so you can get back on it.
Because if you get the slightest bit of understeer coming up the hill, you can't avoid that, can you, at that speed?
No, absolutely. Like I say, it is so easy to just cut across that curb too much on the left-hand side, and that costs you so much time, as it's proved here with the Core Sim racing car.
Are you a fan of Spa? Do you like driving around here?
I do enjoy it when I'm not crashing into the back of people on warm-up laps.
That's a fair point.
But it's a challenging track. It's a really good flowing track. I really do enjoy it. Granted, I was in the Kia, but it's still fantastic to go to, and it's fantastic to spectate at as well, because I went there a couple of years ago for the Grand Prix. So
really, oh,
yeah.
Excellent. Yeah,
it's a classic track, that's for sure.
Great for the spectators, great for the drivers. Really, Spa's great for everyone. You remember how crazy does it sound now when we talk about the year that they took it off the Formula One calendar? I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't think any series that calls itself a great global series and doesn't go to Spa, I think that's a bit silly, to be honest. I think you have to come here. SRN Motorsports leading the roughs. The roughs are looking quite evenly matched in the early going. I know we're on lap 2. About a 1 second lead for Daniel Grote at the moment.
Bram Reiners, getting really up close in the Not Enough PK car. just within that 1 second of Sim Race Necker. So trying to push on and trying to get enough a win for not enough PK Racing.
Yeah, and they've, you know, we mentioned them, of course. They were one of the leading contenders in the Kia category last season, and yeah, this season they're looking really good in the rough as well. So they've stepped up the field a little bit. Let's have a look then at Sasha Rita, is it going in the pits? 39.
Well, I can tell you the 33 car, the Enjoy Safe technology car, has been in and served the penalty.
Sorry, apologies, Rabe.
But yeah, there's the 39 car as well. Just coming into their pit box now to serve their penalty. So, yeah, that is to serve the penalty. So, again,
it's going to be awful. It's going to be excruciating for the drivers.
Well, I don't know if it was a 2-minute stop go, because Enjoy Safe technology have already come back out unless they had damage.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Looking at the Kias, great battle going on here between Stefan Zeitweiger in the 777 car. He's ahead of Simon Trendell, and then it's Daniel Kraft, then it's Henry Gross. And great battle here, Paul. Just a couple of seconds covering everyone.
Yeah, the Kias, you can, if you can keep in that tow, the Kias can really keep together close and provide exciting racing, as these guys certainly are. These top 4 in the Kias, certainly keeping them honest. I mean, the 8 or 80 car has actually dropped back a bit from that group, and they've been one of the top guys in the Kias as well.
I wonder if they were just overtaken by the Canard PC rough, so I don't know whether that's cost them some time or not. But this is a great battle. We should stay with this one, I think. Try and follow this one through. Proper touring car action, Paul, on the opening laps.
Absolutely, neck and neck, the top 3 in that Kia class, just showing, touring, as you say, touring car action. But these cars are no slouch. They're ahead of 3 of the Roof C specs in the race. So it's really good, as we've got a battle on for 4th place.
Yeah, indeed, it's the TNT Racing BMW, and it looks like they are just ahead, aren't they, of Steven Zescher NM Academy. And actually, Zescher got a great run out of Radio, and then down the Kemmel Straight, pulling out to the left-hand side. And actually, he's in front, but can he be brave on the brakes? He is. That's a terrific pass by Steven Zescher. He was in front, but it's still a brave move even in the early going of this race.
Yeah, you don't want to cause any damage early on, because that'll just exacerbate things like tyre wear as your race goes along. It is a long race. It's 6 hours, so you've really got to take care of it as they catch up one of the Mustangs. Hopefully that doesn't get in the way. All through the there was a little bit of tap, I think, there on the Mustang. So
that's Wolfgang Wildenauer, who qualified in 36th, and looks like they've had a bit of issues at the start there. Online simracing.de, they're usually quite a decent team, so we'll have to see whether they can recover from that.
Oh, the Kias are side by side for the lead. Oh, they're very close. They're just going through.
And look at Kraft now. Kraft on the outside, down into Rivage. Anyone can do that move, it's probably Dan Kraft.
Oh, the 777 car ran wide through Rivage, though. You always get a lot of understeer through that corner. Kraft down the inside of the corner with no name. And he's...
Good move.
He got the move? Because you can hold it on the outside through Pouan.
And the 777 car is... Oh, yeah, good move there. Excellent from Daniel Kraft, and now Chimera's going to come under pressure from the 78 car. Henry Gross, Heuskenfeld Engineering into the Fanyas chicane. Go right, then left, and towards Stavolo. I can see this one going on for quite a while.
This will go on for a while. I mean, Dan Kraft is a fast guy. I know from racing against him. And I know that body language from watching how he's driving that car. He's wanting to get in that lead and just try and get away and pull out a bit of a gap. But like I say, it's a long race. So
Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's a long race, so you really just want to take it easy and just try and work out, use your strategy as well to try and get those places. As Chimera just trying to look.
A little look, yeah. And don't outbreak yourself here, Chimera. Well,
they're on the inside.
Was that an attempted overtake, or was that just outbreaking turned into a move? Either way, it worked.
Has it?
Simon Trendell, I thought he did. He didn't get a good exit out of the bus stop, though.
That's the problem with this Kia, because it's front wheel drive. The leaders are coming through.
Is that the leaders already?
No, it's one of the cars that served a penalty. So this is actually for position.
It's for position, and the Kia is actually a bit quicker than the BMW through La Source there, you see. And but that's going to change as we go down the hill. Eau Rouge is going to be a test for that BMW in the middle of this pack. That's actually allowed the 777 car to get a little bit of a gap with Stefan Zeitreger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they did the right thing, did the 39 car to just back out of that a little bit.
Because as you said, the race is very, very long. Now, in the Ford Mustangs, we have a battle for second position, and that's Blackadder Motorsports, main PC, and the illegal company. So Stefan Spanting, Blackadder Motorsports number 68. Zima Petter in the illegal company, and that's through Blanchimont. And I tell you what, that's not for the faint-hearted. Makes it stick. Neil Sinkowski, which always the leader.
That is the leader.
That is the leader. Coming up like a flash, the RC UK Motorsport car. Sinkowski, it's very, very difficult to make a move stick at the Blanchimont. But actually now Zima Petter has made a mistake, and the illegal Mustang is as the 27 McLaren's had a spin.
Oh, that's coming through Blanchimont.
That's the Dream Factory car.
They just got a little twitch on through Blanchimont. Very big moment, 360 on it, and then just carried on. That's a heart in the mouth moment for them there.
There's no such thing as a small moment at Blanchimont, is it? It's like 130R. You don't have small spins. And the Dream Factory. Well, I'll tell you what. They'd have woken up in a flash from that dream.
Oh, you're on it already, aren't you? This is going to be a long broadcast as well.
It is indeed. I need to save some of these up. We've got a long way to go before roughly 12 o'clock UK time.
The Mustangs getting involved with the BMWs.
Yeah, and everyone in their own private battle as well. This is the thing, everyone is. And Michael Goff getting... not really getting a lot of help, but they shouldn't really be bothered about helping him. They're in their own scrap for the lead of their class.
I'll tell you what, all this traffic now that's coming through to lap these guys, that's breaking up that battle for second and third place in the Mustangs. It's just now the main PC and the illegal company battling away. The 68 car has managed to get a break on those two.
Yep, leading rough, SRN still number 41, Daniel Grote, leading by about 2 seconds from Sim Racing Ecke. That's Ralph Lorinowski, so he is he's just sort of in a bit of no man's land, isn't he? Two seconds ahead of Bram Renier's, so we'll see what happens with that one. Looking up actually, further up the order, further down the order, sorry, in the Kias. That's still going on. Daniel Kraft's actually been repassed by Simon Trendell. The team Chimera back up into P2 in the category, so that's nice.
Yeah, and the number 78 team Hoysinkveld engineering car just loitering with intent, waiting for any sort of incident happening between these two, but two very, very good, talented drivers in these Kias with Simon Trendell and Daniel Kraft. And
you did a whole season in the Kia, Paul. Sometimes loitering at the back of the squabble is the best place to be.
Well, a couple of weeks ago in the Champions of the Future series at Silverstone, the leaders were battling it out and I ended up gaining a podium place because one of them went off. So it can work if you just hang back. Nothing to do with the fact that I wasn't as quick as them.
Yeah, and then I suppose Rusty leaving the pit limiter on probably didn't help either.
Not here last season, no. Yeah, that was you had to mention that, didn't you?
Well, I mean, come on, anybody who watched this last season on RaceSpotTV will remember that. So we had to go and revisit it with the man next to me in the commentary box who was probably cursing loudly as that was going on.
No, I wasn't cursing. Luckily, I was just laughing my head off.
Oh, and the NM Academy BMW is off, and that looks like Lacombe, but I'm not exactly sure.
It is Lacombe. Yeah, that's at Lacombe.
I don't even know what happened.
Oh, they got involved. The core sim racing car has gone to the inside at Lacombe, and let's see what happened here. Did they make a little bit of touch? Oh, there was a contact. It was side by side, and that sent the NM Academy car off into the grass.
To be honest, I didn't see that on my machine, so
it's yeah, up at Lacombe. Oh, it's not the hardest hit. It doesn't look like there's much damage to the car, so hopefully they'll be able to carry on and get a good performance.
Yep, because well, it's definitely going to hurt their race at this point. They may be able to do something with the strategy though if they have a bit of damage. Right, it doesn't look like they've really got any damage at all, actually. Looking at that car, it looks pretty pristine at this point, but they've lost a lot of time here.
Oh, the Kia's going back to that Kia battle for the lead. The 777 car under intense pressure from Team Chimera and from the Mayhem Motorsport car and Daniel Craft. They are all over the back of that Chimera car. This is an intense battle. They're just not giving up. These guys, I think they're going to be at it all race.
And Henry Gross is probably the one. It's probably the smartest one actually out of the lot, because he's just waiting, as he said, waiting there. But again, what do? You know, you want to get on with it, Paul, but you've got to balance, you know, the length of the race that's remaining. And oh goodness me, I don't think Chimera saw the Mustang there, and I think Trendell, I mean, he almost misjudged that.
Yeah, but they've managed to get through. That's the main thing. They're still together. Yeah, this could go on for eternity, because these Kias can run so close together. They're not as aero dependent, so they can run really close together, and you can get a good tow off these cars as well. Yep. So down the Kemmel Straight, it's really going to show an effect, and also around the back here down towards Blanchimont. These
are touring cars, but they're probably a little quicker, aren't they, than say what you'd find in the BTCC?
Yeah,
in a straight line.
Yeah, in a straight line, they've got a little bit more top end. As the Team Chimera car just looking just all over the back of that 777 Sim RC.de Junior Club car as he's going to the inside of the bus stop. Can he make it stick?
Oh, he's weaving, he's slithering around under braking.
Oh, the 777's going to be tight on the exit though, so they're not going to get as good a run out.
Mayhem are there as well.
Oh,
we're going to get 3 wide in a 6-hour race. And it could be 4. It will be 4, will it? Henry Gross looking to the outside. The Canard PC Rough doesn't know what to do. Oh, and through. Both of them through. So 777 loses 2 places in the space of 2 corners.
It's not over yet.
It's definitely not over yet, but that'll be hurting Stefan Seidweger.
Oh, Daniel Craft doing the right thing there, going into Eau Rouge, just backing out a little bit just to give that Team Chimera car the lead. But yeah, it's as I was going to say earlier, if you end up tight coming out of the bus stop chicane onto the pit straight, these front wheel drive cars, they do not want to pull away. So if you can get them all wider line, you can get a better run down towards La Source.
Battle for second place on the track overall. It's the Dream Factory McLaren having to defend from the Corsim Racing BMW Z4. That's Alex Garcia, and he's in front of Corsim Racing's Claudio Klima.
Claudio doing a good job once again in that Corsim Racing car. Going to be interested to see how they get on, because they did miss the first round of the season, so be interested to see how they can pick up points and hope that others have a few bad races.
Yeah, no, definitely, and that's what it's all about here, isn't it? I mean, you know,
Claudio's looking. He's looking.
He's looking, yep. And usually when Claudio Klima looks at a pass, he usually goes for it. Dream Factory Garcia giving me a little room. Avoids the traffic. Good work there. TNT Racing Gold. Forced a little wide, but Hugo Preto manages to And just to keep that all nice and tidy, into Rivage. So Dream Factory have recovered well from the spin, Paul.
Absolutely, yeah, they've managed to get that second, although they're 14, 15 seconds behind the leader, Simon Povey, so Simon is getting onto it. So you've got to question, is this down to battling away due to incidents, or is it partly also due to pit strategy? Because 6-hour race, they normally only do 4 hours in this championship, so your normal pit strategy will have to be changed slightly.
Yeah, and we may see some different patterns as well as we go with that. So we'll keep an eye on that as the race comes on as well. Another thing to consider is usually in the 4-hour races, nearly all the teams running just 2 drivers. Here we've got especially a lot of the more experienced teams or the higher teams running actually 3 drivers. That must be an advantage. Has to be. I mean, obviously it depends on who your drivers are, Paul, but in general, they're going to be fresher, they're going to be more eager, and probably more concentrated. Yeah,
absolutely, but you've also got to counter that with the overall speed of them over the stint that they're going to run. So it's going to be interesting how this pans out. They usually are pretty even racing, as once again we're just having a look at the Kias. They're still side by side. The Canard PC car has got past them now.
But now, potentially, I mean, these guys, in qualifying, Chimera qualified 16th, Mayhem 19th, and actually the Canard PC Rough was 22nd. So,
Dan Craft's got to run there. He's got to run out of that.
He has, but is that the Verpo Moto car? Frank Neumann, yep. He was one of the leading contenders in the Mustang category.
Yeah, just side by side through Pouar. That's not easy to do, but the Team Chimera car has got the inside line coming into the next one, the Fania chicane. But if Dan Craft can keep it held out there, he got the inside line now for the left-hander. Can he make it through?
And you can do that there, Paul. That's the nature of the switchback. But now Craft's going to have it all to do. He's going to have to set him up, and he's going to have to get a nice clean run through Paul-Freycurve here, which he has done. And now this is going to be interesting. Is he going to risk it into Blanchimont, or is he going to wait until the chicane?
This is like a Tuesday night on Race Spot with the World Touring Car Championship that we have here, but these guys absolutely neck and neck through here. Not quite got the speed through Blanchimont. Can he set him up for the bus stop chicane? Chimera having to go defensive on the right hand side.
Oh, he breaks very late, Daniel Craft.
Craft now has the inside line, but again, he'll have the tighter exits. He won't get away as well, so will Chimera have the run down into La Source?
But Craft may have a slipstream as well. He got a bit of slipstream off the Ford. Into La Source then. Prendell braking very late. And look also, the 777 car is still watching, still waiting. Now there's a lot of traffic. Now they're going to have to behave themselves. Goodness me! Trendell almost going on the grass. There's nothing they can do here. They've just got to wait.
Especially through Eau Rouge, they've got to wait.
Craft, he's looking, but he doesn't want to force anything here. Be a bit silly at this point. And look, everyone.
The 777 car's on it.
Yep, the car at the front of this train actually was the slowest one up the hill, and everybody's concentrating together. And it looks like Heuskenveld now getting in on the action. But I think Henry Gross, like we said, I think he's just biding his time wisely. It's 777 now. Sidevega.
Stefan, it's side by side. This is fantastic.
It's brilliant.
These cars have been side by side for well over a lap now. Just constant battling between these two.
And now he's gonna. Oh, sorry. He thought he was gonna have a look into Rivage. It's not the easiest place to overtake. That you can get a move done there, but again, very difficult because the car who you're overtaking can always run around the outside, especially in a car like this.
Yeah, and actually the Team Chimera car's made a little bit of a break for it. They're trying to get that gap because it's about half a second at the moment. It's down the inside of the lap traffic there.
Yeah, and credit to the Mustang drivers as well, because this can't be easy for them to try and run their race when the Kias are coming through. And also, it's you've got to be careful to not start driving with your mirrors if you're being lapped like this.
Absolutely. You as much as you've wanted to stay ahead of the car in front, you've got to keep looking forward, because you'll make more mistakes. As we're just hearing about the number 38 car, the P1 TV car, has had a big accident at the bus stop chicane, and they've ended up into the wall. There's a big incident involved with one of the Mustangs that were lapping the 21 car. Just unfortunate there, just getting tangled together with each other, and that's a big impact, front impact with that wall. That could be an engine change for the 38 car.
That'll definitely be an engine change. Look at the suspension damage that they've got as well. Yeah, that's a big one.
It's just unfortunate that they've been affected, but you've got to work together. It's not just the choice of the slower car to get out your way. You have to work with that car. You've got to make sure. But it's just a bit of a racing incident there. Just a little bit of misinformation between the two.
Yeah, absolutely, and well, crazy. I mean, a lot of this is endurance, concentration based, but you've still got these moments where you can still lose the car. You can still look at the core sim racing car as well. Now with traffic, and now TNT Gold are going to have a chance. Well, I thought they were going to have a chance, but that's the 8 or 80 car. That's the SimRC.de Kia there as well, the 77 car. But now look at that amount that the core sim racing car pulled away there.
Yeah, it just shows the pace that the core sim racing car has over them. I'm just having a look here. The 59 Kia, the SRN Motorsports number 2 car. So they were third in the championship. They've had a big moment coming through. What's the corner before Blanchimont? They've had the back end kick out on them just round that left-hander before Blanchimont, and they've ended up in the wall. So that's put them into the pits. And we've also had the Blackadder number 68 Mustang have an incident as well, coming out of Blanchimont. Oh,
he just loses it, and we're seeing a couple of unusual accidents around that area of the track. I wonder if it's got anything to do with the wind, the weather conditions. It's a 14 km/h wind coming from the north, and that is a tailwind, I believe, through Blanchimont, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing how much the wind can unsettle cars. So
crosswind, and the McLaren, we saw the McLaren earlier on have that big moment where it just seemed to twitch in the middle of the corner, which is something that these GT3 cars don't tend to do. Yeah, I'm just having a look. The TNT Racing Gold car's running slowly. What's happened there? Trying to find that. It was have they been off the track? They've had a crash,
they've had a little incident. It's the corner with no name.
They've crashed into a Mustang.
They've just come together. Yeah, possibly some net code there, and that's caused some suspension damage to them.
The 66 car, that's a Top Freak Racing Mustang, I believe, ended up going off as well, so they sustained a bit of damage. It's all happening here.
Yeah, Hugo just getting back to speed though now. He's going. It'd be interesting to see if he pits the car. Yeah, he's bringing the car into the pits, so the 37 TNT Racing Gold car having to make a pit stop early for damage.
It is early, but this race is long enough that potentially you may be able to do something with the strategy. The only difficulty at Spa...
Oh, the Kias, sorry there, the Kias are side by side into Lecon. Team Chimera and Mayhem Motorsport absolutely neck and neck. The 777 car loitering again, and it's going down into reverse. This is fantastic. This is brilliant racing from the Kias. They are still side by side.
Daniel Craft around the outside in reverse, and I think he may do it this time, but it does mean Trendell's going to have that's a good pass actually. He forced Trendell's hand there, but Trendell's going to come back, and he's going to have the inside into Pouon. This is going to be a brave man who's going to make the move there.
He's done the right thing. He's just backed out of that. He realises
Henry Gross a little.
Yeah, just a little, but they can't seem to get rid of the 777 car. They're still with them. It's
Trendel's pulling out again. Again getting alongside and forcing his way almost through on Daniel Kraft, but at the same time, he's probably going to cost himself a position to the 777 car. He's got a great run out of the chicane, and now down into Stavolo. Late on the brakes, tips it in on the curb, and through Paul Frere. Paul Frere curve is difficult in this car, and oh yeah, brilliant from Trendell to just rescue that. But that's actually allowed Daniel Kraft to escape just a little bit.
This is just unbelievable stuff from these Kias. It's absolutely fantastic racing. The 777 car, they're still not giving this up though. They're going to...
They've been going for over half an hour like this.
Yeah, well, we've only got enough for 5.5. There's only enough for 5.5 hours to go.
The Dream Factory McLaren's coming through as well. They've actually closed down the gap, haven't they? It was 14.5 seconds at one point to the RC UK BMW, but it's now 12.3. So I wonder if Simon Povey's just maybe settling into his rhythm, taking it a little bit easy. Yeah, he has actually. You know, his pace has slowed quite dramatically the last few laps. I wonder if he's had any traffic, things like that. But you can never really tell.
The Dream Factory car had a 4 second lap, 4 seconds slower that last lap. So, as you say, traffic coming into it, and Spa. There's not that many spots to cleanly overtake, but yeah, it's been absolutely on it. As looking now that Mustangs, they're having a battle between the illegal company and the main PC Mustang, battling away for second place in class.
Yeah, and that's Zima Petter and Nils Senkowski. Senkowski almost ran into the back of Petter there in the La Source. And now let's see if we can get the slipstream up the Camel Straight. Do we know what the Mustangs are like for the slipstream in terms of on these long straights?
That's a very good question, and I will get back to you on that one. I've not driven the Mustang myself, so it would be interesting to see, because they are sticking in the slipstream are the main PC car.
What have we got? We've got... There is an overspeed of 3 or 4 kilometres an hour, but...
It's not enough. You've got to be right up behind the car in front, I think, to be able to have a good effect of that slipstream. He
wasn't close enough, was he, coming through Eau Rouge? I don't think he quite had the balance of what the illegal company Mustang had through there. The SRN Motorsport car, well, they're flying. They're actually coming through Pouhon as we speak. And these two, the second place battle here is 2 corners, 3 corners behind. So that's just showing.
Yeah, they're 22 seconds behind the SRN Motorsport Mustang.
That's about right. They were half a second, but they were only half a second quicker in qualifying, but they've actually been 2 seconds a lap faster in the race.
But again, if they've been able to break away and get away from the battles, then they're able to set those fast times while they're not battling.
Because as well, Spa's so deceiving for lap time, isn't it? Because it's such a long track in an endurance race that anything really can happen on any given lap. So you can't really... It almost takes a 6-hour race to really be able to judge the pattern of someone's lap times around here. And
the Kias are battling once again. The 54 Team Chimera car with the 777 SimRC.de Junior Club car and the 78 car as well getting involved. Those three absolutely nose to tail. There's less than a second between them.
Well, fair play to the 78 car, because I thought he was a bit of a goner on the back of this group a few laps ago, but he's managed to get some of his mojo back, get on the back of the 777, driven by Stefan Zeitmega, and Zeitmega going round the outside. I believe Trendell just didn't get a good run at all through Eau Rouge, and now Henry Gross is going to go around the outside as well, using that massive slipstream pole. Great advantage, he's turning in on the NM Academy BMW, and he's off the course.
Oh, so unfortunate there to get involved there. He's got to find reverse. Yeah, he's going to try and turn that car around. It's not the easiest to do a 3-point turn in, is that car?
There is a tarmac escape road there, which does help you come back on. But we saw the NM Academy BMW win the wars earlier on, and really that wasn't Steven Zesh's fault whatsoever.
Just a little
racing
an incident, absolutely. But it has let the Phoenix Motorsport 79 car get ahead of them now.
An
ahead of the 78 car.
An interesting one as well, Paul, is that the battle between the rough C-specs has actually come a bit closer together now. There's only 1.1 seconds between SRN and Sim Racing Eke. They're both pounding out a furious pace. And, you know, they're obviously very evenly matched, these two teams.
Yeah, it's great. You know, we've hardly mentioned the roof C-specs, to be honest, today. So yeah, this is certainly becoming a bit more of a battle.
Well, maybe now one of the Kias has crashed. It's probably that's probably done and dusted for now, at least.
Well, you never say never, but yeah, these roofs, they're like you were saying, they're pretty well matched with the Kias. So. They have got the top speed edge over them down these straights, but through the corners, those Kias can outpace them. But yeah, these two at the front, just what are they ahead of the others? They've got a little bit of a gap ahead of the Not Enough PK Racing car. They're just coming onto the Camel Straight now, so about what 3 or 4 seconds, more than 3 or 4 seconds actually, behind those two.
Yeah. My distance probably 10-15 seconds, and you know, Sim Racing Eke, though, they've done a good job. They've managed to close in lap by lap. Loranovsky lapping very, very consistently indeed, actually, and his lap time's coming down as the fuel is shedding out of that C-spec. And 2:28.9 was his last lap. That was only 2/10 off his fastest lap of the race. And for Daniel Grote, 2:29.2. his fastest being a 2:28.7, so yeah, very, very even indeed. And it looks like on this lap, SRN have actually done a slightly better job. And then, but no doubt on the next lap, when the leader is coming through, that will all change.
And what was it you were saying about the Kias would have calmed down now?
Is it not done yet? It's not done yet, is it? Zeitweger and Trendell.
This is just brilliant racing. You'd think this was a sprint race. You'd think this was a 20-minute sprint race around Spa, but no, they've been going for nearly 40 minutes now, and they're still absolutely neck and neck, these two.
The one thing that we see about the Kia, though, usually, Paul, on a regular basis, is that it can race very closely. It can get beaten up a little bit, and it can still keep going. So they're probably not as concerned as some of the other drivers are of maybe racing hard and even making a little bit of contact here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, ideally,
I saw the state of your car on Thursday night a few times. It wasn't.
Yeah.
But you know, you carried on.
Yeah, you can carry on with this car. It's a tough old bit of machinery from South Korea, but as the 777 car went a little bit wide through Paul Freyer, or the entrance to Paul Freyer, so that's given the Team Chimera car a chance to get a run on.
Indeed it has. As we head towards Blanchimont, there is a battle for fourth place. We'll just stay with this one quickly and see if it gets resolved into the chicane. I mean, nothing will really get resolved, will it? They'll be fighting until the end of time, I think, these guys. There's hard on the brakes into the chicane. Nothing doing this time round. Let's have a look. Battle for fourth with the BMW. Steven Zescher, NM Academy. Michael Goff, main PC Sim Racing. See what's going to happen there. Goff's got a good run. He's got past the Canard PC rough. And let's see through Eau Rouge. Can he get close enough to mount a challenge ball into the coupe?
It'd be interesting to see the exit.
He's got a good chance.
He's got a good exit there, but he's just a bit far back, I think. But the slipstream taking effect now. Of course, these cars affected more by the aero balance and some of the less dynamically efficient cars, shall we call them, like the Kias and the Mustangs. But yeah, you can certainly get a good slipstream in these BMWs. But it's interesting to see how they can get on, because once they get up behind them, it's going to be tricky to actually make that move.
Yeah, indeed it is. And you know, it seems like the world is even taking, especially with, for example, the release of Project Cars, the world's taking a bit of a GT3 craze at the minute, and we love it here on iRacing as well, on RaceSpotTV, and these BMWs, they're putting on a show too.
Absolutely. Oh, and we've got a very beaten BMW McLaren coming into the pits. It's the Enjoy Safer Technology car. What's happened to that McLaren?
It's such an unfortunate name for that car, because every time I see it, it seems to be in the fence.
Oh, they've had a massive moment at Blanchimont. That is a huge moment for them, and they've gone flying into the tyre wall there on the outside. The safer runoff hasn't done much of a job slowing the car down, because that's just a big twitch that they got coming through Blanchimont there.
Again, it must be the slight tailwind / crosswind that's going on down there. It must be unsettling the car. It's now a northeast wind, and that's making the cars. That's now blowing. If the track map is correct, the way around it is, that'll be blowing directly across the drivers as they go through Blanchimont.
Well, that's what 2 McLarens we've seen have big twitches there through. So big that I'd said it 3 times.
And the Kia as well, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that was the corner before with the Kia, but yeah, to have 2 of the McLarens get caught out like that, they must be running like a lower rear wing or something and just getting caught out.
Very possibly. Leading rough battle now. This is getting interesting. As Sim Racing Eki, Ralph Lorenovsky, close right up now. You can see on board with him. And look at the traffic as well that needs to be negotiated. That was good driving by John King in the Blackadder Motorsport Mustang, because he almost turned in there. And Lorenovsky had already committed to Lecombe. And look how close this battle is, Paul.
Yeah, it's absolutely... it's getting affected by the traffic, but it's certainly helping things out. It's the Dream Factory cars going past them as well. So,
but it's the same for everyone, you know?
Yeah.
It's both drivers having to come up on the traffic and deal with it in the best way possible. And that is the underrated skill, isn't it, of endurance racing. We've seen many teams in this series and in other series, you know, in the Le Mans 24 Hours, have great pace, but they come up on the traffic. And I mean, we even saw in the Monaco Grand Prix, didn't we, last week, that, you know, Lewis Hamilton seemed to deal with the traffic extremely well. Others maybe not so much. That's how he built his lead.
Yeah, it is a skill in itself, being able to negotiate your way through traffic, as the Dream Factory car just having to get out of it because of the SRN car still ahead of them. In fact, they've dropped really back, actually. The Dream Factory car dropping behind the Sim Racing Eka car. So
they just made a mistake, and that was the problem, as Lorenovsky just throws it into Blanchimont. And but again, still not close enough. But what he's going to do, you can see this is smart driving. He's going to let the McLaren through, second place car on the road, and he's going to see if he can manage to squeeze through, Paul, maybe into La Source, as the SRN Motorsports car has to yield.
Yeah, you want to try and hook up to the back of that faster car.
You can see under braking the eagerness, but it didn't really work for him, did it, that time?
No, he wasn't able to just hook onto the back of that McLaren, and that's let the SRN car just pull out a little bit in that traffic again. It's knowing how to, not just the leaders having to negotiate the traffic, it's how you, as the person being lapped, negotiates them as well.
Exactly.
Because you can lose so much time, as just been demonstrated by Lorenovsky, that you can lose a chunk of time to the guy that you're battling with.
100% spot on. I mean, a lot of people think that in endurance racing, the only real thing you have to do is not crash. Well, that is true, but if all you're thinking of doing is not crashing, you will lose a ton of time. You will lose several laps, Paul, accumulating over a long time. You know, if you're bad in the traffic, whether you're being lapped or you're doing the lapping.
Absolutely, it's certainly a skill, as we were saying, but. Just having a look through here, the Mustang's still battling away for second place. They've got a little bit of a gap now where they've got no traffic. So these two, the illegal company number 55 car and the 969 car, are battling away.
Yeah, this could be a lot of fun, but the fun will be interrupted slightly as we have just have a quick look at the Kias are pitting. So Daniel Kraft's in, Mayhem Mudspot, Stefan Seitveger's in. Phoenix are in as well, Jose Almeida, we haven't mentioned them, but they're in. Heuskenveld are in, 8or80's in, so the only car, and Sim RC.de are in, so the only car that aren't in Is Team Chimera, Paul? That's an interesting strategy. Trying to get some clean air, potentially.
Yeah.
Have they been in already?
Well,
no,
it's...
doesn't look like it.
It's a case of, were they able to save a little bit of fuel with staying in the draft? Yeah, that may have helped them.
The way they were racing, though, it didn't seem like you could save any fuel there. But I know what you're saying. It's very, very good possibility there that he has managed to save that extra lap. But also, he might be thinking that, you know, he's been battling for a while. He's got one lap on low fuel. So maybe just push the heck out of the car and see if he can get a bit of a jump on the rest of them.
But these tyres, they do take a battering on these Kias, because it is front wheel drive. The front wheels having to do everything. The back wheels are just there to just stop it from sending sparks everywhere, basically.
And actually, yeah, he was about 3 seconds slower on the previous lap to the one he did on lap 2. It's a good point. You know, the tyres, I suppose. The Kia is one of the cars that's affected the most, really, by the tyres, isn't it, over the long run? Even on the whole of iRacing, really.
Absolutely. They're coming through to get ready to see if they come in. I would have thought they'd come in, because around 40 minutes around here in the Kia is about the time to pit, and yet they are coming into the pits.
There are merits, though, on doing this stop on his own, because, you know, he's got a clean stop. I know it sounds silly, but he's got a clean pit entry, clean exit, nobody in front of him. You know, this might be it's a less stressful way to do it, isn't it? I think, if you're going to do it.
And I tell you what, there's been a position change, because Mayhem Motorsport came in front of the 777 car, and the 777 car is out ahead of them.
Yeah, Maximilian Scheider is now in that car ahead of Daniel Kraft. That was a long pit stop, wasn't it? Long pit stop. Well, because that was a whole lap that Chimera came round, nearly.
Well, I mean, with the kit, Dan Kraft is having a look straight away out the pits on cold tyres. These cars are not safe on cold tyres. The rear end wants to kick out.
The first corner they're going to come to, and look at that. You can see that illustrated there as Scheider goes off there. But now, you know, Paul, Kraft will be able to get some heat into these tyres and really fly, because the Kia is at its best with the full tank of fuel and with the fresh rubber.
Absolutely. I was just about to say that with this Kia, you're effectively filling the fuel up with a jerry can. It's not a special sort of fuel nozzle with these cars. You are just a funnel and a jerry can and just pouring that fuel in. So it takes a while to refuel this car. So about 1 minute 50 to go for the full 18 gallons that these Kias can hold. Yeah,
because of course when we normally watch them, like here on RaceSpotTV with the Champions of the Future, and also on BSR TV as well, there are no fuel stops. There will be on Thursday night, though, for us, Paul, so this should be quite interesting.
Well, there is a fuel stop on the Tuesdays as well with the Champions of the Future with the second race, but...
Sorry, apologies, yeah.
But you're putting in that little fuel that it's not really sort of like a long stop, so... Interesting to see how Chimera did.
You don't feel the effects of the jerry can so much, I guess.
Absolutely.
Chimera still sat there for what seems like an eternity. Everyone else flashing by the pit lane, especially when none of the other cars have pitted yet, Paul. It must be even worse.
There's no worse feeling than being sat in the pits waiting and waiting for your fuel to get sorted. Because the tyres are done after about 20 seconds, but just sitting there for the best part of a minute and a half, just waiting for that fuel. It is agonising, because you can see Mayhem Motorsport now are coming into La Source, so they're going to be pushing, because Team Chimera is still in the pits. They're about ready to go. I would say that they're off.
But I think I don't know.
That's the same pit stop time as Dan Kraft in that 222 Mayhem Motorsport car. Is through goes Kraft.
Yeah, Kraft's through, but Chimera now with the fresh tyres, only one lap, but you know it's a long lap here at Spa, 7 kilometres.
As the 777 car's gone
through, yep.
Maximilian Scheider making it past as well, so that extra lap hasn't worked out, but it could work out in the longer run, because if they could run an extra lap every pit stop, it could work out that the last pit stop, they could maybe sneak one less stop.
Yeah, the last stint as well. will potentially be a lot shorter. Also, even if they can't get an extra pit stop in, they will have a shorter fuel stop, and it's the fuel stop that really counts here, as you mentioned.
Absolutely.
But the least fuel you can put in, the better, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. Look at this gaggle here. Around the Team Chimera, just in front of the Team Chimera car. You've got also the main PC Rough in there, who is 6th in the category. Sort of on their own, really, in there. And you've also got is that the main PC Mustang as well? So it's the Blackadder Motorsport Mustang, who is Tommy van der Gucht in 4th position overall, so looking pretty good. Ahead, actually, of his teammate, the 66 car driven by John King. John King having a decent run. Got a bit of damage on the front left of that Ford, but he looks like he's ploughing on regardless.
And just speaking of the Mustangs, there has been a change of position for 2nd, as the main PC Mustang has made it past the illegal company 55 car, so that's a good move for position. It'll be interesting to see when the Mustangs come in. Will they come in on the hour? Or will they be... it's very late on the brakes.
Very, very close for Sinkowski, nearly rear-ended by Zima Petter, but Petter... it's not over yet. You pass someone in the first half of the lap here at Spa, and you've really got to hope that they don't repass you, because this is the chance now. We said before, down towards Eau Rouge, up the Kemmel Straight, we might get a retake of position here.
Yeah, they're just a little bit far behind, I think. But it'd be interesting to see if they can get a better run through Eau Rouge. They're coming through now.
And I think, he has. Great run through Eau Rouge there. You can see the slipstream now. Going to go on board with Petter, I think, if we can. See the slipstream very slowly closing up, but...
it's not enough. It's just not enough of a slipstream with these cars, as the TNT Racing Gold car comes to lap them as well as they make contact.
No. And Petter turned around by the TNT Racing Gold car. It was a little optimistic, it has to be said. Under braking. And he got tagged as hit by one of the roughs as well.
Yeah, that's...
oh dear.
It's unfortunate that's happened. It's affected his race. It's going to be interesting to see how much that damage has affected the car as well.
100%. And also, has it affected his position, or not, as it seems at the moment? Tommy van der Gucht just coming down into into Pouhon,
and they're coming to the corner with no name there, Tommy van der Gucht.
And it doesn't look like the illegal car's got too much damage, Paul, but you never know if there could be some handling issues coming from that. Rear right is a bit scuffed up.
Yeah.
And Kia nearly runs into the back of him there.
But I'll tell you what, Zema Petter will be seeing red at the moment. The red mist will have descended in that car. He will not be happy with that at all.
No,
because they were battling for position there. So yeah,
difficult one, isn't it? I think he's definitely got a right to be unhappy. I think it was, like I say, optimistic from TNT, but definitely a bit of a racing incident, but a bit of a clumsy one at the same time. Now the 78 car is on the move, and that is Huiskenveld Engineering, just overtaken the 49 Motorsports Kia. The Huiskenveld, after their excursion, shall we say, earlier on. Christian Kewitt now in that car. He's a veteran of this series, and he's going to get on with trying to move this car up the order.
Yeah, just Sky Willis just losing out that position in the 49 Motorsport car, unfortunately for them, as it's sliding through Blanchimont in that 49 car. That was a bit of a heart and mouth moment, but they kept the foot in, so that's the good thing about this Kia. If you lose the back end of this Kia, you could just plant the throttle and it just pulls the front end of the car round, so you still go in the same direction.
Yep, but it's another moment through Blanchimont, so But again, you know, Blanchemont's a scary corner anyway. It's one you always think about in nearly every car. You know, oh, and there's a bit of a collision there at La Source, near collision. But with these conditions, if the wind is indeed playing havoc with the setups through there, and you know, the drivers must be approaching that with some real dread.
Yeah, it's a challenging corner, as you say, at the best of times. But when you have outside influences like the weather affecting things, then it's certainly interesting as the. So look, the Enjoy Safe Technology car is back up and running after their big incident at Blanchimont. So they're back running just behind. Which car is that? That's it's the BMW of the P1 TV car. So they're back running as well.
Suffered their 2-minute penalty, of course, earlier on, carrying over from a previous race. So they're 13th, and the Enjoy Safe Technology car, Jonas Vollmeyer, in 38th place at the moment, but they'll surely move forward as this one goes along. We haven't had any retirements yet. The only car that is on, the only car that's in pit road is the
38 car.
Yeah, the 38 P1 TV Motorsport BMW, and that is Burnt Coal Road. So. On pit road,
great to see.
Maybe not out, but
it is great to see. You know, we've not had any retirements so far in this race, so maybe the new start procedure has worked because we didn't have any incidents on the first lap, or maybe it was a case of people just learning to take it easy.
Yeah, and in general, I think the driving standards have been really good so far. I've probably just cursed that again, like I said the other day. You know, but when you get 40 cars starting a race, you know, it's not always going to be incident-free. And it rarely is, but these guys did a hell of a job. So well done to everyone, really, for that, because it is easier said than done as well. And that's why we're impressed by that. We've all been in that situation, and it's nerve-wracking, it's tense, it's frantic at the start. Oh goodness me! Michael Goff with a crash at Blanchimont as he was going past the. NM Academy car. Well, sorry, he was chasing down the NM Academy car, and he plows into the Mustang. Paul, I don't know if you see this. He loses it on the way into Blanchimont. Under whether he goes on the grass.
Oh, that's a big impact.
And he clobbers the Mustang of Dilo Bonkowski.
Yeah. So he's got on the grass, lost the back end, tried to save it, but it's still just losing control. And I really do feel sorry for that Mustang car, because they're just driving along there and got caught up in somebody else's incident there. My God, for that again, a big moment going into Blanchimont. It is a tough.
It's proving to claiming victims today, and that's one that he won't want to see again on the replay, I wouldn't think. But so probably extensive repairs for that car, as it is coming into pit lane now.
NM Academy car's in as well, into the pits. Number 88 car from 4th place.
They also went on the grass on the way to Blanchimont, but didn't actually come to grief. So I think this is a scheduled one. We are around the hour mark.
Yeah, absolutely, around that time. But I'll tell you one car that we haven't mentioned much at all, and that's the leader, the 46 car, the RC UK Motorsport car. What a race that they're having so far. I mean, a 24-second lead over second place Dream Factory car. Yeah,
and you know, RC UK will know this as well as everyone else, is that they're not normally at the front of these races. They're normally hovering around the 4th, 5th place, but here they've put the car on pole position. They've got a tremendous start. And after 26 laps, they've pulled out essentially nearly 1 second a lap over what is still a pretty strong field, you know, especially the first 3 or 4 cars. Teams, you know, very, very established and experienced. Obviously, it's not over yet. We've got 5/6 of the race left, but it's definitely a terrific start as he comes out, actually laps the NM Academy car just exiting the pits.
Yeah, 53-second pit stop for the NM Academy car, so Interesting to see how much that affect the main PC number 60 car and 69 car is affected. How long that'll do there for their pit stop, because they're over a minute now in the pits already. So getting a bit of damage repaired on that car, it could be a little while, that one.
Indeed it will. And what I think we will do is 1 hour into the race, I think we are going to take a quick commercial break. So thanks for joining us, thanks for tuning in so far to the Spirit of VLN Round 3 from Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. We'll be back here on RaceSpotTV, the home of the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Series. Welcome back to RaceSpotTV and this round 3 of the Spirit of VLN series here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. My name is Andrew Woodhouse alongside Paul Smith, and Paul, about 65-70 minutes into this race, and it's been really good so far.
It's been an exciting race, especially with those Kias, but yeah, the leaders have been pitting now as the 08 McLaren, which was in second place, but of course we're in the pit stop window. They're making their pit stop now, so been interested to see how they got on, see where they come out. But yeah, good racing so far, mainly clean, not any retirements yet, because the P1TV car is still in the pits, still getting repairs. So hopefully, if they get going, then we can get going and have a full track still.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to just run through some of the driver changes that happened in that first round of pit stops. So the leading RC UK Motorsport BMW, the 46 car, Darren Viro-Wright's got into that car. The 08 is now Benz Bianchi who's getting into that one. Christian Pinter getting out of that one. Dream Factory McLaren, it was still Alex Garcia, and it is still Alex Garcia as well. So he's double stinting that one. Are we going to see anyone triple stinting, Paul, do you think?
A possibility. It could happen, because you can do it.
It's a long time without a break, though.
Yeah, but it could work. It could save you time in the pit stop, because of course the driver change does take up a little bit of time, as the Kias are once again at it.
Good point, actually.
This time for third place, the 777 and the Phoenix Motorsports number 79 just through the corner with no name. And the 79 car getting a run now down on the inside into Puo. Will they make it through? Will Phoenix make it stick? Oh, it's neck and neck. But Phoenix down the inside. Can they make it? And the answer is yes. They've managed to slot it in front of the 777 car. So good move from Phoenix there to put it down the inside.
Yeah, Almeida looking racy now, a little bit more than he was actually before. I think he was held up a little bit at the start, so he couldn't follow that lead battle. The NM Academy car is still piloted by Stevens Escher. That's third place. Core Sim Racing, the 24's handed over to Mike Pallock, and then it's the Sim Race Drivers team with Friedrich Laditz taking over from Noah Nevi. A solid first stint there. P1 TV Motorsport, Sasha Rabe still remains in that car. Ryan Huff has taken over the leading Rough, the 41 SRN Motorsports car. And actually, Paul, after the pit stop, as Sebastian Scheiber's got into the team Sim Racing Ecke car, that gap stayed roughly the same, maybe just a couple of seconds difference.
Yeah, it's stuck around that level of gap. It's about 4 seconds. There wasn't that much time between them in the pit stop, so yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that one develops. Yeah, that's
going to be quite a close battle, as Huff's coming up on another rough there to lap there, so we'll see what happens. NEPK Racing, Tim Claessens and Bram Reniers in that one, and also well, it's just those two actually in that one. Third place, ahead of Bit Speed Endurance, the 28 car. That's quite a decent gap actually to Marcos Silva.
Oh, we've got a battle in the Kias. Oh, it's the 77 and the 78 going side by side going into Eau Rouge. 78 car just playing it sensible, just dropping back, but hopefully getting the run out of Eau Rouge.
Gets a break there.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I wonder if they. Oh man, no, they didn't get a slow down, because they've kept on it. But yeah, they've dropped back.
Yeah,
they must have a slow down.
Isn't there?
Yeah, I was going to mention that it's when you're following another car that close, you can cut across that corner and just catch yourself out. And it's shown right there in front of us that it's caused them to lose a couple of seconds on that. Yeah, so nearly 3 seconds they've lost out on that battle.
Yeah, and that can be costly, you know, if those 3 seconds keep building up, because you keep getting slowdown penalties. And also you have the incident limit as well, Paul. Can you remind everyone of that ruling?
Yes, I can. As I'm furiously running through rules here on the website. So yeah, so basically, if you have an instant limit less than 40% of the race distance, then you're fine. You don't get any penalties. Once you start going over that 40% limit, then you start getting incremental points penalties in the championship standings.
Or is that per lap?
Yeah, so it's basically
if you do
per
100 laps, you can't have more than 40 incidents. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. So yeah, it's once you hit that magical 40%, then you start incurring penalties. They do have it as sort of like a tiered process, so there are different levels. So if you're just over, you're only gonna lose out a little bit than say if you're like 60% over or something like that. So
yeah, it's not just like they get punished a hell of a lot more than.
Yeah, it's to encourage clean racing and to encourage drivers to stay on the track, because it's so easy to pick up those incidents on this track because there is a lot of runoff. You can run wide and you will get an instant point for running off the track because you've broken track limits.
And of course then you've got to take into account that you may just run into other drivers as well, which is not it's not necessarily infrequent here in this series. But likewise, we do not want to see it very often. So only 5 cars on the lead lap. Let's just have a little look down the Kias just to sort of run through any more driver changes. Really only Max Scheider, wasn't it, that's took over in the 777. The only real and Lucas Dolzer in the 77. They're the only real driver changes there. RaceSpot, of course, have got ahead of the 8 or 80 cars. So 8 or 80 cars in the pit lane. I wonder if they've had an accident. Thinking about that, let's have a look.
Yeah, that's a pretty unusual time to be in the pits for that Kia.
We're a good 15-20 minutes away from their window.
It is their second stop as well, so yeah, they've been in there a while.
Been in there 2 or 3 minutes, I believe. Have a look. They had some kind of set 2 with a barrier, maybe somewhere.
I'm just searching through as well, just like you are, just trying to find what's happened there. Maybe they've just had to make a stop.
Yeah, they've gone through a couple of laps. Could be like a driver's had to go or something. I know it sounds silly, but we've seen that, haven't we, before, where a driver's had to park up in the pits when he's reached his quota of laps. We're obviously too early to get to that point, but I wonder if one of the drivers is Thiago Ezekiel, who's in that car, I wonder if he's maybe had to leave. Maybe his teammate's not here yet.
Possibly. You never know. It has been known to happen in the past. So yeah, it's going to be interesting.
We'll have to try and get a little. We'll have to try and get a word on that a bit later on. I'm just going to go off for a couple of minutes to find a driver to talk to. Just give me a second.
While Andrew's doing that, we'll just have a quick look through the standings. So just through the different classes, we've got the 46 car, the RC UK Motorsport car, in the lead of the race. The 27 McLaren has got major damage actually on that McLaren. Just looking at it, it's got big damage on the back end of that car. What's happened there? They've got it. Oh, there's been an incident with one of the BMWs. The 65 car, the Sim Race Drivers team. They've gone to lap one of the Mustangs, and the DreamWorks car has gone into the side of it. That sent both the BMW and the McLaren into the wall, and that is big damage on that Dream Factory car. And the 65 car has also got some big damage as well. They've ended up in the barrier, so that's a massive incident. And yeah, that Dream Factory car has to pit really with that level of damage that they've got. They could barely drive in a straight line, and yes, as they come into the pits now. So yeah, so major incident there, Andrew. I don't know if you just saw it with the Dream Factory car, the number 27 car, just going into Stavelot, and yeah, they've had a big contact with the 65 car. The 65 car's still going though; they're still moving. So yeah, just unfortunate to get involved when they were trying to lap The 65 car and the
Oh,
Mustang.
wow. That's like someone pulling in front of you on a motorway, isn't it? There's nothing really either of them could have done about that, I think.
Yeah, that's just a really unfortunate get together there. You know, it's
one of the biggest racing incidents that you'll see, but it is just that. I believe there's no real blame to be apportioned there. I don't think.
No, absolutely. So the Dream Factory car having to pit. So yeah, they could barely drive in a straight line with that car. So that's going to be in the pits for a while. So PK Car Sport, they've moved up. They'll be moving up into 4th place in a minute. So that's good news for them. And Core Sim Racing up into 3rd with NM Academy in 2nd. And I was just starting to go through the field as well. So
again,
I made it
all the time.
I made it to 2nd place, and there's an incident. So.
Oh.
So let's have a look. So just going through now. So having a look at the 8R80 car having to repair their car in the Kia. They're still in the pits and they've been in there for quite a while now. So yeah, that's unfortunate for them. They were going steady away in that Kia, but unfortunately they're in the pits there, repairing some damage. So
yeah, it wasn't the best performance they've had this season, but you know, you still got to finish the race, pick up the points, and that's what they were heading towards. They'll probably still do that, having said that, but you need to get that car fixed soon. But it doesn't look really that bad. But required repairs are required repairs, Paul. You can't avoid them.
No, absolutely. So we're getting the reports that the Canard PC car is in the wall, and yeah, they've got a smoking engine.
I just noticed that car appear in pit road and didn't really twig.
Oh, they've lost it in Blanchimont.
Wow.
It's another car that's. They did so well to hold it.
Oh yeah.
And then it's a tank slapper that they've got on there coming out.
They got so far down towards the chicane as well, didn't they? They almost made it to the chicane before they had the accident. But yeah, there's nothing they can do there, because once you overheat the rear tyres, you're done for, aren't you, on iRacing these days?
Absolutely, and yeah, just unfortunate that they've got caught up in the wall there. So they're having to tow and then repair that damages. We've got another BMW in with smoking engine.
So it looks like they were listening. Looks like they were listening to our broadcast, Paul. It says how well everyone was driving and how cleanly everyone was driving, and it's all gone to pot, hasn't it?
It's my fault. I started going through the field,
and of course it triggers everything going wrong, doesn't it? Every week it seems to happen.
Yeah, the 38 car.
Oh, that was the first lap of Olaf Bollerstedt, I think.
And it's at Blanchimont again.
Goodness me.
It's another car losing it at Blanchimont, and that's a heavy impact with that wall. That is a big impact. The 49 car getting past okay, but yeah, they've. There's been some big moments through Blanchimont. You know, okay, the start hasn't taken out in some cars this time, but Blanchimont's given it a good go.
Yeah, there were only 1 or 2 crashes, I believe, last time we were here at Blanchimont. But yeah, just on his own, minding his own business, turns into Blanchimont. Whee! There he goes. But again, it's these long stints. You know, the tyres are only, as we sometimes find to our cost, the tyres only get warmer here on iRacing, it seems, and they rarely seem to lose the temperature, and a corner like that puts a hell of a lot of load on both the front and the rear tyres.
It does. It is a big turning event. You've got a lot of downforce with these GT3 cars as well, so it's putting a lot of force through those tyres. So they're taking it pretty much flat out through Blanchimont. So yeah, so it's interesting to see so many incidents happening.
Yeah, indeed, and the 53 car is in as well. Now let's have a quick look at that one.
That's the Werpo Moto
Mustang, is it?
Well, they're
it is. Have they been in the wars as well? Or it's too early for scheduled again.
This will be no. This is their first stop.
First stop.
They have gone a lot. So that's a long way. So that's interesting to see that the Mustang can last so long on its fuel. So
yeah, that's crazy. Actually, that's an hour and 24 minutes. I'm sure it doesn't normally go. Did it normally go as long as that?
Well, all the Mustangs seem to be coming in at the moment, so obviously the answer is yes.
I'm sure in the other races it wasn't quite as pronounced as that, but they could get through this race on what? 1, 2, 3, 4 stops, maybe?
Or yeah, 4 stops. Yeah, if they look after the fuel, yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's excellent.
In fact, they can't quite stretch it out to 3 stops. But again, you know, the key thing, as you said, is to spend as little time in the pit lane as possible, because that will cost you over a minute. You know, it will here. It's that long, this endurance pit lane, and you know,
it's also so easy to catch the wall on the hairpin going through the pits. We've
seen that countless times. We saw that last. The 80 car's been off as well, Blanchimont.
That's the 80 car, yeah. So they've got them going again. So that's it's good to see that they're going again after their long pit stop.
Blanchimont has been
that car just
an equal opportunity offender. Every class of car has come in there.
The car just pushing out wide there. So maybe they just didn't get onto the brakes as hard as they should have really. With that one, so maybe not the wind taking
or
effect.
possibly after coming out of the pits, maybe just try to take it flat and see what happens. Maybe they've just got a bit of damage. I mean, that front right's looking pretty second hand. I wonder if it's just affecting the handling. You know, through a fast left, you need the front right to be working.
Absolutely. Well, you would hope that with the long pit stop that they repaired the car, but yeah, it's not ideal. That kind of damage on the front of that car, it will affect the top end, the top speed of that Kia, because that front part of the car, it does affect, you know, it slows the car down in the top speed. It's not as clean cutting through the air, even though it has got the aerodynamics of a brick. It still slows the car down noticeably against other Kias.
The leader is coming through as well. RC UK Motorsport. They've as well. I was going to say before a couple of the shenanigans happened is the McLaren going off. That's, you know, given RC UK that 25-second lead back that they had earlier on.
Yeah, they've built that gap up again, and well, NM Academy, to say that they had that little bit of an incident, they've managed to get back up into second place. So good racing from NM Academy.
They're doing similar lap times to the leader as well now that he's in clear air. Also, Core Sim Racing, actually, they're bringing themselves back into play here, because that last lap from Mike Pallock, who we know he's a good driver, we've seen him at the front of races before in this series, and 1.5 seconds difference between the 24 and the 46 lap times.
Yeah, it's to be honest, I didn't process anything of what you just said there. I was concentrating on the 6 Kia.
24, 1.5 seconds quicker.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, he was. Than the leader.
I'm sorry, it's been a long
all right.
week.
It's a long day. It has been a long day as well.
But yeah, they can, the core sim racing car can bring themselves back into it. They are. Let's just have a look at those last lap times. They were a lot quicker than the RC UK car, was the core sim racing car, and the NM Academy car quicker as well. So traffic, again, it's peaks and troughs with endurance racing.
3 seconds that time.
Yeah. So as we say, peaks and troughs with endurance racing. You can get caught up in traffic, but then, of course, once the leader's been caught up in it, the others have to go through it as well eventually, so it can affect the others as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next couple of laps when they catch those that traffic.
Because you'll be in the car, you'll be thinking, oh, the gap's coming down, and then you hit the traffic and go, oh.
Yeah, that's why the gap's coming down.
Yeah, you see all of it, you know, bunched up together. And the thing is, it's pot luck as well, because the traffic by the time you get there could be worse, could be better though.
Oh, we've had a big moment down at Poole.
That's the 8 car.
Well, yeah, the 08 car. Absolutely. well, they've just pulled over to the side, stopped the car. I'm wondering if they've maybe had sort of like a little technical issue, because you know, with sim racing you can have technical issues with your own equipment, so maybe they just had a little issue, and yeah, they got going again. So yeah, that's a bit unusual, but yeah, they're back up and running now, so still in 4th place.
It didn't look like they had a loss of brakes or something, or it didn't look like that. So who knows? It could have been anything really. The guy could have fallen out of his chair. We don't know. anything could have happened.
The pet cat could have jumped up into a lap. I don't know.
Well, exactly. This is what real drivers don't have to deal with. I mean, they sometimes run over small animals on the track, but yeah, that's about they don't have animals jumping into their face.
Absolutely.
At least. Let's have a quick look then at the rough battle. There's about 12 seconds roughly between.
Oh, the Kias are at it again.
It is.
49 car has got down the inside of the 77 car at Paul Freyer. So
excellent.
That's a move for position. And yeah, they've got a better run out of Stavelot. And yeah, running over the grass on the inside of Blanchimont in that 49 car. It's a bit brave to do that, just considering what we've had happen so far.
Considering what Blanchimont's been doing to people. Very brave from the 49 car, but Lucas Dolza, SimRC.de as well, looks like struggling out there, lapping a good 3 or 4 seconds actually lower than he was at the start of the stint. So really these tyres just getting crumpled and crying enough, I think, here.
Well, we are coming up to around the time for them Kias to make their second stop, so
is it a difficult thing to do to keep your pace up in an endurance race? Is it something that you have to really try to remember to go faster? If that makes a lot of sense.
It's a challenge for yourself. It's a mental challenge. You've got to keep your concentration up for so long, and if you're double stinting, or if somebody tries it triple stinting, it takes a lot out of you. And towards the end of that stint, they will be feeling it. So if you're battling with somebody, you've got something to keep your concentration there. If you're on your own,
sorry, the 59 car's got a lot of damage. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, it certainly has got a lot
SRN,
of damage.
Actually, is that the 6th place in the championship car?
Sorry,
no, that's a higher one, isn't it? That's the third place
in the championship. So they're having a bad round this time around, and a lot of damage in the front of that car. Maybe they're just trying to eke it out to the next stop so that they can get that repaired. But they've already been in the pits 4 times, so there's been a lot of pairs.
Didn't qualify very well either. Sorry, you were saying about when you're on your own, it's fine, but then the other way around.
When you're battling with somebody, you've got something to keep your concentration on. You're battling with that person. You're trying to beat them on the track. But when you're on your own, it's so easy to just switch off. Because you've not got that competitive person to battle with and keep your focus on, as the 222 Mayhem Motorsport car comes into the pits for their second stop, and Pete Newman's jumping into the car now. Dancraft getting out that Kia.
Yeah, Pete Newman, of course. This is a new team as well for the series, Mayhem Motorsport. I'm slightly surprised this isn't a Pete Newman Media branded car, actually, Paul, considering who's in the car.
Well, basically, usually with Pete, if he's involved in it, it's got his name plastered all over it. You'd think he was trying to advertise or something. It'd be interesting to see how they go, because they are teammates, Dancraft and Pete Newman, so they'll obviously have that working relationship already.
I hope they're not using this as practice for Thursday night's team race, because we might get destroyed a little bit if they've been able to practice driving together. There's a spin for the 59, so that was the car that already had a lot of damage. That was the SRN car.
Again.
they're having a lot of difficulty. Where was that spin? Haven't seen it.
I can tell you what, the 69 car, the BMW, the main PC car, down at Puo, lost control all on their own. Yeah, just lost it going through the first part of Puo. Almost did a 360, nearly took out the 60-75 roof.
Oh dear.
Which would have been really unfortunate because they're one of the leading roofs as well, aren't they? The 75, they're third place. And the Sim Race Neki car actually had a big moment themselves.
Yeah, definitely.
They've, in fact, are they running a little bit slowly? No.
Sim Racing Neki? No, it's alright.
No.
Okay at the moment, but
yeah. So yeah, it's
69 cars having a poor afternoon as well. They qualified 7th, you know, pretty good. Just on the grid, they were going quite well in the first stint, and then it's, you know, it all looks like it's just gone to pot here for the main PC sim racing.
Yeah, unfortunately, getting involved in incidents and it's cost them dearly in this race. So
now poor old Gary Stark's got to drive a damaged car. He's not been in the car so far this afternoon. An hour and a half in, he's got to drive a damaged BMW, who is that's 11 laps down. Have fun, mate. You know, not what you want, is it really?
Yeah, you don't.
He goes off as well.
Kia comes out the pits as well when there's two BMWs there. That's
and the rough.
Far from ideal. There's the core sim racing.
Oh
in
no!
Fact,
That's
you know what? That's battle for second place.
A battle.
Enemy Academy have been held up, and Core have caught right back onto the gearbox of that number 88 car. So
yeah,
they're
Steven Zescher. Yeah, Steven Zescher double stinting in that car. So he'll have his rhythm and he'll have his momentum going. Mike Pallock is in the core sim racing car. Now that has arrested slightly. Or was it caught up there? And I wonder. Oh, he thought about it, didn't he? Into the corner with no name. Well, it's Liège, I believe they call it these days. But yeah, it's arrested the move towards the lead, but the leader, hasn't it, for NM Academy and for core sim racing. Yeah,
while these two are battling it out, RC UK can just hopefully pull out a little bit of a gap again on them, because they have got it to about 20 seconds. So, but yeah, these two battling away now. It's forget the lead. It's for second place. That's key at the moment, and it's neck and neck with them as they're coming up to some more traffic. Is looking down the inside into Stavler. It's not really a passing opportunity there, but you want to get a good run out of here to try and get on the back so you can make a move into the bus stop possibly.
Yeah, now this is dangerous because, oh goodness me, almost on the grass was Pallock there. You can see now there's not a lot of room in there when there's traffic. It's quite a narrow piece of track that compared to the rest of Spa-Francorchamps. Now then, into the bus stop. And let's see. Can he get the cut back, Pallock? He's trying for it.
He's trying for the good exit.
He's got a great exit. Now is he going to come to the inside? The La Source. He's going to go to the left. He has the outside line. Now can he force Paul, the NM Academy car, Steven Zescher, to take that tight inside line? He does. It does mean that the momentum won't be as good, but he's got a great drive out of there. Oh,
Zescher's done a fantastic job with the exit of that corner. It's not over yet, because if they can get a good run, the core car through Eau Rouge, then they can get into that, keeping that slipstream, because they are right up in that slipstream at the moment. So going down the Kemmel Straight now, this is a chance now. Can they do it into Les Cornes? They're right up behind the back end of that NM Academy car, down the inside.
Zescher's not even defending that.
And
in fact, and that's why, because Pallock's through straight away.
I'm wondering, just because that NM Academy car just has a little bit of body damage on the front end of that car. Maybe that's affecting their front end grip a little bit.
Maybe. I mean, the straight line speed didn't look too good there either, did it? But they did have a contact earlier on. They did have a collision, didn't they? And I wonder if that's actually causing some effects here.
Good, but at least, yeah, good clean move. No funny business, no schmozzle, and Core now up into second place, which is where they qualified actually. So NM Academy doing well. They did qualify fifth, so there's still third place isn't bad.
Yeah, and this is going to be interesting now because Darren Viro Wright leading, and he may have to pick up his pace a little bit now because NM Academy, you know, you don't want them. I know it's early still, we keep saying that, but you don't want them to start getting too close. You don't want them to get within sight of you. If you have a 20-second lead, you want to just keep that buffer, don't you, for as long as possible.
Absolutely. The Team Chimera car again in the Kias has gone longer than the Mayhem Motorsport car on the fuel stop, so they're in the pits now, the Team Chimera car. Can they come out ahead of Pete Newman, who's in that Kia? Still in the pits, though, the Chimera car. It's such a long pit stop here.
Interestingly, Paul, Chimera don't have a second driver yet, so Trendell's going to have to triple stint this bad boy.
Yeah, so Trendell's now come out the pits. Pete Newman's coming down the pit straight, so that will be Mayhem Motorsport back into the lead of the Kia class. As the Team Chimera now exiting pit lane, going onto the Kemmel Straight. So they're in second place. Phoenix Motorsport just coming over the start-finish line now, so they're quite a ways back in third.
Still not necessarily a bad place to be, really, is it? Let's have a look. I'm just going to have a quick look at the lap times. Pete Newman, it seems like Pete Newman's been in that car for ages. He's only completed 2 laps. That's how long this track is. 2:31s, mid 2:31s was sort of the average time that Dan Kraft was doing. Trendell was doing slightly faster than that, a couple of tenths quicker in that last stint. So him going longer, seemed to help a little bit. And for whatever reason, he seems to have a good setup under that car. And going to see what happens as course of this plays out. But Team Chimera in a really good place.
Yeah, certainly are. Hopefully their second driver turns up and they're able to finish the race, because we've seen that happen before with one of the Kias.
Yeah, what's the rule for the 6-hour race then in terms of time? Will it be?
It's still 60%.
So 4 hours would be it, wouldn't it? I guess. So
it involves maths. Never my strong point.
So 4 hours. 4 hours would be roughly it, I believe. I've had such a long day, I can't even count anymore. So
send it on a postcard to RaceSpotTV.
I said, yeah, you can help us out. You know, get your abacus out, and have a go with that. Send a stamped addressed envelope to RaceSpotTV, the internet, and it should find us.
But yeah, so let's have a look. Yeah, so Core. Let's get back to the race. Core managing to pull out a little bit of a gap on NM Academy now. They're 3 seconds ahead. So NM Academy not able to keep with that number 24 Core sim racing car.
Yeah, Zesh has picked up his pace, but I think that is roughly what the ultimate pace of Steve Zescher is at the moment in this car, at this point in this stint, because we're on to... He pitted on lap 25. 16 laps into the stint. And, yeah, he's just struggling a little bit. I just wonder, Paul, if that damage is just starting to rear its ugly head. Because remember, sometimes the car feels great on new tyres. Sometimes the damage only really manifests itself later.
Yeah.
When the car starts feeling a bit rubbish.
Yeah. If you've got front-end damage, then... on a car that's so dependent on the aerodynamics like the GT3 cars, it will affect the tyre wear. You will wear out your tyres quicker than you normally would with an absolutely pucker car. Speaking of sort of damaged cars, the good to see that the number 38 P1TV Motorsport VLN-1 car, 30 laps down, but they are running and they are still in the race. So great to see that from that team, not giving up and keeping going.
It does look a state though, doesn't it?
A bit of panel beating, it'll sort it out.
But they've managed to do a little bit of work to that. But Colroda was in there, and it's Olaf Ballister. He was in the pits for 20 minutes on the second stop. So, but I believe they came out and then had another incident, didn't they?
At Bloshimore, yeah.
And it didn't take long, unfortunately, for them to come to grief the second time. Hopefully, they can have a clean race from here on out. But I was going to mention this earlier on. Actually, I got a little bit distracted, but. Oh, the 991 car has crashed. And Hugo's put it in capital letters, so it must be serious. Let's have a little look. Oh, going very slowly now.
Oh yes, that's coming out of Pouon.
Pouon, sorry, yeah.
And into the barrier.
Did he get a bit of help? I think he did.
And
get help from NM Academy.
That's a Team Chimera car almost got collected by him as well.
It was Mr. Zescher who gave him a little bit of a nudge, a bit of a helping hand.
But because of the way that the car's loaded through Pouon, it's just the littlest tap at the back end, and that will send the car flying round.
I think I was talking about Simon Trendell triple stinting that Kia. I reckon anyone who hadn't triple stinted a car would have crashed there. That's only when you're dialed into the race that you can do that sort of evasion. I wonder if Hugo can just see. I wonder if that's been put up on the screen. But what a piece of avoidance!
Yeah, that's
top quality.
That's a change of underpants moment. That I think.
Yep. I really hope the second driver turns up after that. The 69 cars cut the course at the bus stop. Apparently. 69E's main PC sim racing. Yari Stark. Let's just have a little look at that. Oh yeah, actually that's quite bad. Probably got to slow down for that. Oh, he lost it on. Yeah, he went deep on the brake. He actually didn't really cut the course, I suppose, but outbraked himself mostly.
Yeah, and again, the Team Chimera car in and around that. So again, having to do more evasive action in the space of a lap.
Yeah, they're not too far behind Pete Newman still. Newman's in Rivage, he's just exiting there. And Chimera's just coming through the first part of Rivage, so the gap's not too big. Maybe 7 or 8 seconds, I would think. But
yeah, we're about 7 seconds between them. So
I mean, in the Kia, that's quite a decent advantage, really, in that car, isn't it? At this point.
Yeah, to have that gap, it's comfortable. It's nice to have a bit of a gap. Gives you a bit of breathing space, but it's close enough that there's still a bit of a worry for you. So
they can still see you as well.
Yes.
I know I made a mention of that earlier on, but it is such an underrated thing. When I won my only race ever in the Kia, I got away. No, but I got away to such an extent that everyone else, I was out of sight. So in a way, it's a massive help, Paul. And you at Bathurst, you did the same thing. And you took your first win. You just drove away from everyone, and everyone seemed to give up a little bit.
I'm modest. I don't like bringing it up every time we broadcast. But yeah, I'll tell you what, a bit of a close battle between the 78 car and the 777 car. There are about a second and a half between them. So actually, it's down to about a second now as they come out of Pouon. So Team Hoisingveld catching up to the Sim RC.de Junior Club car. And, really starting to turn the pressure on, because that is for fourth in class. So those Kias still battling away.
Indeed they are, after an hour and 45 minutes. Yeah, Paul, I don't have too many driving stories or tips of any success that I've had, because I haven't had a lot, so that's why I revert to type on that one, I think. But
yeah, to be fair, that is the only win I've had in this Kia. So
Houskinveld actually coming very close now, and they're closing quickly, aren't they? On the 777 car. There's a 777 car. Doesn't look like they're in trouble or anything.
Damaged or anything. So,
but
they're
behind
the 80 car. They're behind the 8 or 80 car, who are of course a couple of laps down on them. So
they weren't that close though.
Maybe they're just getting held up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, unless the Hoiskinveld car is really quick in a straight line, because obviously that's what that last section does. But it's. Yeah, 8 or 80 gets well out of the way. That's good driving. And now look, Henry Gross, who's back in that Hoiskinveld car, works it out of the source and drives alongside the 777 car. This is going to be brave.
They've done the right thing there as 777.
Especially in the endurance race.
And
but Gross
will get the better exit.
Yeah. Gross actually had to go quite deep into Eau Rouge to make sure that he made the place. He was very brave. that bravery may have cost him, because unless he can't get enough slipstream, Paul, to draw alongside. It's good driving from Maximilian Scheider.
Yeah, that was very clever from Scheider there to go, okay, we'll back out of this one. You make the mistake, and we'll just get you down the Kemmel Straight. Good, clever thinking. That's a thinking driver right there. But Huysingveld still not over yet. Henry Gross still battling away, still making his intentions known that he wants to get past.
For whatever reason, he's much quicker at this point in the race, and he's showing that. And this is his second stint out of the 3. Gonna have a little look into Pouon. You're not going to get past there, really. You might have a chance in the Kia because of how it is in the high-speed corners, but there's no real braking area there.
No, not at all. As now looking just into the Fania chicane. Not close enough really to make a move, but you can certainly set them up, make them make a mistake going into Stavolo. And as he's looking, this is it, down into Stavolo. It's a heavy braking area. They're side by side. Can they go through Paul Freyer together as well?
Scheider fights it around the outside in Paul Freyer.
Gets a better exit as well, does Scheider.
Brilliant. Really good driving from Max Scheider. And Henry Gross will have to regroup, but you can tell, Paul, Gross's car, it's handling really, really nicely. It's turning a lot tighter than Scheider's car. Are there any adjustments you could make mid-race in this car and during the VLN-series?
Only brake bias in this Kia. That's it. You really you can adjust the tyre pressures for when you actually come into the pit stop.
I wonder if that could have been done here, because Huysingveld didn't hold this advantage, did they, earlier on over this 777 car?
No, they were battling with them though earlier on, so they were on the tail of that lead battle when earlier in the race. So there's a bit back with traffic now. This could give them the chance.
Rewind for a moment. Now then, he's not fighting. Oh, this is going to be tight, because and I'm really actually surprised. And the same thing's going to happen again.
Better exit.
He's got off.
Wide.
Is he back on? He is, and he's giving him the room. And is he still
driving.
Gone through? He's still
really
gone through, Paul.
That's fantastic driving from those guys to realise what's happening there. I think maybe Henry Gross realised that, I've pushed them off, I'll make sure I give them the place back, because it is, at the end of the day, it is about fair racing in this series. It's about not so much gentleman drivers, but fair competition. So good to see that he possibly gave the position back after running him wide, but it's still on here, looking down the outside of the Conor name, but this could give him the good cut back to go in the inside of Pouon.
Yeah, really good run through Liège there, and 777 car on the outside into Pouon. You can hang it round there though if you can use the momentum. Oh goodness me, really, really close there to contact, and now I think Henry Gross, well, I say he's probably got it for good, and you would think he has, now that he's through into the Fania chicane. You never know though. We still have Blanchimont to come, and we know that fast section, the Kia has a great slipstream, but there's still a chance. Now it's the 3 main straights. It's this one towards Blanchimont, it's the Grand Prix pit straight, and then the endurance pit straight, and then the Kemmel straight. So 4 straights, really. And sometimes you don't want to pass here, do you? Your best place to pass is Lecombe.
Yeah, I mean, Lecombe is the ideal spot to overtake, because it is at the end of the Kemmel straight, the longest straight. But it does look like maybe Henry Gross has got a little bit less rear wing, because I'm noticing when he's going through Blanchimont, that back end is just sliding and helping it turn around the faster corners. So maybe he set it up with a little less rear wing, maybe a little bit more tyre pressures at the rear, just to help that rear end turn.
Maybe a slight risk, given what's happened today. The wind did move round to the northeasterly direction. That's where it still is at 13 kilometres an hour. It's actually just switched round to the northern direction. So every lap, Paul, it's changing for these drivers.
Yeah, and it's what makes this series a challenge, because they do use as close to real life weather as they can.
Yeah.
So yeah, so it's a challenge, and you've got to adapt and learn what happens to the car each lap.
When you were at Spa spectating, did you do you have any of the famous Belgian rain?
Yes, we did. I mean, it was what was it, 2013? So it was when the Caterhams and the Marussia managed to make it into qualifying 2 because there had been rain.
Oh,
But
Gus has made a big mistake there. And the Dream Factory McLaren's coming through, so that'll compromise the Huiskenveld Engineering team car. And the 777 car, it's just not quite close enough to have a look.
Yeah, they're still all over the back of them, but yeah, that was an opportunity for them to have maybe half a look, but they were just a little bit too far back to make that move.
68 Kia's been in the pits, and the 80 Kia is in the pits again. That's 8 or 80. Is that about their 5th pit stop? I think they've been in a few times.
Yeah,
Julian Baldrin is getting into that one now.
It's their 3rd stop, is that, for the 8 or 80 team, so not having the best of days, unfortunately, but the best thing they can do is just carry on, keep on going, keep on pushing, and hoping that a few others manage to just drop out and pick up a few places that way.
Yep, so Julian Baldrin of the Brazil club, got quite a task, 7 laps down, so we'll see what's happening there. Only 3 cars on the lead lap now, Paul, so it's the RCU UK Motorsport, BMW, Darren Viro right, Lee Bunker and Simon Povey, who drove a really good first stint.
Look at the lead Kias. Team Chimera are right up with Pete Newman, so it's Simon Trendle going alongside down the Kemmel straight with Pete Newman in the Mayhem Motorsport. Can he make the move, stick down the outside? Trendle, he's got a better run, but can Pete go later on the brakes? This side by side, but yeah, Pete Newman holding the position there for Mayhem Motorsports. That's good work from them to keep it, but yeah, better run out of the Eau Rouge section of the track to get that run down Kemmel Straight, but it's not over yet. Mayhem Motorsport have got that Team Chimera car right planted on the boot of that car.
Trendle is got a bit between his teeth now. Like I said, it's his 3rd stint in this car, but again, that's the rhythm, isn't it? Pete Newman only done maybe what's he done, 5 or 6 laps, 7 or 8 laps in this car, whereas Trendle's done 42.
Yeah,
and there is a difference, isn't there? When you jump in, you might be fresh, but you're not in that zone yet. Your muscle memory isn't there of what the car's doing, and you need to find that.
And also, say you're a driver jumping into a car that's got a slight bit of damage, you don't know how that car's going to handle. So you really, that's where your teammate can help you out a lot by letting you know what's happening with the car. Pete Newman ran a bit wide out of Paul Freyer, so again, Team Chimera, I think that car's got less wing. They seem to be a lot faster through the high-speed sections of this track than the Mayhem Motorsport car.
Yeah, taking a bit of pain in the middle sector to make these overtaking moves in the 1st and the 3rd, and into the bus stop chicane. Pete Newman's good on the brakes though, and one of the things we see with these BSRTC drivers as well is that weekly close quarters touring car racing, it really does help them even in the endurance series, both getting through traffic. Trendle's made a mistake there, getting on the grass, almost hitting Newman, but they did well to recover it. But yeah, the close racing of the touring car series, it really does help them, doesn't it, around other cars?
There's no substitute for seat time, in any car, especially Kia, because it is one of only 2. Oh, what a run out of Eau Rouge! Sorry, Simon Trendle, fantastic run through there. But they've got the TNT black gold car going down the middle of it, but deciding to hang back as these two battling for the lead in Kias. Can Pete Newman be later on the brakes again through into Lecombe?
Oh, brilliant
move round the outside from Trendle. That is fantastic to be able to stick it on the outside and keep it there. That's properly good driving from Trendle.
Yeah, that's a tremendous pass, and yeah, there's nothing else you can say. That's world-class driving. And the TNT Gold BMW is... they're down actually in 8th place. There's no one around them, is there? So they were fastest in the practice session. They were 4th in qualifying, they're 8th in the race. It's going backwards for them a little bit on this Saturday evening.
Yeah, they did get involved in that incident near the start of the race in the first hour, so they're just damage limitation. It just seems to be the second season for that TNT Racing Gold car. It just seems to be bad luck for them in this series. So, because of course last race they had a complete disaster of a race.
Yeah,
I know what I meant.
They did. No, they did, and we spoke to Dave Williams, and it really was just damage limitation, wasn't it, for most of that race? They did pick up some points. Just having a look at that, they picked up 5 points, which, yes, it's not very much when you can get 20 for a win, but they all tot up at the end.
Absolutely.
They're all worth the same.
As we've not really mentioned it much, but the core sim racing car is now within 6.5 seconds of the leader of the RC UK car. But they've really been on it.
Yeah, and now this is the point that we mentioned earlier on, when you can see that car and it makes you go even faster and it makes you push yourself even harder, and that's what Mike Pallock's doing. You see, he was doing 222s, 221s occasionally, and then a couple of 23s, but then he went into the 20s, and that's probably when you can just see that BMW. It just drives you on, Paul, literally.
Yeah, it certainly does. Hit lucky with a bit of traffic as well, as Darren Fario, right, it's been consistent laps, but unfortunately it's not been fast enough for that RC UK car, so
yeah, it's about
a second and a half a lap, isn't it, really?
It's about a second and a half a lap slower than Simon Povey was as well. They do have Lee Bunker to come, and Lee Bunker usually does some decent laps in that car, so he usually starts off, actually, doesn't he? In most of the VLN races we've had, so we'll see if Lee can pick it up. I'm sure Darren knows well. This is the thing, you know, you do have the lead. Yes, you don't want your lead to evaporate, but there again, you know, we're 2 hours into a 6-hour race. You don't want to throw it in the fence. We've seen cars go off and crash in Blanchimont. He's doing a good job, you know. He's again, but maybe his team. This is where his team needs to be getting on the radio and really just urging him on to just eke that little bit extra out of that BMW.
There's only 4 seconds between them now, as well as Cole seemed to be getting to because of the 777 Kia. But I was about to say
no commentator's curse there. That one.
I was about to say that they seem to be catching the back markers at the right points of the track. But yeah,
that's the wrong
disproved the theory there.
That's by far the wrong point there of the track to meet anyone. Whether you're battling for position, you're lapping some traffic. Let's see what Darren can do here, but look at that. He's in a sandwich that he doesn't want to be in, especially when although the orange BMW Corsim racing car, you know, behind the McLaren there of Baconyi, sorry, apologies, and yeah, that held him up a little bit as well, so it was even Steven on that, I think.
But they will have got the good tour from the McLaren down the Kemmel Straight and through the faster section. So I mean, it's now 3.5 seconds is that gap. So it is just coming down as the lap goes on. So the RC UK car came up behind a Mustang and a Kia. So through the tighter section of this circuit. So it's costing them, and they are losing that time. But it seems to be holding up time at the moment, though, through the faster section. So it may be they've set up for the faster parts of the circuit.
We're not far. Oh, goodness me, that was close. The leader through Blanchimont. It probably wasn't as close as what I thought it was, but yeah, that's where we've established Blanchimont's dangerous today. We don't want to meet other cars there either. 4.3 seconds was the gap. Let's see what it is this time, as we do go over the stripe, and a very, very good lap time by Wright in terms of consistency. Very similar to his previous one, but Mike Pallock 222.2 is coming, and to be honest, it doesn't look like RCUK Motorsport won't be able to stop him either when he gets there. However, we are close, Paul, to the second round of pit stop.
Yeah, we're just coming up to that time of the race to get that second round of pit stops up, and it's interesting to see whether they put one of the other drivers in, like say Lee Bunker, if they put him in just to get faster, some faster laps in.
The one really good thing for the 46 car though is that as the Core Sim Racing car almost runs into the back of Tommy van der Gut in the third place Mustang, the Blackadder Motorsport 67 car, trying to be too eager there, and almost van der Gut was almost the innocent victim of that. But that will give RCUK a little bit of breathing room. Probably gain those 2 seconds back actually with that.
They certainly gained about a second then, but as we've got the 88 NM Academy car from third place overall in the pits.
Goodness me! Oh, and the Mustang's lost it. Van der Gut's lost it. Coming out of the corner with no name. He's spun off. He's facing the wrong way. Has he hit the wall? He did. And did he get any help from the McLaren? Yes. Yes, he did. That's the answer to that one. So that was Bakonyi in the PK Car Sport McLaren, and Tommy van der Gut, Paul, he was had there a little bit, wasn't he?
It's a bit of eagerness to get past, and just a little tap. But the 67 car sent around and then into the barrier. I think that's
Has he taken
a bit
the
of
toe
engine.
As well? No, or did he get it back? No, he has.
No, he's So
he blew the engine.
Third place in class that was as well. The 67 car, the Blackadder Motorsport number 67 car. So
blew the
heartbreaking for them there. As we've got a round of pit stops as the leaders are in the 46 car.
Now then, Mike Pallock's carried on in the Core Sim Racing car. This could be a smart move, given the fact that they had an advantage in pace. Might just be able to eke this out now. Let's make sure that the leader doesn't crash into that wall, because that's easily done, as we've established previously.
I think he gave it a little rub on the way into. I think
he was
into the pit lane as well.
Oh, on the first
entry
wall.
To pit lane, yeah, just
that's
a little
easy
rub.
To do.
To be honest, this pit lane entrance is really tight here.
It's very, very tight. But he's coming down the pit lane now, and Paul, it's going to be interesting to see whether there's a driver change or not. You've got that race spot and decal on the back of there. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, so coming into the pits now, do we have that driver change, as you say? We'll find out in a second. Of course, this car qualified pole, and yes, we will. Lee Bunker's getting into the car.
And Bunker usually starts the races. We've said that earlier on, and he's going to come in and he's going to try and put in some good lap times now. Definitely. You were saying actually earlier on, just while we're at this and we're seeing when the Core Sim Racing car is going to come in. In fact, we'll see that first. He's through the Fanius chicane. He's been putting consistent laps in, Mike Pallock, hasn't he? And it's been really good from him, to be fair, this stint.
Yeah, it's absolutely been a solid stint from them to keep in and around the 21s and low 22s. It's good consistent pace. They've kept the car going nice and clean, and they've managed to work their way through the traffic better than a couple of the other guys. So yeah, it seems to be working out for them as the RCUK car is back out.
Yeah, of course, these BMWs pitting much quicker than the Kias, just because the fuel goes in a lot quicker, really.
Call come in and they're behind one of the roofs. The Flow Riders, they've balked and they're coming into the pits. That's going to cost them some time on pit entry there.
Yeah, maybe half a second to a second gone there, but the more important thing, I suppose, is whether they can get a good pit stop going. But to be honest, Paul, the second that they gained maybe on that single lap, traffic-free lap, they have just been lost there, as there's another car in as well. There's another rough in, and that is the Pit speed endurance car, Marcus Silva. That's third place actually in the category. Now that Sim Racing Eki look like they've had, I don't know if they've had trouble or whether they've just come in the pits, but it looks like Sebastian Scheiber's had some incidents.
Yeah,
His last few laps have been quite poor.
Yeah, but as I was saying, it's not ideal to be caught up behind when it's so close for the lead of this race. To be caught up behind one of the other cars who maybe not as confident on the brakes coming up to the pit speed limit line as you are in your GT3, but they're in the pits now. They've stopped. And is there any driver change? I believe there is. Yep, Claudio Klima is going to come back into the car, so that's a driver change for the Core Sim Racing team. And RCUK are back into the pits. Lee Bunker's into the pits.
Has he had a problem? I wonder. Lee Bunker on the outlap. This is Blanchimont. I'm going to be shocked.
No,
but
it's
not
not Blanchimont.
Penalty, maybe. Did they pick up a pit lane
Did
speeding
they speed
or
in the
something?
pit limit?
Oh, those are the sort of things. They can just lose you races. And either one of them is responsible for it. We don't know for sure.
Well, the Core Sim Racing will be
maybe.
relieved. They'll be relieved to see that because they're just coming out the pits now.
Interesting point. Sorry, interesting point from Hugo. Paul, is maybe that they didn't put any fuel in the car. Right?
Possibly.
Maybe it was an accidentally botched refueling.
Oh, it's heartbreaking to have something like that, just a simple, easy mistake like that to happen. And as they come into the pits now, it'll be interesting to see how long this stop is now, because if it's around the 57-second mark, then you know it's they've not fully fueled before.
I mean, it could just be a stop and go for maybe the maybe it was a pit lane speeding or something, but
and then the 88 car is now into second place.
Yeah, and they were the first car, weren't they, out of that leading group to come to blows with another car, and NM Academy now in third place, second place. You know, that they wouldn't have expected that. I mean, look at the damage on the front of that car. Martin Sterlinger now in that car. But look, yeah, it's a long stop for Lee Bunker, Paul. I think you're right.
Yeah, so well, not me. It's
sorry,
Hugo.
Well, Hugo's right. Yeah, definitely. But Sim Racing Eki emerged as well.
Yeah, that was a very long pit stop from Sim Racing Eki there. So must have had some damage to fix.
Oh, Bunker's been in there for what seems like forever, and that must be really infuriating. I mean, I suppose we're only 2 hours in. That's 2 hours of really hard work. And one of them is a guilty party, unfortunately, it looks like.
Yeah, so they
could have been a glitch, I suppose.
Yeah, it could be something as easy as not hitting the right key to confirm that you want the fuel to be filled up. So it's an easy mistake to make under pressure when you're driving the car.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd led 49 laps of this race at that RCUK car, so really heartbreaking for them to have that happen to them.
Yeah, and
in fact, PK Car Sport actually moved ahead of them on track, so they're now third.
The McLaren as well, we've seen have some difficulties as well. Bense back on you. And, you know, I mean, there's still time to get back into this, definitely is, but with the pace advantage that the Core Sim Racing car had, can't see them coming back from that far behind now.
It's going to be interesting to see that as the number 28 bit speed endurance car pits again. Because they've only just pitted, haven't they?
Yes.
The 28 car, so they're in again. That's a bit soon. What's happened to them?
I don't know if that might be a black flag as well.
It's all happening on this round of pit stops, isn't it?
Oh, everything. It's never dull. At the best of times here in the spirit of VLN, but have we got another team?
They're not changing tyres, so maybe
we've got another team that struggled with the putting the petrol in.
Sim Racing Eki will be hoping that they're staying there a bit longer because they're just coming onto the Grand Prix pit straight. No, the 28 car comes back out the pits now, so
That might have been a stop and go then.
Possibly, yeah. It's 17 seconds, yeah, so it might have been a 15-second stop-go penalty for them. So maybe they were speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, and again,
on the
that's,
pit exit.
You know, we said it before, that's another thing that you just can't do if you want to win races. But, I mean, Bit Speed were down in third. Are they still...
Yeah, they're still in third, yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, Sim Racing Eki is coming up Eau Rouge. So they're not massively in front of the fourth place car, but
they're just down at the end of the Camel Straight going into Le Combe now. So yeah, not the biggest gap ahead of Sim Racing Eki. So they'll have the bit between the teeth now, and they'll be pushing for pole position to try and get on that podium.
Quietly having a decent but horribly unspectacular race is the Flow Riders team in the 70 car. 11th place overall. Now, you know, there isn't any other way of saying that the lap times aren't the best. But however, this is an endurance race. It's not a sprint. 5th in the category. They qualified 24th on the grid and they're now 11th, Paul. It does show that you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Absolutely, although personally I wouldn't skin a cat. Yeah.
I don't even know where that phrase came from. Dear me.
Again, answers on a postcard.
RaceSpotTV trivia night. I'll have a lot of questions building up for it.
But yeah, you know, it's about consistency. Yeah, you may not be the fastest team, but I mean, they've got a pretty straight car there. They've got a little bit damage to the front right, but nothing major. But yeah, if you can keep that car clean and keep going, you've got a good chance of getting a good position in the final standards.
Yeah, indeed, and you know, we've seen it's more in endurance racing, isn't it? Obviously, than say things like Formula One, where a slower car and driver will attain better positions. But there's something to be said for just keeping it out of trouble.
Absolutely,
and that's what they're doing. There's a lot. And yeah, we are going to go for another commercial break. Now that the leaders have been in the pits, that was a very eventful round of pit stops here at Spa-Francorchamps. We'll be back. We are just over 2 hours and 10 minutes into this 6-hour race. Join us again in a couple of minutes here on RaceSpotTV.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 to the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
And we're back here at Spa-Francorchamps for the Spirit of VLN. It's round 3 of a 6-race season. Andrew Woodhouse and Paul Smith with you once again here. And Paul, that last round of pit stops, well, it turned the race on its head.
Certainly did. The Core 27 Core Sim Racing car, now a 50-second lead over second place NM Academy car, as the UK down to 3rd place overall. The 08 PK Car Sport car down in 4th and 5th. It's the 65 Sim Race Drivers team. The interesting battle on track at the moment is the battle for 6th and 7th overall, but it is the lead battle for the roofs. It's the SRN Motorsports car, the number 41 car, ahead of the Not Enough PK Racing roof, as they're just having a couple of the GT3 cars make their way past them. But yeah, it's within about a second between them, so this is your closest battle on track at the moment.
Yeah, indeed it is, and this is as close as any PK have been all race long, really, to the front of this category. Sim Racing Eke, they were the closest challengers spot for a long time, weren't they? And however, they seem to have dropped off. They've had a few bad laps. They've been in the pits a couple of times, and yeah, in fact, that last stint from Sebastian Scheiber was not really that good. A lot of mistakes in there, so I think that's how they've dropped one lap behind the leaders in that class.
Yeah, as, I'm just looking at the Not Enough PK Racing car. They actually had more top speed than the TNT Racing Gold car, so that tells you how much damage that the number 37 car is carrying. Really struggling for top end speed is that TNT Racing Gold car, but finally made it past the 451 Not Enough PK Racing car. As we had a Kia in the pits. It's the lead Kia, the number 54 car, the Team Chimera car, into the pit lane, as Pete Newman in the Mayhem Motorsport car carries on. They've actually pitted slightly earlier there in that Team Chimera car, so that's interesting to see how that'll pan out. Have they had an incident or anything like that? Can't see anything in the lap time, so it looks like it's just scheduled stop, so it's flicked around, and Mayhem Motorsport going longer this time.
Yeah, Simon Trendle is still in the car. He's done the most laps of anybody today so far, and he may be going towards the 3-hour mark. He's not got out of that yet. He does have his teammate has turned up though, so that's good to see. So at least they know that they can finish the race. The thing is, as well, he is in good form, isn't he? He's got his rhythm going, and maybe he just wants to stay in the car. Maybe he's just happy, happy to just carry on doing the best he can, and to be honest, his best has been very good so far. He hunted down Pete Newman, he got through, and he's pulled away.
Certainly has, as the BMW with the 39 car, the P1 TV Motorsport VLN-2 car, now 22 laps down after a few incidents. Got no bonnet on the car, but they're still running. So yeah, it won't be the best, most cleanly aerodynamic car, but at least the engine will be cool.
Yes, I mean that's definitely an advantage in that sense. And look at that! I've just had a little look as well at that NM Academy BMW. The front of that is an absolute disgrace on one of the sides, and it looks like it's actually got some towing issues there.
Yeah, he's losing
grabbing
out
slightly.
Yeah, losing out a lot of time every lap as well to the leaders. I mean, they've been doing what 224s, 225, 226s for the NM Academy car, so they're really struggling compared to Core with the Claudio Klima, who's doing around the 21s, last couple of laps, 23s actually, maybe getting caught up in traffic, but yeah, really struggling for pace is that NM Academy car. What about the RCUK car? They're going a little bit quicker as well, so over the race distance, that RCUK car could actually make up time and possibly go for second place.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's definitely a chance. Looking a bit further down as well. After they had a lot of trouble earlier on, the 33 car, the Enjoy Safer Technology McLaren, they weren't so safe in the early going, but actually they're now up to 20th place, only 6 laps down, which isn't really that bad.
Yeah, I mean they're still going. Again, it's all about keeping going. I mean, they're 7th in class, aren't they? So
Yep.
Not all is lost, so I mean they're ahead of the Dream Factory. I mean, the Dream Factory having a bit of a nightmare once again, having that incident which caused them to be in the pits for 23 minutes. So yeah, not been a good race for them at all.
No, indeed, and race winners in round 1 of the season, Dream Factory, and Eau Rouge now with quite a damaged car. And in fact, we mentioned everyone had generally kept it clean, Paul, but it's really been the case for the last hour or so. People started getting a little bit feisty out there.
Yeah. One thing I will say, the number 38 car is out the race. Unfortunately, they've had to park it.
Yeah, that's the P1 TV Motorsport BMW. There's 2 of those in the race, and one of them had major issues at the start of the round and never recovered, did they?
It was unfortunate for them that they get involved in some incidents, but yeah, it's never nice to see a car retire, but only have one retirement after so long is actually rather good.
Yeah, and look at the actual state of the 39 car as well as that's going along, with no bonnet, crumpled rear wing, no front left wheel arch.
I tell you what is close, and that's the lead battle for the roofs.
Indeed.
SRN Motorsports and not enough PK. Oh, not enough PK. Had a big switch through Eau Rouge.
And RC UK as well are there, trying to get through on that one. Lee Bunker. After they had to make that extra pit stop, and look how much it's cost them, and 94 seconds behind.
That was a big moment for not enough PK car though through Eau Rouge, and did well to hold it there.
The thing is, now this is where any PK needs to be on their game, because RC UK going down the inside into Rivage, going a little bit wide, but managing to make that stick really nicely. Lee Bunker doing a good job. Ooh, the door closed on him a little bit there, but the Mustang couldn't really do anything else. As Sim Racing Eki now, they're right. NEPK right behind now the 41 car.
The 212 car of the Kia almost got into the side of not enough PK car, so luckily they managed to avoid that. But yeah, Renspotters Cost just looking to lap the Mustang and nearly took out the second place roof. But fortunately, everyone managed to see everything and able to carry on this good battle for the lead in the roof spec.
Yeah, it's been really good actually, hasn't it? So far, that category's been the source of some great battling over the previous couple of seasons, and seeing it again here. Do you remember the last lap battle with the 4 GTs here a couple of races back?
Yeah, last season, absolutely. Yeah, that was a thrilling battle that they had there, as Klassen's just not quite close enough to make an attempt into the bus stop. But is he going to be lining them up for a move out of Eau Rouge, maybe, or maybe even looking into La Source, looking at the exit he's got out of the bus stop?
Maybe so, as we've seen. Oh, is they're pushing him through La Source a little bit, the Klassens. Is he going to get the slipstream? He will. He's close enough to probably make a move in Kemmel Straight, but he needs a good run through Eau Rouge. You raced against Klassens and Reniers last season, didn't you? In the Kia category, and they're obviously very strong competitors.
Oh, they're absolutely top. They're strong but they're fair, which is all you can ask for, really. And yeah, they're good competitors as they look in the slipstream, but not really able to pull up that much. So maybe carrying a little bit more wing, or maybe a shorter gear ratio than the SRN team. But
could also be saving a little bit of fuel.
Yeah, possibly. They could be just... I hadn't thought of that. Thank you, Andrew. They could be just hanging back, yeah, and, as you say, saving a bit of fuel. And well, it's an interesting tactic, but maybe play it out in the strategy and eke out your your pit stops a bit more.
Well, yeah, because they know that they're a little bit quicker at this point. I'm sure they would. I'm sure they would go past given the opportunity. They are very, very close behind. Usually, you don't sit that close, do you? If you don't usually sit that close if you're not planning on trying to get through. But you know, the slipstream will be helping the fuel consumption of that 451 car.
Yeah, you would have thought that it'd maybe a second back to still get the effect of the slipstream and get that fuel saving that way, because if that 41 car just makes half a mistake, he's got nowhere to go as Tim Classen. So
well, exactly.
Maybe
we've seen Blanchamont claim some victims.
Yeah, absolutely. So they go through Blanchamont now, and really Tim Classen's looking to the outside, but not close enough to make that move yet. But as I say, you can set people up a couple of corners before to benefit you in the long run. As the 41 car just runs a little bit wide onto the AstroTurf, that could give Tim Classen a chance with a better exit to have a look down the inside. Surely you have a look now. Late on the brakes, down the inside. He's going to take that, but is he going to run wide? The answer is yes. So he's kept it though, but the 41 car, the SRN Motorsport car, still with them. Got a better exit than Daniel Grolte, and he's looking down the outside, but again, setting up through Eau Rouge.
Nice. He got a really nice tight line up the hill, and he's going to be right there alongside the 451 car by the time we get to the braking area in Lacombe. And look at the straight line speed. He's got a bit more of it, hasn't he? Down the outside line, but he's going to be a brave man who pulls that move off in Lacombe when he's only just alongside.
Yeah, we've seen that move pulled off.
Here we go.
He's still going. He's got the right hander though, but he's going to have a poorer exit than the 41 car to go down to Rivage.
41 car is handling beautifully at this point.
It's a bit of a clean.
Now that he's behind, well, now that he's behind the 451 car, it seems like he's handling a little bit better. But now the 451 is going away, you can see that just maybe carrying a little bit more downforce.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. With them having that top end advantage with the SRN Motorsport car, maybe just a little bit more wing just to help them through the twisty section. It also helps look after your tyres as well after all, because you've got a little bit more downforce. You're not scrubbing the tyre across the surface and just helping that tyre wear. So maybe thinking the long game of tyre preservation to keep the lap times up.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think, yeah, exactly. Exactly what you said. Perfect, spot on, really. Nothing really to add to that one, unfortunately, everyone. Martin Stollinger is still plowing on in the NM Academy BMW, which looks absolutely awful at the moment. But he's doing 224s ever since that damage was picked up. That car's really deteriorated in its lap times, and you can see even down the straight, Paul, it doesn't look like it's 100% doing exactly what Martin wants it to do.
Yes, we've had there was a big incident with the 28 car down at Poole with one of the BMWs that's been struggling. Oh, it's the BMW with no bonnet. It's Frank van Borstel. Had a little moment going through Poole. Got onto the brakes because of the Mustang in front and just lost the back end, and that sent him into the 28 roof. Oh, that's
just seeing that's awful luck for the 28 car.
28 car in third place. How does that leave them against Simris Nurke?
It looks like they're in the same position. Only one corner in front of them now, though. In fact, only a couple of seconds in front of them.
Yeah, so that's brought Simris Nurke into that fight now. So
that 28 cars had some rotten luck though, Paul, because they managed to well, I say they had rotten luck. They had one bad piece of luck and one that it looks like they made themselves with the pit lane speeding violation, which we assume that's what that was. But yeah, you can't legislate for that, can you? A car loses it in the middle of a fast left-hander. You know, you just You can't get out of the way very easily at all.
No, you're committed in that. If you hit the brakes, you're going to lose control of the car anyway.
If you hit the brakes, you're just going to get hit in a different place.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
know that unless you're maybe running. I think if you're running triple screens, you may see that car's lost it, but by the time you've done anything, it's already hit you.
Absolutely. So, rotten bit of luck, but it's made things a little bit more interesting for us because Sim Racing Ecke are now less than a second behind them. So, Maximilian Weitmeier really pushing on now. He's got the carrot dangling in front of him of third place in class with the bit speed car of Nico van Elk.
And Van Elk, who's completely blameless and oblivious to that accident, it looks like, and now he's got to recover with a damaged car as well, Paul. He's got to stave off Sim Racing Ecke with the car that he's maybe not 100% sure in how it's going to handle.
Yeah, I mean, once you've had like a lap and a half, 2 laps, you get a feel of how the car is going to move. It's, as we said earlier, it's how it affects the tyre wear later on in the stint, as to how it affects your handling of the car. Sim Racing Ecke, I don't know if it's just me, but there's just a slight scuff on the front, where they've maybe bump drafted somebody, but that's pretty much a straight car, so that'll be ready for the forecourt if they keep it like that. But catching right up now to the back of that 28 car. That's obviously had something that damage is affecting them.
Struggling, yep. Definitely through Blanchimont having a bit of issues, but...
And of course the engine is in the rear of these cars as well, so that was a rear impact, so maybe they've done a bit of damage to the engine.
Well, that's a really good point, and as well, it'll just affect the balance and everything will be a bit off. The rear wing is bent on one side.
Oh, they're looking.
And Ecke with Max Weitmeier. He can't wait to get through, and he's eagerly trying to get a move done through La Source, but I think he's more trying to unsettle Nico van Elk at the moment, more than anything else. Let's see what the straight line speed is like. Oh, look, yeah, not very good. See that aero damage coming into effect there, Paul. That's the great illustration of that.
Absolutely. You would have thought with a relatively short run down to Eau Rouge that they would have stayed ahead, but yeah, even with that, they're really struggling with top end speed. And they're only doing around 145 miles an hour now at the top end of the Kemmel Straight, when the Sim Racing Ecke car was doing about 160. So about a 15 mile an hour speed difference between the two. So yeah, it's really affected that 28 car.
Yeah, and he's already lost 3 seconds to him, 4 seconds, and actually going through to put another lap on them is the number 08 car, the PK Car Sport. McLaren, driven by Christian Pinter now. Pense Bayonke has vacated that. Left it for Pinter. Those two, are they driving on their own? Yes, they are. Just those two to the end of the race now. And actually, it's a good solid finish, isn't it? If they can finish there, but still, we're not even half distance yet, really, Paul. So.
Yeah, we've still got quite a bit of this race to go yet, as we've seen lots of incidents can happen, and it can affect your car. So it's certainly not over yet. You can make a mistake and cause damage and affect your race long term. Yeah,
that's why we love endurance racing, because it's never over, is it? Until until the time is up, anything can happen. It truly can, and so many cars, isn't there? So many variables, so many different classes that you can't relax for 1 second.
Certainly can't, especially with a competitive field like this. You've certainly got to keep pushing, keep the pressure on, because as soon as you relax, you saw the classic clip of Senna at Monaco in 1988. Yeah. He was told to slow down. He eventually did slow down, and it caused him to make a mistake.
and then he slowed down properly in the wall.
Yes, exactly. So
He slowed down fully. So he obeyed instructions.
well, yeah, absolutely. Team orders.
Slow down. He did, but not in the way he would have wanted, I suppose. But and Nigel Mansell in was that 1992 in the in Montreal.
1991. That
1991 when he waved to the crowd coming round the casino hairpin, and he was so busy waving that he had a stop car.
Yeah,
and there was no anti-stall back then.
Absolutely, and yeah, it was his old rival Nelson Piquet that ended up taking the win, and he made sure he rubbed it in his face.
And Piquet had been, I remember watching the highlights of that race. Piquet was nowhere near winning anything in that race until the very last lap. So we can see that, it's not all going to be plain sailing for these guys all the way through, And do have to thank everyone so far for watching us on live on RaceSpotTV on YouTube, and if you want to get involved, Paul, you can get involved in this league. You just have to be an iRacing member.
Absolutely, yeah. It's I raced in this series last season. It's a very competitive, very good championship to run in, and yeah, you can join in and get a teammate or two, and have a good evening, have a good Saturday evening, racing against people from all across Europe and across the world.
Or a bad Saturday evening if you like the 38 car or even the 39 car. I mean, they've really struggled with. That's the downside to endurance racing, isn't it? Sometimes it can go very pear-shaped, and but you know what? You still have fun. You learn from the mistakes, and it's one of the great things about iRacing, isn't it, Paul? For those people out there, if there is anybody watching this race who's not familiar with iRacing or not familiar with Spirit of VLN, there's a reason why we love online racing, and especially iRacing, where you get clean and fair racing most of the time. You get that competition. You get that competition that you just don't get against an AI, for instance, and that's one of the great things that drew us over here, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's fantastic services, iRacing. It's so good that I joined twice.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a break because of internet connections, but yeah, I came back to the service as soon as my internet was sorted, and it's a fantastic service. I enjoy racing in various leagues. There is the official series that are run on iRacing, but there's also organised leagues that take place like this one, like the Spirit of VLN. This is an organised league that's outside of iRacing's remit, but they put it on, and Noah Nevy does a fantastic job running this series, so big shout out to him.
Yeah, indeed, and he did the first stint today for the sim race drivers team, and he's actually in the car now, so we'll have a little look at him while we're chatting about that. But yeah, you get great competition, and it's a lot of people say, sim racing, what's it all about? It's not. Is it just a computer game? Well, no, it's not. It's very real in a lot of its aspects. In the psychology that goes into the races as well. You're applying the same mindsets that maybe you don't a lot of the time, nearly all the time, you don't if you're racing on a console, Paul.
Absolutely. I mean,
not that there's anything wrong with console racing, but in the same breath, there is a lot wrong with it. If that makes sense.
It's like this service is certainly a step above. Several steps above console racing, because the level of detail that goes into it, making sure that the cars handle right, that they wear the tyres out, use the fuel, use the right fuel amount, things like that. Even simulating with the Kias, the fact that they have to use jerry cans. So every 5 gallons that they put into the Kia, it then stops refueling for a second or two, while the second jerry can gets then brought in to start pouring in again. So it's that level of detail.
A lot of people wouldn't have even thought of that, would they?
No,
that's the thing. And even the laser scan tracks down to a couple of millimeters difference to their real life counterparts. I mean, that is fantastic. We're racing here at Spa-Francorchamps, and we pretty much are racing at Spa-Francorchamps. It's not a recreation of Spa. It's taken from real world data, isn't it, down to the finite details. Even we've seen in Bathurst, there's real life, etchings and signs that are on the trees, exactly, and the little things like that the laser scan actually does pick up, and many photos that are taken and everything like that. So it really is it's the pinnacle of what we do. And
well, but, I mean, the prime example for me that really sort of made me think, yes, as the 41 cars just up behind the 451, we've got a bit of excitement here. Not enough PK Racing got caught up behind one of the Mustangs, and that's let the SRN Motorsports Daniel Grolte get caught right back up with them. So a bit of excitement suddenly.
Grolte
for the lead of the roof class.
Grolte had dropped a few seconds behind, but he's gained probably half of that back. May even start picking up the draft now, so we'll definitely keep an eye on that. You just go and finish your story there about.
No, I was just basically saying, my local track is Alton Park.
Yes.
It's about an hour and a half away from where I live, but it's still relatively my local track. And the first time that I drove there, it was like, wow, this is Alton Park. It is all the different sight lines, everything that you use for markers. It is Alton Park. Yeah. Speaking to one of my teammates, he was mentioning that he had one of the instructors from Alton Park sort of tell him how best to go through the circuit. And they said after Knickerbrook, you look up and see this tree, and you aim for that tree on the track, and then use that as your point of reference. And that tree is here on this service. Yeah. So it's that level of detail that you can use for markers that is just stands it above everything else, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the one thing that made me sort of talk about this is Grolte sort of gets within 3/4 of a second, but not quite close enough there. He seems to have found a bit of his mojo there in this middle part of the race, but as he goes a bit wide and loses probably half a second nearly there. It's when you mentioned that, good sportsmanship, and that's the thing that you generally do get here on iRacing, and especially in organised leagues, and for people even who are watching this video and they do the official series races, that's great, and you get the organisation there, but you really get a gentlemen's and women's agreements, between drivers, and some really good camaraderie. I mean, we see that on, we know that in the leagues that we race and commentate in. It's great.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and it's a great community. That's one way of putting it. It's a community of people who are passionate about motorsport and are passionate about doing sim racing. Yeah, some people are going to be obviously better than a lot of others. I'm thinking along the lines of Hugo Louis here.
Exactly.
He's in the World Championship. I'm not, because I'm not at that level. But then again, a lot of the people in the World Championship aren't at the level of oh god, my mind's just gone blank now. Won several championships. Hugo, come on, tell us, who was it?
Hutu,
Gregor Hutu, yes. Thank you. My mind just went blank now. He's won it that many times that I completely forgot.
The guy, he wins all the time, that guy,
a lot of people are at the level of Gregor, but there's a lot of real world drivers, like NASCAR, especially the NASCAR drivers, who use this service to just get practice in around the tracks.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's so accurately done. So
I've raced very close. The truck series, you race with people like Timmy Hill and Parker Kligerman, and I've seen I've practiced with Will Power before, on the roadside, and it's that sort of it gives you real novelty and a real sort of excitement when you see someone who's known this is their job, and they're having fun with you on the same service as you. They're paying the same membership as you, and getting the same out of it. It's great.
I like to admit that I have beaten the Porsche Super Cup champion Nicky Thiem in a race.
You have,
so,
which now, as everyone agrees, it means that you are better than him.
Yes,
even
absolutely.
Though
I am better than a Le Mans winner. So therefore, because I've beaten him, I am now a Le Mans winner because I've beaten him.
Exactly.
Do it like boxing.
Yes.
I've beaten you, therefore I get the title.
Exactly.
I don't think it quite works like that, does it?
No, it doesn't. But this is great. You get the chance to literally rub. Well, it's probably more rubbing panels and shoulders with.
Well, it was with Nicky.
The stars of it was the stars of the the stars of the show, but you know, it's one of the things that we love, and that's why we do this, and that's why we're sitting here for 6 hours on a Saturday night and watching cars go around, because it's great fun, and the best thing is, you know, these are actual people beavering away at their desks or in their racing rigs, to try and do the best that they can, because you know, a lot of these leagues, there's good prizes on offer and cash and everything, you know, and so it's a serious game, you know, it's a serious
pride.
I mean the game as in the business, but it's a serious sport, you know.
Pride is the main thing that you're fighting for.
Exactly.
That's the first thing you want to do. You want to be able to beat the other person, and then any prize that comes with that is a bonus. So, you know, I never race for anything particular. I just the enjoyment and the pride of beating other people. Just looking down the field, the closest battle we've got at the moment is the 53 Werpo Moto Mustang and the Illegal Company Mustang. So they're pretty close by together. Less than a second between them as the Illegal car going down the inside of Rivage, but getting caught up with the GT3s coming through.
Yeah, and it's always difficult. We've said this for the Mustang drivers. It's always tough. As look, actually the Illegal car getting very close, but there's no way of passing into. Well, I was going to say there's no way of passing into Pouon. I thought you think about it for just a split second, but yeah, Werpo Moto, we've seen them a few times actually, Paul. Not start very quickly, but you know, rise up the field as the race goes on with good consistency.
I mean, that's it. I mean, you look at the qualified 37th.
And good pace, to be fair. You know, in the races, it seems like good pace.
And yet they're up in, what, 27th place. So they've made 10 places in this race. So, you know, you don't do that by accident.
No, and in the race where there's only been... it's still only technically one retirement.
No, two.
No, two retire. Oh, both the P1 TV cars are now out, but it's actually now the Canard PC Rough that's bringing up the rear with Maxence Menadio. Mathieu Boisset, as he did the first stint of that one, but then I don't really know what happened to them. I think they had a couple of crashes and whatever, but Menadio's not had a terrific stint, has he really? But with the damaged car like that, you can't really expect anything else.
It is very much damage limitation when you're going around with a damaged car. But yeah, the 55 car is close on the back, and having a look, they're certainly making an effort as the RC UK car goes through to lap them.
Still in a podium position is RC UK with Lee Bunker. Let's see what times Bunker is doing. You know, Bunker's struggling as well. He's camped in the 223s. Did get into the 22s that last time around, but none of them have been able to get anywhere near the pace of Simon Povey. It really was an excellent first stint, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Simon done a tremendous job there with the car.
It takes a lot to be faster than Claudio Klima, who's shown he's a very quick driver, and Simon Povey blew him and the rest of them away in that first part of the race.
Yeah, Claudio is certainly no slouch, but to be able to outpace him just shows what a good job that Simon did at the start of the race. But unfortunately, things didn't go their way with the pit stop, and it cost them. But they're slowly gaining on the second place car of the NM Academy team. So that'll come to a head in the next sort of quarter of an hour or so. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, we're getting near the third pit stop for most of these drivers, and yeah, you know, it's again the strategy. I think we will see some of the teams who've maybe been going for the interesting strategies. We will see some of those coming to fruition, you know, in a little bit. And yeah,
speaking of strategies, just with the Kias, Team Chimera are now 55 seconds ahead. Simon Trendle's 55 seconds ahead of Pete Newman now. So something's happened there with Pete that's caused them to drop back so much.
Quick look at his lap times. Yeah, the last 4 laps have been... he was in the 32s very consistently. He's in the 34, 36, 34, 35, so he's lost about 10 seconds, hasn't he?
Yeah.
His actual pace. That must be traffic. you've got to think that there will have been traffic, but because I don't think
because there doesn't look to be any damage to that car.
And
so...
I can't see Pete making. I mean, don't want to assume because I didn't see it, but I can't see Pete making big, mistakes costing 2 or 3 seconds on 4 consecutive laps. I can't see it.
But, Pete is a very good driver, very consistent driver. He finally got his first race win in the touring cars this season, so it was good to see that because he's a top guy, always willing to help you out if you need it. So
yeah, and he runs his own team, and he puts a lot of effort into that, and it takes a lot to run your own team. It's not an easy thing, and Pete does it very well.
No, it takes a lot of organising, making sure that people have got setups, that people are
behaving themselves as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The RC UK car has just caught up a big chunk of time that last lap on the NM Academy car. Because they did a 29-0 did the NM Academy car. Has that car got more damage now than it had before? That number 88 car.
Looks about the same. No, it does. It looks about. That's what it's been going round since probably the second pit stop. But maybe oh goodness me, he nearly hits. It looks like he's quite unsure in the traffic as well. But it's probably because of the damage to the car. It's probably mostly just concentrating on keeping the car on the track when he's running on his own.
Yes, that's brought the RC UK car back into it. So
now the leader is gone. The leader is gone now because this stint from Sterlinger. I mean, I know he's got a lot of damage, but they were quite close at one point, weren't they?
Yeah.
And it's not his fault, obviously. He inherits a car that looks like that, and it might be partly his fault. We don't know, but the car doesn't look like it's one that's capable of running at the leading pace. Let's be honest.
No, it's certainly struggling for pace, that's for sure. So the RC UK car, they're seeing a second place back on the horizon, but again, they're struggling for pace with Claudio Klima. It really has been a good job from the Core Sims Racing team to put in such a good session.
In this middle stint of the race, the middle couple of hours.
Sorry to cut you up there. The 08 car, the McLaren, has lost it into Les Combes. They've obviously carried a bit too much speed and just lost the back end all on their own. Let's just make sure that they stayed out the wall, didn't cause any damage. Yeah, they managed to keep out the wall, so just a spin there, but it's cost them a bit of time on that car, but got a lap on Noah Nevi in the next car, so not too much damage done in terms of race position or car.
Yeah, apologies for not seeing the replay, but I'm having all sorts of trouble winding back and seeing the replays, so if I don't see a lot of the incidents back, probably why. I've got my computer set to show 45 cars, so I don't really know what's going on with that, so it seems to be missing certain chunks out.
Anyway, I saw it. I described it. We're all good. We're covered.
RC UK are almost in the same corner now as NM Academy, so pretty interesting one. I mean, it's going to be an easy pass for Lee Bunker, you would think.
You would think.
Running about 3 seconds quicker.
But as a great commentator once said, catches one thing, passing is another.
Indeed.
And
as the same great commentator once said, let's stop the start watch.
Absolutely. Anyway, going through our favourite Murrayisms, we'll get them out.
Murray's great. We need a list of those at some point. If we do any longer races than 6 hours, we'll start digressing in the evening like what they do in.
I will say one rallycross race that he did commentary on. He goes, and it's Ford Escorts first, second, and third, but then it would be because this is all Ford Escort race. As NM Academy are in the pits, so
In
they
the
have dropped down to second place. So,
I suspect this might be quite a long pit stop. To be honest, what I think they should do is, you know, I wonder if they've got any required repair. I doubt they've got any required repairs on that, but maybe spend a couple of minutes in the pits. I know you don't want to sacrifice the overall podium, but the thing is that they're over a lap ahead of the nearest competitor.
They've got a minute and 50 ahead of the 08 car.
And what about the 65? Can you see that?
The 65, well, that's a lap behind. Noah's a lap behind the 08 car. So, I mean, if they spend a minute and a half, 2 minutes in the pits repairing the car a bit, then that could help them in the longer run to be able to compete with them. Or do you want to just get the tyres and fuel done and get out, still have that buffer there that will slowly dwindle? It's a tough one to work out, really.
Because the thing is that you could, in a race like this, because of the length of it, could do all the repairs and it might still be rubbish.
Well, that's it.
You don't know what
you don't know if it's going to fix the car properly.
Like when you put new tyres on, you know, if you're weighing up a stop for new tyres, unless you're Mercedes, as it seems, you know how long that's going to take and you know what you're going to get back from it. Whereas with this, it's like you're sort of guessing, aren't you? As the 33 cars in the pits as well. They changed the driver to Jonas Vollmeyer, just out of interest there. And the Ford, there's a Ford in as well. In fact, Ford is just leaving the pit lane. That's Lewis Kugali in the 68 Blackadder Motorsport car as well. He was in the BMW last season actually. He's transferred over to the Mustang for this.
Yeah. So well, I mean they're running what three Mustangs, is it? Yeah, 3 Mustangs that they're running in Blackadder. So
strength in numbers. They've got one on the podium as it stands. So
yeah, so it's looking good for them. And just look at this. The BMW is still in the 33 car. The Enjoy Safe Technology car just leaving pit lane now. So that McLaren has come out. This BMW, yeah, they are fixing. They're doing some damage repairs because they've been in for a minute and a half now. This 88 car. So
yeah, okay. I think it's a good decision, I'll be honest, because and that's one of the good things, isn't it, that iRacing have brought in. You know, maybe a while ago that they might have even had like a too much damage we're done from something like this, because but iRacing have brought in the endurance repairs, haven't they, Paul, which has greatly improved the simulation aspect.
It certainly has, as the 222 cars just leaving the pits along with the 79. They're both in the Kias, so they're actually together, full position. So, yeah, pretty close battle for second place between Mayhem Motorsport and Phoenix Motorsports, as they've pitted for the 4th pit stop for the Kias, because, of course, they're not able to run to the hour like the other cars, like the Roofs and the BMWs.
Out come the jerry cans.
Absolutely.
But as you said, it's a great, it's a great piece of simulation that they've done on that. Actually, interestingly, the closest battle on the track possibly now is between 2 of the Kias again, and now we're seeing Daniel Kraft, Mayhem Motorsport, like I said, new team to this series, and Phoenix Motorsports, driven by Jose Almeida. Now, Almeida has been sharing with Alvin Nieves, and they've been doing a pretty good job actually of very slowly catching up to Kraft and Newman.
Yeah, certainly doing keeping the head down and putting the laps in. They've certainly been keeping consistent with their lap times. So yeah, it's good to see them pushing on and making a bit of a race for it. So just having a look. So now the 08 car is now showing in 3rd place. So that damage repair for that NM Academy car is still going on now. So they've been in there a long time. They're coming up to what, 4 minutes now? Coming up to as the 49 car comes out, and I believe we've had some contact with the Simrace Necker car.
Have a quick look at that.
Number
75.
Oh yes, with Dan Kraft. Dan Kraft coming through. Oh dear, so coming into the Fania chicane.
Oh, it looked
And
like
that
Kraft.
Kia is faster, and it's just been caught out by the Eke Sim Racing Eke car just being on the brakes mid corner, and that's what's caught out Dan Kraft.
You know what? I think I'm just going to interject a little bit because it looks like. No, there was a little nudge. I wasn't sure whether there was actually any contact or not. Because it was such a small nudge originally. Thought I wonder if he'd just taken his air away from him, but actually
The 75 car is in the pits as well now, so
Tiny
Sim Racing Eke are in, as the SRN Motorsport 41 roof has been into the pits as well, so Not Enough PK Racing are currently in the lead of the roof class.
yeah, they are indeed. Tim Claessens, he's coming towards Blanchimont. So, and one of the good things that we've seen in the second half of this race actually is that Blanchimont hasn't seemed to be a problem, or for a good 2 hours maybe.
Yeah, the wind speed has dropped a little bit, hasn't it? It's down to 6
Similar.
miles an hour. So as the 451 pits, so Tim Claessens, is he going to change drivers because he's done 2 stints now, hasn't he? So is he going to give that back to Bram to have another, maybe have him do a couple of stints now in that car? They've been going well with Not Enough PK Racing today, really challenging for the lead of that C-Spec class.
Yeah, I mean they've really gone from strength to strength actually. Because they like I said, they were in the Kia class. They've moved up a more powerful car in a lot of ways. It is still slightly faster than the Kia, and not an easy car to drive these days though, is the Rough. I remember when it started, it wasn't as tricky as sometimes it can be now.
It's a fun car to drive. I've driven it in a couple of official races as the Not Enough PK car comes into the pits now. So the leaders are in as the Sim Racing Eke car leaves the pits. So they've had the damage attended to. We'll see if that's affected them too much, because the right hand side of that car does look a bit worn now, a bit battered. So interested to see if they lose the place, as RC UK are now into the pits as well. So second place overall, making it into the pits. They are they're about 2 minutes behind the leaders. So Core Sim Racing will be about to lap them. No, they're not, because Core are coming into the pits as well.
Core
so
in the pits.
It's at that time we're at that time where it's around about an hour of the stint done. Time to get a change of fuel.
Indeed, the NM Academy car does look a hell of a lot better now. Actually, they've spent 7 minutes in the pits. They've only lost 1 place. So I think that's a good decision. They haven't lost any places in their category though, which is very important. Really,
because
TNT Racing gone through.
Yeah, because it's the McLarens and the BMWs are in the same category.
Sorry, apologies.
Yeah.
But they've lost one place.
I'm going to say iRacing doesn't put them in the same category, even though they are.
Sorry, yes, apologies with that.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, they've only lost 1 place then, which isn't that bad considering they've had a 7-minute pit stop. But now they can go out. The car does look a lot better.
Yeah.
Whether it's quicker or not, we're going to see. Stirlinger was doing. The times weren't good. When the clean air, mid-24s, that's still not too bad really. But he was having severe trouble with the consistency. So we'll see what he can do next couple of laps. And we'll see if he can get some more pace out of that car.
Simon Povey is back into the RC UK car.
Now that could make things interesting.
He's got a lot of work to do, but if anybody can do it, they can pull back a bit of time.
Well, that scoring hasn't caused pit stop into account yet, has it? So
no.
We will see. I mean, it will be similar, won't it, by the time they've both pitted? But no, it's good. It's definitely good. It's good for this fight that Simon Povey's got back in the car, because he did a hell of a stint. No disrespect to the other drivers at all, because it's difficult doing endurance racing, we know this, but Povey smashed it out of the park.
Yeah, so let's see how they do as have a look. So the closest battle on track is actually the 41 car, with the not enough PK Racing. They're about a second and a half between them, so they're still battling away. You've also got the Phoenix Motorsports car. They're within a second and a half of the 222 Mayhem Motorsports car. Mayhem causing a little bit of a mayhem with the Team Sim Racing Eka car. So sorry, I had to do that.
They've just gone back up actually into second in the category, but Phoenix are close now.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's the two closest battles. We've not really got much else on track that's that close, but Ryan Huff is certainly giving Bram Renners a good show for his money.
Oh yeah, and this one isn't over yet. It really isn't over yet, and it shouldn't be either because we've only had half the race.
As Cora back out as well, they're actually 3 seconds slower with their pit stop with Core Sim Racing, so I don't know how he'd managed to do that, whether just slow away from the pit box, but
could be. I mean, you know, I'm a very, very average driver, but sometimes, you know, you do forget. Maybe you do engage the wrong gear or something silly and petty, but it can happen.
Or you just have really slow reactions like me.
Well, there's that. You know, that can happen as well. But yeah, 3 hours and 15 minutes have gone. We're going to see when the core team, actually come back over the timing line this time. They're going to do that very shortly as they're at the bus stop chicane. And we're going to see what the gap is.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking
about a lap still, isn't it? Well, it's not a lap. It's just
a minute and 3/4 of a minute and a half, minute and 40 maybe. We'll find out
in fact,
soon,
we'll find out when they come over, won't we?
Well, I mean, RC UK have just gone through Le Combe and are going down towards Rivage, so they're considerable distance behind. But Simon Colby in the car, he can push and hopefully get that place, get closer at least, make it more of a battle.
Yeah, you know, the field
is the roofs! The roofs are absolutely together, side by side going into the bus stop. Not enough PK Racing, Bram Renners taking the defensive line. Will he be slower out of that bus stop chicane? The 41 car, the SRN Motorsports car of Ryan Hoof. Oh, Hoof even. I'm so used to saying the roof.
The hoof is on fire and he's going through.
No, managing to just stay behind, but they've got lap traffic ahead. The 68 Blackadder Mustang ahead. Can they negotiate that before they get to Blanchimont? The 68 car staying out of the way. Good driving from them. Down through Blanchimont now. Rouge even. Getting the corners mixed up, and that's a good run out there now by the 41 car. Ryan Huff looking to the outside down the Kemmel Straight. Will he have the top speed? We did see that the SRN car did seem to have a little bit more top speed down the straight, and Bram Renners brings it in behind. And so that's a change for the lead in the C-Spec class, but Bram Renners isn't done with it yet.
It's that downforce, Paul, that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, possibly that downforce just better on the brakes. You know, the higher the downforce, the later the braking you can make, and the
slipstream will counteract that lack of top-end speed that Reniers is suffering from here. Absolutely. And look at this, now they're going to wait behind the traffic.
It's the Werpo car, they're behind.
Yeah. And Werpo car is 4th in the category at the moment, so after that bad start they've recovered well. But this is the section now where you think that if Reniers has got any sort of chance, he's got to monster this section, and he's got to get within striking distance of the slipstream.
He just seems to have just dropped that back marker there. Just seems to have dropped him back a little bit there, and I mean, there's 0.6 of a second behind at the moment is Reniers. So hopefully, now let's see how he does through Stavelot and then through Paul Freyer onto the fast section. It's hardly a straight really, because it's always turning one way or the other. But in
certain cars and certain conditions, that's actually a really difficult section, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, the Kia is a bit of a challenge, especially going through Blanchimont that they're going through now. You really do have to slow that car down as Reniers just runs wide out of Blanchimont down to the bus stop, and it does appear that Ryan Huff just seemed to have the edge over Bram over the lap.
He said it's Huff and not Hoof, but he has spelt his name with the capital U, so it might be.
It might be
Hoof, like that. But no, whatever the pronunciation is, he's doing a heck of a job, and that's the main thing. And
well, it's Huff in the roof. That's for sure.
Huff in the roof, and there's the 77 Kia just in front of them. Actually, the SimRC.D car, Dustin Hickman, has now taken. Oh goodness me! As the Kia might be faster in some of the slower corners, but the rough is definitely faster in the fast bits.
Reniers is having a look. He got a better run because of that.
Yeah,
he's going to have to go to the outside because Huff will protect the inside, and he's not close enough to be able to make that move stick. And as we saw earlier with the Kias, it takes a brave person to make that move stick around the outside of Lecombe.
Reniers thought about the move, didn't he? Thought about trying to force the issue, but in the end it just wasn't really worth it for him. I think he's gonna see what pans out. There's still a lot of time left. We're only halfway through this race, and I keep saying there's only this much of the race gone, but it really is a long time. And we've had 78 laps, potentially another 73, 74 to go.
So you were going to be about right around your 150 mark then, aren't you?
Not a bad shout that in the end, but
good guesstimation for you there. Just out of interest, because the timing screen's finally flicked over, the RC UK car is now 1 minute 38 behind the core sim racing car. But looking at the lap times, they're doing pretty similar laps. Simon Povey just slightly slower that last lap than Paluch. So they're pretty similar at the moment lap times wise. So the RC UK car going well, but just unfortunate with that pit stop error.
Yeah, and it's a shame, isn't it? And that cost them a minute. Simon Povey still lapping a bit slower, isn't he? Actually, so Paluch's on it. He's got back in that car 2 laps ago from Klima. He's done a 2:19 and a 2:20. They did qualify in the 2:17s, but it's hard to raise that to get that qualifying pace, isn't it? Really, when you've got the full tank of fuel and you just can't do it.
It's not possible with a full tank. I mean, the weight of the fuel will slow down the car enough as it is, and when the car does eventually end up being on low fuel, the tyres are worn. So you're not ever going to really get that absolute out and out qualifying pace in the race for these cars. But I mean, the fastest laps. I mean, Simon Povey was the one that set the fastest lap with 2:19.0. Of official laps, should we say, not ones without incidents. So yes, going well.
Oh yeah, definitely, and now Paluch weaving his way through some traffic on the way down to Longchamp.
Simon Povey just did a 2:19.091. Only just off of his fastest lap pace that was right at the start of the race.
Yeah, and it was faster than his best lap in practice as well, with race fuel, I assume. So, yeah, excellent. I mean, in a lot of ways, qualifying doesn't matter a great deal, does it, in this race? But we did see with some of the roughs actually getting mixed up in the Kia class. It took them a while to get through, didn't it? Because they had a poor qualifying. But they're slightly faster over the race distance.
Yeah, absolutely. It counts for a lot of things. Does qualifying well? So it has affected a couple of the Kias. The Flow Riders, I know, were back there with the Kias. So they're a couple of laps down on the leaders of the roof class. I mean, those two, the SRM Motorsports and Not Enough PK Racing, they're just in a class of their own in terms of the roof C-spec.
I suppose though, Paul, what a good qualifying can do is it can set you off on the right foot. It can, the morale can be high in the team. You qualify on pole or maybe in the front row of your category, and you start with a good mindset, don't you? Really.
Yeah, if you get a good qualifying, then you're positive, you're upbeat, you feel like that you can do the job. Get stuck behind cars that are potentially slower than you, and you get frustrated, and then you're not in the correct mindset if you get stuck behind them, and you make mistakes that way.
And mistakes, as we've seen, there's been a couple of major mistakes really in this race so far. I mean, we're yet to hear what RC UK their problem was in the pit lane. We assume that it was the car was sent out sans petrol, which is never good. I mean, there must have been some in it, because it came around and did one more lap. They were lucky, if that's the case.
I was going to say, if they'd have been pushing it to the absolute limit and making that pit stop, then it would have been a complete disaster for them. So they would have had to have turned back, but...
and they could have completely, potentially... Okay, yes, they can still win the race, but if they stay where they are, RC UK, who are down in 12th place in the category, would pick up 18 valuable points. But the difference between 18 and none is that one lap of fuel. I think you've always got to, in a race like this, especially in the early going, I think you do have to, unless you've got the chance to fetch it out for that extra pit stop, you can't afford to be going near the limit, can you?
No, not at all.
A 65 car very nearly coming to grief with the RC UK 46 car.
Just a point of the online simracing.de Mustang, the number 10 car, has now got ahead of the illegal company car, the 55 car. So those two have changed positions. They're only 1.5 seconds between them. But the illegal company car just dropping down the order a little bit, because they were battling with Werpo for that third place in class, weren't they?
They were, and I'm not really sure.
They've had 5 pit stops as well, so they must have had some incident.
An illegal company have, yeah. Just looking at the lap times, it doesn't look that bad compared to what the other drivers in the car were doing earlier on. Let's just have a look and see what the 10 car's doing in terms of lap times as well. They're not really setting the world on fire in lap time. In fact, illegal are faster at this stage, so we should keep an eye on that, because illegal company are closing on them about 1.5 seconds a lap. Look at that car behind, actually, the state of the front of it. That is that's the Talk Freak Racing Mustang. Lars Moldenhauer sharing with Sasha Lamp there.
Yeah, it's seen better days as that front end.
Interesting aerodynamic setup there. Is that an oval setup?
Possibly.
Slightly higher on the right, a bit more downforce.
As the Blackadder 66 car is into the pits for the Mustang, so they're possibly going through their pit cycle right now. Although they've been in the pits a while, actually, so possibly a bit of damage, a bit of an incident that's put them in there.
I think it's a good time that we go on board with the leader for a lap. Don't know if we can do that. I hope we can. Talking to the truck. Be on board with the leader, Mike Pallock. Paul, take us around this lap of this beautiful circuit in the Ardennes for us.
Yeah, so just coming out the bus stop chicane now, it's important to get your exit right there. It shoots you down the Grand Prix pit straight, and then get your braking right into this right-hander at La Source. Really slow, tight hairpin, always catches people out at the start of the race there. If you're close by, you can have big incidents there. Luckily, we didn't have one today. Now, we're coming down the plunge downhill towards Eau Rouge. You do not know how steep Eau Rouge is until you've actually been there. It is a heck of a climb. As over the top he goes now, down onto the Kemmel Straight, just around this little right-hander. As, you're picking up the top speed. This is the fastest section of the track here, down to Le Combe. You're always going uphill here. You don't realise it. It's a gradual uphill there, so you can brake late into Le Combe, through the right, through the left, and then get your car over to the left-hand side so that you can get the best line through this right-hander. Now we'll go down towards Rivage, the 180 degrees hairpin. It's a tough corner, because no matter what car you're in, as Alex is proving it, you understeer through there, and another corner you understeer through is this one, through Liège, the left-hander. But get your exit right out there. You go down the hill now. It's a steep hill towards Puor, a double left-hander. He's currently taking around 100 miles an hour through there. Tyres are a bit worn now, so maybe not as top speed as he can now. We're going up through to the Fania chicane, a relatively fast chicane. It's pretty much one line through here. Get your exit right now as we go towards Stavolo, the right-hander, before you go back onto the old circuit. And now through into Paul Freyer. Get the exit right here because you carry that speed all the way down through here now. It's a really high speed, fast, really tight walls onto the track, so you don't want to make a mistake here as we're now coming towards Blanchimont. Seeing cars come through this, you cannot describe how impressive it is to see a car go flat out through that corner. And now get yourself over to the left hand side, brake hard into the bus stop chicane, very tight right, and an even tighter left hander as they're coming up to the back of the Enjoy Surface Technology McLaren. And that, in about 2 minutes 20, is a lap of the Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
It was about 2 minutes 20, 2:19.5. Really good lap from Mike Powell. Awesome description, and really, actually, Paul, a heck of a lap from him. Really good.
We picked a good lap to join him on board there because
there was no traffic or anything.
No traffic or anything. Yeah, it was fantastic. But I cannot emphasise enough just the gradient on Blanchimont.
Oh, he's nearly hit the McLaren there.
Yeah, he's nearly hit the McLaren, absolutely.
He got a slowdown as well.
He's actually got a slowdown as well, yeah, through Eau Rouge. Yeah, that hill.
That would have ruined our previous lap.
Yeah, yes, it would. As we say, pick
that's the sector of the course, or maybe not.
Maybe not, absolutely. But the hill that's through Eau Rouge is just, it takes your breath away. You know, you see it.
Did you walk up it?
Yes.
Up the track itself?
Yes. After the Grand Prix.
What's it like?
It's steep. Very
what would you compare it to anything? Is there anything you can sort of,
It's like walking up a tarmac wall.
Really?
It is a tough climb to get up there, to walk up there. I don't envy these people who do the track runs before the Grand Prix, because I know they do a charity run before each Grand Prix, so I don't envy people going up there because it is unbelievable. You very slowly walk up that hill, possibly using your hand just to help yourself up. It
really?
Is very.
That's steep.
It is very steep.
TV. Put your hands down. Wow.
That's if you're as unfit as me.
Or me, probably. Yep.
But TV does not show just how steep that hill is. It is something to behold. And when you see a car going through that flat chat, it does take your breath away. It is an impressive sight. I mean, when you see cars going side by side going into there, like Mark Webber and Fernando Alonso, wasn't it, a few years ago?
Were you there for that one?
No, I wasn't there for that one, unfortunately. But that sort of move that you see, it's just it's incredible.
There's very few times outside of probably the Indy 500 and Daytona races sometimes and whatever, that I get genuinely scared watching motor racing. And the Webber and Alonso into Eau Rouge was just, it just took my breath away. It was amazing. Just quickly before we are going to go to a commercial break in a bit, but Blanchimont, you mentioned, in reality, from what I've heard, it's a lot tighter than it looks even from inside the car, isn't it?
I mean, from where we were, because we went walking around the track, and so you're on the inside of the corner with the path around the track, and you stood up above on the footpath, so you're looking down on it.
On the hill, is there a hill? Is it?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hill on the inside of Blanchimont, and it is. You wouldn't expect a car to be able to go through there flat out. I mean, obviously with the likes of the Formula 1 cars and the World Endurance cars, they can do that because they've got that downforce there. But certainly the Kias that we're seeing today, or like the roofs, they're just having to. Well, the Kias are having to brake, the roofs are having to get off the power and just a little bit of dab on the brakes just to get through, because it is a tight corner, but aerodynamics certainly do help.
Yeah, and with that amazing summary of this track and its great sort of challenges, as sorry, just quickly, the leader mired in quite substantial traffic there. He was struggling for a second or two. Of course, in racing car, that was the 33 car and also the illegal company Mustang as well, which has got through on the online simracing.de car as well, Paul.
Yeah, they've got the position back, so yeah, close battle between those two. They're still battling away.
Good recovery there, and there is also plenty of racing still to come from Spa-Francorchamps. So we're going to go to another break now, but thanks for joining us once again. Stay with us. Hopefully the best part of the race is still yet to come.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Drivers, start your engines!
Michael Conti comes up at a corner number 4 in the checkered flag. He wins his first NASCAR iRacing.
Three hours and 40 minutes have gone here in the spirit of VLN third round of the season at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, live on RaceSpotTV. Andrew Woodhouse and Paul Smith, as usual, with you, and we're still here on the Saturday evening, bringing you this great coverage of a great championship. We're looking at the Mustang battle, Paul, with Jakob Lehmann and the online simracing.de just ahead of the illegal company cars. So it's in fact, those positions have changed again, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been swapping positions just while we're on commercial, so an intense battle between these two. They're certainly giving it their all in those two cars. So yeah, it's been an interesting battle to keep an eye on. Hopefully they can keep it up for the next 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Oh! Contact there. Daniel Bodner, he got into the back of the Flow Rider's car. Who's hit him into the bus stop chicane?
It's the Flow Riders, number 70 car that's got into the back of them there.
It was indeed, and oh goodness me, I don't know what's got transpired there, but it looks like there's a bit of aggression in those things. Let's see, coming through Blanchimont. Oh, the RC UK car was on the inside.
Oh, yeah.
Flow Rider's car in the middle. The Mustang goes to the outside and actually hits the roof. Looked like he had more speed there. And then the rough under braking. Oh, I don't know really what to make of that, Paul, to be honest.
It's a bit of a schnozzle.
Silly beggars, really.
God, that's the Yorkshireman coming out there. Yeah, a bit of a schnozzle, bit of a slap and a bang, and they're still both running, but unfortunately it's denied us a good battle between the two Mustangs.
Yep, and all that build-up we gave it, and it's done in the space of 30 seconds.
What is it with this commentator's curse? Seriously?
I don't know. I think I need a therapist or something. Let's have a look, see what the close battle, if there's any close battles on the track. I just wanted to check in actually with Martin Stirlinger in the my mind has gone blank, the NM Academy BMW. Actually, look at those lap times now, Paul, that car's been repaired to a pretty good degree. Those lap times are actually really good compared to what they were doing before. They're comparable to the ones from the first stint. In fact, better.
Absolutely, they're done a good job of a bit of panel bashing and getting that car sorted. They're now, 53 seconds behind the 08 car, the PK car Sport car. So that's
lapping about a second and a half quicker. On the previous lap it wasn't, but in general it has been overall a bit faster, yes.
So that's going to be an interesting battle then. You know, if they can keep that up and keep pushing to get that time down, you know, we could have an interesting battle for the final spot of the podium at the end of the race.
I mean, these guys are going, you know, considering a GT3 car's going around here about 30 seconds a lap slower than say an F1 car would. We've done well over 2 Grand Prix distances in under the 4 hours it would take, you know, allowed in Formula 1 for the 2 race distances. So very strong pace. And
and of course the pit stops are slower as well than F1. Yeah. So they're certainly doing a good job. It's impressive pace, impressive race pace from everyone here, especially the leaders, to be able to put that sort of times in for us today. So I'm impressed.
Definitely. I mean, 90 or 92 laps gone. We're just going to come on start lap 93 for Mike Pallock, who really has been very, very good in that BMW. And the illegal car's had a spin at the chicane.
Oh, he's got a lot of damage on the front as well.
Have a quick look.
Oh yeah, they just nudged the wall on the exit of the bus stop chicane. They've just got on the power a little bit keen. Oh, got onto the AstroTurf. That AstroTurf is slippy, and they've caused some damage to the front end of that Mustang. So
it just
that'll
went
be affected. Yeah, like I say, they've just got the outside wheel, the right-hand wheels onto that AstroTurf, and it is slippy. Is that AstroTurf? So with it being a rear-wheel drive car, it's just sent the car spinning round, and doesn't look stock now anymore, does it?
It's got the. Got the look of that other car as well, the
181
Racing one.
Yeah.
It's amazing, isn't it? Since they put that bus stop chicane in.
Oh, I'm just talking about the Talk Freak one. The 41.
The leaders there, yeah.
The 41 roof nearly went into the back of it. So Ryan Huff just having to get out of that. They've just on about those. The leaders of the rough spec, they've pulled out a little bit of a gap now, 17 seconds over Not Enough PK Racing, so they're doing a good job out there with Ryan Huff in that car.
Yeah, indeed, and Ryan Huff's had a good stint. He's made a couple of good overtakes, and he's ploughing on nicely. But as well, you know, the goodness me, I've just forgotten what I was going to say. Brain freeze moment.
You're not eating a cornetto, are you?
No, I wish I was. Though. That'd be great. Cornetto at this point.
Mint cornetto, that would do me nice.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But there are other ice creams available.
Yes, indeed. Of course. And NEPK Racing still going strongly with the 451 car. They did lose the lead of the category. But Although I've remembered the point. I've actually remembered the point now. It was since they put that new bus stop chicane in, Paul. I don't think there's been a race meeting at Spa, either virtually or in real life, that I haven't seen a car spin into that inside wall on the exit of that corner.
Or in the World Endurance Championship, having one of the prototypes actually go through a marshal's post on that.
Really?
Yes, there's a gap in the wall on the exit on the inside of the bus stop chicane, and this guy knew that it was there, so he'd got his braking completely wrong and ended up going through the marshal's position, so he got a bit of a time penalty for that, for obvious reasons.
Oh yeah,
because one of the marshals ended up having to jump out the way, and that put him on a live track, so far from ideal there.
That's not a good situation. I remember also I want to say it was in a GP3 race, a guy went flying over the sausage curb there. He lost his braking. He either didn't have any brakes or he lost the front wing or something, and they ended up bouncing up into the air. And
it was a good 8 feet into the air, wasn't it?
It was a Russian lad, I think, if I remember rightly, but it was a big one. And it's definitely, a lot of people preferred the original bus stop, but there's definitely more overtaking goes on into this corner, I think.
I mean, it was a classic sight of seeing somebody go into the inside of on the old bus stop chicane, but there wasn't enough runoff area, and the pit entry was far from ideal as well, because it was using the escape road. So
break it on the racing line, wasn't it? The braking area. So I mean, I loved the second part of the chicane, the fast part that led out onto that. It used to be a curved pit straight, of course, here, but I do think in general this has been a very good solution that they've done, because they extended the pit straight, didn't they? They moved La Source further up the hill, and was it? They brought it.
The bus stop. They moved the bus stop further towards Blanchimont.
Sorry, yes. But it's created overtaking into the bus stop. It's created overtaking into La Source. And I think you've got to be happy with that. I mean, there used to be some passing in La Source, but it wasn't a long enough run usually for people to get alongside, and now it definitely is. We've seen many passes in this very race into there.
Absolutely,
I think it's a better corner than it used to be.
Because it was a curved start line. There was pretty much one line through there, so you couldn't really stick it up the inside of somebody going into La Source.
I do sort of wish they kept the wall on the exit, but I do know why they got rid of that. I mean, if a car hits that wall, he's bouncing back onto the racing line, as we've seen. But it was a bit more of a challenge, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And do you know what? This is going to be a sight that we haven't seen all season. In the number 09 SRN Motorsports car, the leading Mustang, and it's got damage. It's got a bent front end. What's happened is he's done exactly the same thing as the illegal company. He's got the wheels onto the AstroTurf on the exit of the bus stop chicane, the very corner that we've been talking about, and the back end's just swung right around. He's hit the brakes, but he's hit the front end into the wall. So it'll be interesting to see whether that actually affects the car in terms of top speed, because
again, the front end is crumpled.
Yeah, the main PC Mustang isn't actually that far away. They're only 13.5 seconds behind Mark Kuhn. So Nils Sentowski
with no damage.
Yeah. So they could come into play yet in terms of that Mustang lead battle. So
we said that maybe the best part of the race was still to come. There's several stories going on at the moment that make you think that could be true, and that includes the RC UK Motorsport BMW slowly closing in on the core sim racing car. I have to say, the core car is still putting in tremendous lap times, but the RC UK car with Simon Povey at the wheel, Povey's, is the class of this field tonight in terms of the BMW. In terms of GT3s, indisputably, I beg your pardon. I can't even grammar properly, I'm that tired.
I cans do grammar, yeah. He's certainly had the pace of Simon. He's really shown it today. But It's a lot of a gap to make up, and of course he can't just sit in that car for the rest of it. As the,
this is a good point, but he could do a large part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As the 09 leading Mustang is into the pits, so the question is that to deal with the damage? Because the main PC Mustang is now into the lead of that group. So is it to do with the damage, or is it strategic?
I'm just trying to work out, based on the stint length of the first stint, it seems a little early. They did what, 120, 124, 125 for the first stint, and then so they're about half an hour off or 20 minutes maybe at where they would be.
I think that, well, they're doing a driver change now.
Change. So I wonder if Young's just figured out that maybe I've crashed the car. Let's get in. Let's get it repaired in the pit lane while we're refueling and see. You know, try and cut our losses here, because he was doing. Oh goodness me, he's had 2 bad laps coming in, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, the first
Although
one
that
would
was
have been
actually partly
that incident
where the start line was, isn't it? As well, he'd have been slow, but he lost 20 seconds in total.
I can tell you that Phoenix Motorsports for the 79 Kia has just been into the pits as well. So the Kias are into their pit stop window now.
What's also amazing as well with the Kias, Paul, is we saw that gargantuan battle at the start of the race between those 4 cars. It was Mayhem Motorsport, Heuskenveld, Chimera, and also SimRC.de. And Phoenix weren't even in the equation early on.
No.
And they've driven a brilliant race, great speed all the way through, fantastic consistency from Jose Almeida and Alvin Nieves, and they've dragged themselves into the conversation for the victory.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, they are quite a way behind, but it's only... I mean, it's half a lap, isn't it? Just under, maybe, that they're behind.
Well, behind the Mayhem car, they're not actually that far behind them.
They're in front of them, aren't they?
No,
is that right? Oh, sorry, that
Phoenix
scoring hasn't
Mayhem.
cycled, has it?
Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be...
Well, because of course they made a mistake on the last lap, didn't they? And the pit stop, yes.
So as Heuskenveld come in, the 78 Kia, they're making their pit stops. As I say, the Kias are in for their cycles. I reckon there's about another 3 stops for them. Look at this, because we've got, what, 2 hours left? Just over 2 hours, and it's about 40 minutes for a stint. 45 minutes for a stint.
I mean, you could either do 2 full stints in a splash and dash, or
one full stilt.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you probably go you probably go for the 2 shorter stints.
Yeah.
Mostly because of the tyres, I would have said.
Yeah,
your tyres have been much better condition.
Yeah.
We haven't even really examined the weather in terms of the track temperature, things like that. 23 degrees air temperature. We're on the realistic weather, so it is the weather that
hot.
It is the weather that Belgium is experiencing at the moment. So, 37 degree track temperature though. Those front tyres,
they will be.
I can't imagine it's that fun to drive this Kia around here at the moment, because it's awful when it's when the fronts start to go.
Well, I can tell you that in the Kia, the colder weather, the better. Even though the first sort of lap or so you may be struggling with rear end grip because those rear tyres don't warm up, but the longer the race, if it's colder, the better for that Kia, because it doesn't heat up those tyres. Because once those front tyres go above their operating range, you cannot get that tyre temperature back down again, no matter how sort of carefully you are, and then you just end up understeering more, which causes you to put on more lock, which causes you more understeer, and it's just a vicious cycle. You know, you start spinning up your front wheels on corner exit, and it just suddenly you go from being relatively quickly to all of a sudden being 2 seconds a lap down, like around this track, because suddenly the tyres have just gone.
We did a race at Barber recently, and Barber's one of the worst places, isn't it? When you get the front tire, but when the front tyres are angry at Barber, I think in Spa you can kind of get away with it. The corners are quite wide, aren't they? And they're quite, you know, if you're smooth, you can sort of coax it round. But with Barber, there's a lot of tight corners, there's a lot of slow corners, and it just doesn't like it. And I remember getting towards the end of the race there and thinking, my God, you know, this is awful.
Well,
and you're trying to keep guys behind you, and it's very, very difficult.
I had Ashley Sutton, who of course races in the UK Clio Cup. He was keeping behind me because it was near the end of the race, and it was like he was close to getting disqualified because of incident limits, and in that championship, and it was the case of he was sitting back, and he noticed.
That's quite a normal thing, to be fair, for us.
Yeah, for him, yeah. And he noticed that basically the last 2 laps of the race, I had no front end grip whatsoever. So he just went, forget this, I'm having the place.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit back, I'm having that place. And he took the place because the front end tyres had gone. The grip had completely gone, so it's tough. This Kia, it's a unique car to drive. Like I say, it's only one of 2 front wheel drive cars on iRacing. So people don't appreciate what a challenge, but also how fun the car is to drive as well. So
it's probably the only car where you can win a race in it, and in the wrong conditions. And they said, like I say, I'm going to go back to it again, but my one and only win in the Kia. They said to me after the race, they said, well, you look good out there, the car looked really good. And I was like, no, it was horrible. It was the worst it's been all day, because it was the hottest the track had been. And the front tyres were just not having it whatsoever. Just not drivable. And I suppose it's different, and we're seeing the BMWs, and we saw the roughs earlier on in the race as well. Maybe some of the drivers who maybe weren't quite taking care of the rears, spinning them up a little bit, having issues at Blanchimont. It is affecting everyone, isn't it, when the track is 37 degrees?
Yeah, I mean that track temperature does equate to you using up the tyres more. So it's far from ideal it being this hot, but hey, you know, this is what it's like. This is what you got to deal with. You've got to adapt to the conditions because it's the same for everybody else. Is the weather, so you really got to push.
In the same way that we said that about the lap traffic, you know, it's everyone else is in the same boat. The lead is down to 1 minute 22.9. Doesn't seem like that means much really at this point, but still gradually coming down. Very slowly, but it is coming down. If they keep going at that rate for 2 hours, you know, it'll be close-ish.
It makes it more interesting, that's for sure. As I've said previously with the Spirit of VLN-series, generally with endurance racing, you have peaks and troughs in terms of how close people are, and then all of a sudden you have a big gap, and then it seems to concertina back up again towards the end. So that's all to do with the strategy.
McIntyre! Sorry, Paul. Scott McIntyre in the 37 TNT Racing Gold car, currently in 5th place, came out of Stavolo and very nearly ended up face first in the wall.
I'm just having a look at that now, going into Stavolo.
Oh, and again coming out of Paul Frere. He's got some serious damage on the front right of that car. But I think that damage
that's
has been
from
there for
earlier,
a while.
yeah.
But he's really struggling with the rears. I think he's done what we mentioned, and I think the rears have just gone for him.
It'd be interesting to see if he picked. No, he's staying out there. It does look a little bit of a handful, although he was okay coming out of the bus stop chicane. Just having a look now, how does he cope coming through La Source? Because that's another hard stop, and then onto the power moment. Just see how he gets onto the power. No, it seems to be okay now. Just see maybe.
Oh, Rouge will be interesting though.
Absolutely.
If he's struggling through Paul Frere, and as in oversteer through Paul Frere, which nobody seems to ever get. Oh, Rouge.
Well, I wonder if it was just maybe a moment, maybe just got a little bit flustered and just had that moment and has just managed to calm himself down again and just keep the head back down, because Scott is a very consistent, very quick driver. Just unfortunate that they have got that damage to the car.
I think he was, by the looks of it, I think there's definitely serious damage with it. Looks like maybe he's just pushing it too hard for how you know, the condition of the very vehicle, and unfortunately for him, it nearly ended in disaster. But he did. But fortunately for him, he managed to rescue it.
Absolutely. I'm just having a look through the field. The closest battle that we've got at the moment really is with two of the Kias. It's the 78 Team Heusenfeld engineering car and the 777 SimRC.de Junior Club, who are doing better than the main team, the SimRC.de car, the number 77 car there. So the junior team doing better than the main team. Sounds familiar to F1, that.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like I mean, it's great that we're still seeing these cars in the same picture as themselves. The battle has been resumed from the first 10-15 laps, Paul. These two haven't been seen together since Heusenfeld had that incident at Le Mans with I even forget who that was with now. I think that was a BMW, Mustang. Wasn't it? Yeah, Mustang, and that is the Blackadder Motorsport 67 car, Daniel Bellino. They're 47 laps down. That sounds ridiculous to even say that, but they've had a lot of issues, I think, in this race.
Oh, I'm just looking at their last few laps. You've got a 3-minute 1 lap, then a 4-minute 26 lap, and then a 3-minute 6 lap. So they're really struggling out there. That
was the car of that was with Tommy Vandergoot, the one where he was taken out, wasn't he? Earlier on.
They're struggling. They're only doing sort of around 60 miles an hour, so they're really struggling around there. So
is the pit limiter stuck on?
No, the pit limiter
not quite.
It isn't that fast. So they're almost coming to a complete stop. Does that 67 car?
They need to. I mean, surely they can drive it a bit faster. Oh, here we go. I'll say surely it can go a little bit quicker than what it was going.
Yeah.
I think you've always got to, you know, I don't know. We're now back up to, well, not back up to racing speed as such, but we're up to some kind of speed. It's very strange. It's a very strange situation. It looks like to me, because if he's having no problem going around Blanchimont at 160 kilometers an hour, then what was he doing? Just crawling around at 50. He must pit, but we need to stay with this and just to see. But he must bring that forward into the pits.
Yeah, they are.
Very slowly. I really don't know what's going on.
I mean, there is quite a lot of damage to that car. It must be said.
It doesn't look.
I mean, they had.
Doesn't look any worse than the Torque Freak one, no, or even the Mike Young entry.
I'm just having a look at the laps. Lap 46 was a 6 minutes 26 lap. So they've had a few incidents there. I mean, that was a pit stop that they had.
Been a little issue for the 451 car, Paul, as well, going a bit wide at. I assume that was probably Blanchimont again. Yeah, it was Blanchimont. He lost it on the way. In fact, he just missed the line, I think, Bram Renier's. And
it's certainly easy to do there. You know, if you don't get your braking right, because that rough does have to just get on the brakes a little bit. So if you don't get your braking right, it's easy to run wide. But these drivers must be thankful that they did fit this tarmac runoff there, because it means that they're not going into a gravel trap and ending up into the wall.
Yeah, indeed, and it's so easy to do here at Spa, where the whole track is almost built to catch you out. And I mean, most of these drivers are doing a hell of a job, because we've only had, I believe we only have still had the 2 retirements. Might be, it's 3 now. I think the Sim Race Drivers Team 21 car is out as well. Main PC Sim Racing are out, so that's actually 4 retirements, but still, that's out of 39 starters. 4 retirements, Paul, is virtually unheard of in an endurance race of this length.
It's certainly a better attrition rate than we had in the last couple of rounds, so it's good to see, because we want to see these guys competing and finishing the race.
Because I think people think people would think that, you know, because this is a 6-hour race as opposed to the usual 4, that you know, maybe the mentality has changed for the better in terms of, you know, we haven't seen many cars crashing into each other as well, which is all. I mean, at Suzuka it was a litany of errors from everyone.
But to be fair, with Suzuka, it is a very narrow track there, as the NM Academy cars in, so the BMW is going through their pit cycle now.
Yeah, and that BMW has been going a hell of a lot better. So it was a very good decision for them to come in, wasn't it? And get that damage repaired. Martin van Ooyen is now in that car, and Hugo Preto is out in that TNT Racing Gold car. That they've had some repairs on that. So Hugo Preto, very quick driver, and have anything to work with there.
As we've got a battle for P2 in the Kias, the Mayhem Motorsport car of Pete Newman getting caught by Jose Almeida in the Phoenix Motorsport car in that rather unique white, black and lime green livery. It's very striking, stands out in this field, and yeah, they're all over the back of Mayhem, just trying to put Pete Newman off, but that's not the easiest thing to do with Pete.
Yeah, Newman had a bad lap last time round. He was in the 35s, so I'm not exactly sure of. I'm not really sure what happened there. I was going to see now Almeida getting a good run over the top of the hill through Eau Rouge. There is a car who's come out of the pit lane there. That will help. Actually, Pete Newman grab some slipstream and actually use him as a bit of a pick to just try to. Oh, has he made the corner though?
Oh, he's run a bit wide in the first part, but
Almeida
still make it through.
Almeida made a mess of the second part of Lecombe as well. So, and that McLaren's there too, who also must have made a mistake, I guess.
Well, no, they just came out the pit stop. They just came out the pit stop with the 33 McLaren, so
wasn't up to speed.
Credit to them to get out the way of those two battling Kias, so good on them to see that and notice that they were battling away.
Now he's going to come through, but, well, maybe. It's definitely a bit safer to do it there. Through Pouon into Fagnes, I think is going to be the best place. There you go. Just behind these guys actually is Lucas Dolza in the SimRC.de car. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking that they are fighting for position. There's one lap between them. A solid run for SimRC.de, Paul. Nothing really spectacular, but you know, not a lot of damage on that car. They've done, you know, reasonable lap times.
Yeah, they've certainly kept up the pace there and certainly given it a go. But yeah, just not completely their day. Having the junior team up ahead of them in the race standings as the RCUK 46 car comes onto pit road. And so do the roofs as well. The leading roof is into the pits, the number 41 car, so they're changing driver. Daniel Grolty getting into that car. Will the 46 car change driver? Yes, they do. Darren Vario right. It's been a long day. He gets into the car, so a couple of pit stops going on. So yeah, we're in that pit stop phase. There's not enough PK racing coming as well. So will Bram Renier's get out that car to hand it over? We'll see in a second.
And Claessens has only done the one stint so far. Renier has done 2.
And it appears he's staying in as well.
Yeah, they've done just over an hour on these stints. So to get to this point, they'll only be the third pit stop. So pretty good rate of fuel consumption there for these guys.
Yes, certainly.
I believe it's only the 3 stops. Is that right?
It's a 6-hour race, so it'd be about 5 stops, wouldn't it?
It might be.
The leaders come in as well, so we are in the pit stop phase. The 24 car.
It's probably the 4th stop, actually. I beg your pardon for the roughs.
Yeah, it will
I told
be.
you I couldn't count anymore.
Well, I told you maths wasn't my strong point, and Claudio Klima gets into the core sim racing VLN car. So now we're going to see what they can do, because of course Simon has jumped out that car, out the RCUK car. So
and because
interested to see whether that gap pulls out again.
Klima is slightly slower than Palak, it seems, but Darren seems like he's a good fair bit slower than Simon. No offence, Darren, for that, but
sorry to cut you off there. Phoenix have made it past Mayhem Motorsport in the Kias. The 79 car has taken second place in the Kia class, so that's a good move. I'm just trying to.
This has been a hell of a showing from Phoenix, actually. Really good showing. To say that they got the run out of Eau Rouge. They were just a spectator.
They just got passed down the Kemmel Straight. So good move there from Phoenix. But yeah, it's still together. They're still together. Yeah, this is what we're into the last 2 hours of the race, and you've still got two of the Kias absolutely nose to tail. So
Almeida's gone a bit wide.
Yeah.
The thing is, considering that, like I say, when these guys were knocking spots off each other, he's outbraked himself, he's going to hit the roof. Oh, that was very, very close.
You don't want to put in an instant like that.
After you've just gained the place, you worked so hard.
After you just gained it, yeah.
And then, to run into the back of another car with a very similar colour scheme, I must add. I hope that's looking like that on the broadcast, to be fair. But, the Kias were very quick through the hairpins compared to the roughs. Looking good there. The
Kias are better. They seem to be better on the brakes than the roughs, and seem to have the low speed corners compared to the roughs. But the high speed corners and the straights is where the C-Spec just seems to have the edge over the Kia, just with that little bit more power. Although that Phoenix Motorsport car is in the tow and keeping right up with that 75 team Sim Racing Eke car.
Does he make the corner? Yeah, he actually braked a little bit earlier because he knew he was going so fast. He knew he needed to slow down in a hurry, but he's got a little wide at Malmedy though, and
he's got to look behind him because
Newman will take the chance if he gets one.
Yeah, he certainly will.
I mean, he went 3 wide with me at Barber, and he's a maniac.
A friendly maniac.
A friendly maniac, yeah. But a maniac nevertheless, But no, considering when they were knocking spots off each other, that Almeida was just... he was 5 to maybe 10 seconds behind it at some points of that early scrap. And, these guys, him and Nieves as well, have done a cracking job. Really, really good. And now, Team Chimera... they're about 30 seconds probably in front, so maybe a little bit more. So it's not quite over for Phoenix.
About 46 seconds.
Not over for Phoenix yet, but Chimera lapping very, very similar lap times. Ben Tusting in that car, we've not even mentioned him so far, but he's there and leading that category. Excellent. To the Mustangs then, about 25 seconds. 20 seconds between the number 9 SRN Motorsports car, of course, Steve McGarvey in that one, who actually ended up going into the pits, Paul, didn't it, for extensive repairs, and the main PC car. It's getting really badly held up by traffic.
Getting involved there, yeah.
And look, that's allowed the Kias to come together. And look at Pete Newman.
He's looking racy now. He's wanting that position back, looking to the outside into La Source. You're not going to get that, but if you get the cut back and the exit right, then you can get a run down into Eau Rouge. But that Phoenix car looking good out of La Source.
And looking quick in a straight line as well, which is what it needs here to keep places.
And Phoenix has looked real good through Eau Rouge as well, all day. Just gets that run through there and picks out that gap a little bit, so it's up to about half a second now between those two, but it's not over. Pete won't give up, that's for sure. Knowing Pete well, from racing him, he's determined. That's one word I'll use for him: determined.
And you'd be forgiven for thinking that Eau Rouge is a bit of a nothing corner in terms of actual time that can be gained, but it does set up that massive Kemmel straight, and if you get good momentum through there, you can make such a difference to your lap time.
Yeah, and with the Kia up the Kemmel straight, it does feel a little bit asthmatic when you get towards the end of that Kemmel straight. It just doesn't seem to pull up any more speed. You just seem to hit a wall. So, because it is, as I said on that lap that we took, it is uphill all the way up to Le Combe. So,
is that a bit deceiving in itself as well then? When you walk down there?
It's not that steep, but it is noticeable.
You can tell you're going up. Yeah. I know what you're saying. But it's very long as well. That straight's a long one to walk down, I bet. But
and when you get the best part of 30,000 people set up on the grass bank there, it's one heck of an experience for the atmosphere as well. So.
And the Combe that follows is a massive challenge as well for the drivers, because you can brake a bit later than what you think, but it's one of those that you almost dent because you're going so fast down the main straight, and that Le Combe comes up to you quite a bit quicker than you think.
Looking here, so Phoenix just lapping one of the Kias there by the looks of things. Yeah, it was the APVU racing team. You know what, we haven't mentioned them really. They're currently, 8th in class, the number 6 car.
I don't think we've mentioned them. I think we mentioned them maybe once, and apologies there, guys. It's a long race to be only mentioned once, but
they're just coming in now for a pit stop. So
I think they had a couple of incidents, didn't they, in Suzuka, I believe. So I think that's why.
Was Pete Newman getting out of the way of the RC UK car? Can he duck back in to get that tow? Yes, he can. So hopefully that'll help Pete just close back up to that Phoenix car, who seems to have pulled out about a second on that Mayhem Motorsports car. So Phoenix just seeming to have the edge over Jose Almeida, having the edge over Pete Newman.
Well,
that number 6.
Sorry, Darren Varro, right. 1/10 of a second quicker that time round on Klima, so he's doing a good job to keep that gap as it is.
Yeah, Pete Newman getting close with the
Mustang
SRN
sideways.
Mustang, yeah. And that's the
leading
lead
Mustang.
Yeah, that's the lead Mustang, and they've got their teammate in the roof right behind them, so about to lap. So
that's Grolty again back in that one.
Yeah, I mean the Mustangs have got about 23 seconds to main PC, so that damage not affecting them that much really. For Simon McGarvey there.
Are you in the middle of saying something?
I've completely forgotten. I've got a brain freeze now, so.
Sorry about that. It was just, I think, it was interesting to see how the two BMWs were going to go, and it looks like Darren's got in that car and he's putting some decent lap times. Claudio I did put a great lap time in there. Compared to that though, 2:21.7 for Klima that last time by, but still full hour and 3/4 left, and we've seen how a botched pit stop could still happen for Core even. They need to be careful that they're ticking all the boxes and they're remembering all the commands or anything that they need to do. That's more important now than shaving 1/10 here, 1/10 there.
And coordinating with your teammate as well to make sure that they're ready for when you come into the pits.
Yeah.
To make sure that they've got a pit limiter mapped on their steering wheel. Sorry, Rusty. And,
oh dear.
and
that's
like
it,
that.
But it is silly things like that, that in the world of sim racing and in real racing can cost you the race. I mean, Damon Hill lost that race at the Hungaroring once because a 50p rubber seal came off his gearbox. And that's why he lost those 30-odd second lead that he had. So silly things can happen. Doesn't matter how long's left in the race, as Klima outbreaks himself there quite badly, but he manages to stay on the course.
Yeah, so little things can happen. Getting involved in an incident that somebody loses control in front of you and unfortunately comes back onto the track, which we've seen a couple of times today. These things can happen, so
we don't obviously want that to happen to anybody, but I suppose for the entertainment of the race, there is still, things can still happen. So don't go away thinking this one's won and done and dusted already, because you never know. Yes. And also for the drivers, Paul, just quickly, it's important that they don't get into that mindset of thinking, oh, I'm 87 seconds in front. This is going to be really easy. Next thing you know, you spin off, you're in the fence, and we've seen that happen. Like I've done it more times than I can count. It's
so easy to make a mistake in these cars, especially.
And we sometimes do 20-minute or 60-minute races, not 6 hours.
Yeah, it's
and we do that.
I mean, doing the 4-hour races in the Kia last season in the VLN, especially around here, it's tough. There's no denying that it is tough mentally. I'd never done a race longer than 25 minutes before I took part in the series last year, so it was a learning experience, and I'd love to do it again. I'd love to race in the series again, but I'm in here chatting with you.
Yeah, and it's not all bad. I mean, it might not be ideal, but it's definitely not all bad. And it's great that we can bring this great series to everyone. And it's great to have your experience up here as well, but it's something I've always wanted to try. I was a little scared to try endurance racing, to be honest, and still am, so I'm probably looking to do something similar in one of these races.
We'll have a chat, we'll sort something out.
Yeah, I reckon we could do that at one point, but it's a great series. It'd be quite good to get involved with it, but we'll see what happens. There might be some opportunities. We'll have a little look into that.
Maybe we can get a RaceSpotTV car together, eh?
Watch this space, everyone. I reckon that's who knows what we can do, but who knows if Alex likes the Kia this week, then we might be able to drag him in as third driver for these longer races. Now then, oh come on, Hugo. Getting grief from the production truck now, I don't know. Goodness me.
There's no change there, to be honest.
No, there isn't really.
So anyway, just looking through. We haven't been through the order of the top 5, so I'll just quickly try that again, because usually when I start doing that, we have some incident happen. So
we should have a show called 2 Yorkshiremen 1 Podcast. It'd be great. Book it. Book it now. Right. So anyway, back to the race.
Before
anyone crashes, we need
to do this. Actually, just as we were about to say it's the illegal car.
Oh dear.
What's happened there? We'll find out.
It's smoking. It's potentially on fire. And
have they changed down gear
to a botched gear change? Oh yeah, it is. It's a botched gear change, unfortunately, into Pouhon.
Into Pouhon, yeah. So they've obviously changed.
Oh wow!
They've probably changed down just one too many gears, and it's just blown the engines. Oh.
Maybe done 2 accidentally instead of 1.
It's so easy to do. I mean, if you've got a sequential gear shifter, I'd say like on paddles on your steering wheel, that's so easy to do. I've blown a couple of engines in a Kia doing that. So it's unfortunate to see that, because they were having a really good race with the illegal company. So
I've never done it, but the amount of times that you shift down, say if you're in 6th gear and you go into first gear hairpin, I've shifted down to neutral more times than I can count.
The absolute master of that is Ben Palmer. He's the one who changes down too many times and blows engines. So it's unfortunate for the 55 car. Like I was saying, they were having a good race. Having some good battles with with the main PC and the WERPO team and the online simracing.de team. So
they'd struggled in the second half of the race, though, hadn't they? They'd been in for a 12-minute pit stop on lap 79. And then since they've come out, actually, that car's been running quite slowly. So Daniel Bodner, unfortunately, was about 7 seconds slower than how fast he can go. So, yeah, and then the blown engine, it's just adding insult to injury, really. Let's just have a look and see where they are in the table. Just very quickly.
They're actually 8th overall of the illegal company, so this is a dent to their championship. You know, second in class.
And they were on for, how many points are they on for at the moment? They're on for, how's that, 7th place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points they'll still be on for. So they have got 9 laps ahead of their closest competitors, so they should finish in that position, providing they can get the engine change done. How long does the engine change take, roughly?
You're talking about half-hour minimum, aren't you? So they'll definitely lose that one spot, but well, they will only lose that. Oh no, the 67 Blackadder car is still running. It's 50 laps down on the leader. 30
laps behind this 55 car as well. So
yeah, so you would have thought they'd keep ahead of the 67 car.
A team that's not having, I hate to point out teams that aren't having a particularly good race, but we sort of have to, really. The 8 or 80 team have just had a shocker, haven't they, today?
It's certainly not been their Saturday night, that's for sure.
And that's Thiago Ezekiel started that, and he had issues with required repairs in the pits and things like that. Dujon Baldrin as well, and Eduardo Tomedi's in the car at the moment. And what's it lapping? 232. Team Chimera doing 231s. It's actually lapping pretty well now that it's on the track. It's almost like when it's been on the track, it's been quite good. It just hasn't been on the black stuff enough.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they're they're a lap down on the next Kia, on the number 6 car, the AP VU racing team. So
who's lapping
quite slowly, actually.
Quite slowly, yeah. So they've got half a chance of doing that, haven't they, in the remaining time? In fact, more than half a chance.
I mean, we've only got just over an hour and a half of the race to go, so it's not over yet. But
and as well, you know, none of the Kias have retired either.
And we generally found that last season as well, didn't we? That the Kias generally were the car that was robust and kept going in the series.
When the nuclear war destroys the world, there'll be cockroaches,
Sepp Blatter, yes,
Kia Optimas, and Nokia phones.
Absolutely, those will be the 4 things remaining. Absolutely,
that will be it. You know, but that's how the Kia. It does take a lot to completely destroy one.
It's it does take a thermonuclear weapon to destroy a Kia.
And the Nokia 3310.
The 3210 was better, I thought.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could knock down doors with that thing. The police should use them as battering rams. You know, that's what would happen. But we're looking at, what are we looking at? I don't know. Who knows? We've got several good battles on several good potential battles on the track towards the end of this race. We're going to see. Actually, the Flow Riders car is going to come under pressure very shortly from the Bit Speed Endurance rough. The 70 car is the Flow Riders car, and the 28 is the Bit Speed Endurance. Nico Van Elk, we've seen Bit Speed have a few separate issues, haven't we? We had we believe pit lane speeding, and also they were taken out in the middle of Pouhon, weren't they, by a BMW, completely obliviously.
Yeah, they've been involved in a few incidents. It's certainly not ideal to get involved, but that one with the BMW was just wrong place, wrong time, and it caused them quite a bit of an issue there.
But they're catching the Flow Riders here. Have a look, 231s for Nico Van Elk, and for the Flow Riders, Igor Gysi, 232s actually. So, you know, I have to say, like I say, I don't want to make this really obvious, but he is been a lot faster than his teammates as Gysi so far, and he's actually stabilising that car's position quite nicely in 4th in the category, of course.
Absolutely. So what we'll do is, as I was going to do before the illegal company went and blew up their engine, we'll go through the top 5 of the positions and see if something else happens.
So we hope nothing catches fire while he's reading at least the top 5.
So the top 5 of each class. So we'll try and get through it this time. So first place in the race overall and in the GT3 class is the Core Sim Racing VLN car, currently with Claudio Klima at the wheel, racing, keeping a good time over the second place car, which is the RC UK Motorsport car, who actually keeping quite a stable gap to them, slowly catching up, but not enough really to be challenging for the lead so far. PK Carsport are in 3rd place overall, 1 lap down on the leader, with NM Academy, the 88 car, been involved in a couple of incidents, had that damage repaired. They're trying to catch up to that PK Carsport car. So they're 55 seconds behind, so they could potentially be in for a shout. And in 5th place,
lapping sort of similar times.
Yeah,
actually, but that car, it's good to see that those repairs really did work well for them.
It would have been interesting to see if they had stayed out, to see sort of what level they would have got to, to see whether they would have dropped back that far. It would have been
bad, I think.
It would have been. Yeah. It wouldn't have been great, that's for sure. And 5th place in the GT3 class, so making it through the GT3s, is the TNT Racing Gold car, who, again, involved in a couple of incidents, not having the best of luck this season. The former champions from season 1, so hopefully they can pull it out and maybe pick up a place or 2.
It looks like Dave Williams.
Hugo Preto nearly got involved with the Mustang there.
It looks like we're not going to see Dave Williams in the car this time, which is unusual, to say the least.
He did say last time that he probably wouldn't be racing. I think maybe because of the Indy 500 taking part. That maybe
so he might have joined.
He might have joined into the
session, but yeah. As well, we've got to say good luck to everyone who, and hopefully your race has gone well if you've competed in the 500 today. So well done to everyone who finishes, because that's another tough race as well.
Ovals isn't one of my strong points, so it's I'll leave that to the people who are more proficient in that's for sure.
Okay, we're about halfway through that apparently, so thanks Hugo for that. About lap 105, so quite a bit to go still, guys.
Yeah, so anyway, on to the Roof C-Spec class, and it's the SRM Motorsports car of Daniel Grolte in 1st place in that class. They're 7th overall, so actually they're again pushing for a good position overall, with other people having incidents. 2nd place in that class is the Not Enough PK Racing car with Bram Reniers at the wheel at the moment. They are about 37 seconds behind the leaders, so just losing out a bit of time there to them. Simrace Eke, the number 75 car, is in 3rd place in class. They had a couple of incidents, one with one of the Kias, with the it was the 222 Kia, wasn't it, that got into the back of them, so
it was.
So they've had to have a few repairs on that car, but they're running pretty good lap times actually. Within 2 seconds of the lead 2 of that class. In 4th place in class is the Flow Riders, the number 70 car, and that distinctive purple livery of theirs, running through in 4th place. And in 5th place is the Bitspeed car, the number 28 car. Got unfortunately involved in that incident with the BMW, wasn't it, at Puor?
Yeah, they were the ones who were
minding their own business,
taken out completely, and nothing they could really do.
Absolutely. So that's the top 5 of the Roof C-Spec class. So we've managed to get this far without somebody blowing up an engine. So
good work.
let's go on to the Kias now, and it's Team Chimera in first place, the 54 car. Ben Tusting at the wheel there for them. They're got quite a bit of a gap now over the second place car, which is the Phoenix Motorsports car, who's just come into the pits actually as we speak. So they're making a pit stop now from second place. Third place, Team Huizinga Engineering.
Sorry, Paul, just quickly. Nico Van Elk in the Bit Speed Endurance car put a wheel on the grass braking for the chicane. Oh no, he just lost it anyway. Went over the bus stop chicane and cut the course. So I guess that'll be quite a large slowdown penalty for them.
Yeah, it will affect them. That slowdown penalty. And
is that a normal? I suppose you haven't really driven the rough very much, but is that normal, losing it in the braking like that? Must be. Are the tyres getting a bit second-hand?
It can be a bit like. I mean, I've very limited race. I've done, I think, one race in the C-Spec, and the back end can be a little bit lively under braking. So it's not a surprise, but it's you'd expect people with the experience in the car to be able to maybe deal with, or maybe they are dealing with it, but because of the damage, it's just exacerbated the situation there with the braking.
True. Good point.
Anyway, the 78 car, the Team Huizinga Engineering car with Henry Gross in that car, they're third in the Kia group. In fourth place and just ahead of them on track, even though there'll be a lap down, will there? There should be. Actually, no, that's. I think the time is. Yeah, they're a lap down on the 777 car is in fourth place. If the timing screen's in a little bit of updating. They're in fourth place. The 777 car.
That battle's actually raging on. As we speak, there's only a second between them, so. Or is it? Or are they?
No, I think they're a lap down. The 777 car and the 78 car, I think, are a lap down.
Lap 103 and lap. Oh, sorry, yeah, that's just updated now.
Yeah, so it's just
as the 222 car. Sorry, the 222 car.
So the 222 car is actually in fourth. Yeah.
Sorry. Apologies. It's because everybody. It takes 2.5 minutes for it to update. That's the problem, isn't it? But,
absolutely. So at the moment, the 222 car is in fourth place. They were back. They were in the lead for a while, weren't they? In class. So Pete Newman, he's been in that car a long time. Actually, is Pete, hasn't he?
He's been in since. He's only been in since lap 86. Crafted going for a shortish stint. They've been 16 laps. So
yeah, so they've been splitting the stints there.
Newman did do 34 laps earlier on. He's actually done. Let me see how many laps have been just quickly been done by the. Pete Newman's done actually 52 laps. Dan Craft's done 51 laps as it stands at the moment. There you go.
That's all right. So pretty even there. So yeah.
The only team with that well balanced actual lineup though. That's quite. There you go.
As the Team Huizinga 78 car comes into the pits now, so we're in the middle of the Kias having the pit stops, and so Mayhem are fourth, and Sim RC.D Junior Club are in fifth place in the 777 car. So the Junior Club doing better than the main team, as we've mentioned earlier. So a bit of bragging rights there for Stefan, who's currently in the car. And then on to the last but by no means least, the Mustang class. In first place in that class is the number 09 SRN Motorsports car with Stephen McGarvey at the wheel at the moment. They had a little incident on the exit of the bus stop chicane, just getting into the wall and causing that little bit of front end damage there that you can see on the car. But still in the lead of that class. In second place is the main PC Mustang. They've just come onto the Grand Prix pit straight now, so they are 15 seconds behind. So actually, that's quite a close battle for position for the lead of the Mustang group. So we've got to keep an eye out on that as we go on in this race.
And it looks like just quick. It looks like there's about main PC with 3/4 of a second quicker on the previous lap, and it looks like they have been. Yeah, roughly the same for the last 4 or 5 laps, so that's definitely worth. They can see each other now down Kemmel, so that's very, 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 very good scrap. Looks like it's going to come into the last hour and a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to rage on there. In third place in the class, and just about to be lapped by the main PC Mustang in second place, is the 53 Werpo Moto car. Doing well to be in third place, putting in a good effort, good stint, and they'll be happy to be there. In fourth place in class is the OnlineSimRacing.de VLN team, the number 10 Mustang, who's just put the wheels into the gravel on the exit of Paul Freyer there, and had a bit of a moment there with the back end just kicking out by going on that gravel there. And then
it's like he went wide and then
just kept the foot in.
There was understeer central, wasn't it? And yeah, not the best combination. Gravel, Astro, everything but the tarmac really that time.
And a rear-wheel drive Mustang with a live rear axle. Yeah, it's
as we saw when Mike Young ended up in the wall.
Exactly. So yeah, it's not the easiest car to drive, you know, because that rear, you know, it's a very basic car, is that Mustang. But these guys doing a fantastic job to be putting in these lap times. I mean, they're putting into like 2:48. So for that last lap for the number 10 car. So beyond that type of pace throughout this race is a good effort from them all there.
Definitely. Isn't the Mustang one of the last cars that they built in America using the traditional methods? Am I right that they used to use? Before they really started making the advanced.
Yeah, it was basically a girder as a rear axle with leaf springs, so it's very simple, very basic engineering. Goes fast in a straight line, maybe not the best round corners, and it shows on tracks like Suzuka, I think the fact that, going back to that first race, I think the fact that it was the first race of the Mustang. And it was Suzuka.
Villeneuve nearly loses it again.
Yeah, Villeneuve just with the back end out a little bit through the Lecom.
He's overheating the rears now. This is what you were talking about earlier.
As apparently we've had the 78 car, the second place Kia. What's happened here? They've lost it going into Rivage, or going through Rivage.
That's
the back
an unusual one.
Oh, and rather than keeping the power down, they've got onto the brakes, and that's just kicked the car onto the inside barrier.
Yeah, he needed to apply some opposite lock there, did Christian Hewitt. But that's the example. He was in the Cadillac last year, wasn't he? It might be the habit.
The habit of getting off power rather than putting the power up, because it's very, it's counterintuitive for you if you've been used to driving the rear-wheel drive.
But it's great fun. When you get it right, you can make some amazing saves in this car.
Absolutely. So yeah,
that wasn't really getting it right, unfortunately, though.
Yeah, he needed to get on the power rather than getting off. But that's experience. That's what he'll learn from that and take that forward. So hopefully not too much damage done to that car as they're back up to speed with the 80.
It was a fairly light. It was a fairly light hit, wasn't it?
It wasn't the heaviest hit. I don't think it'll have done too much damage to the suspension or the steering. So
it doesn't look like they've lost any positions. So
no, absolutely. And just to round off,
they have, haven't they? They lost a couple. Am I right? They've lost to the SimRC.de car, haven't they? I think they've lost out to them.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, actually. So let's have a
possibly.
look.
Let me just check that.
Yeah, they're 16, 17 seconds behind them now. So yeah, they did lose that spot to the 777 car.
I'll just confirm that for us.
Well, while you're finding it out, just to finish off the Mustangs, and we're gonna get all the way through the top fives of each group, is the number 68 Blackadder Motorsport car down in 5th place in class in the Mustangs. Fairly quiet day for them. A little bit of damage on the front end, on the front left of that car, but still keeping going, keeping up the pace, and looking for a strong finish in that car.
Yeah, Stefan Spantig, Lewis Kugali in that one. Excuse me, Kugali was in the BMW, wasn't he? And right up at the front of the field, a few races back, but he's decided to go down into the Mustang category with Blackadder and doing a good job.
So there you go. We made it through
Done
the
it.
top fives, and
only one person nearly crashed.
only one nearly crashed.
Sorry, only one person crashed. Actually,
Yeah.
thinking about it. So yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. No, he didn't lose that position. He didn't lose enough time. Hoiskinfeld, so they were actually down there anyway in that 5th place in the class. So it's still very close. They're within the top
17 seconds of the next car, the 777 car. They're, so the 78 car are looking busy, that's for sure.
Hewitt was pushing hard, I guess, and that's probably why he lost the rear. Mayhem Motorsport are now about the length of the Kemmel Straight ahead of Phoenix. I don't really know how that's gone, really.
Yeah, because Phoenix were ahead, weren't they? So,
Oh, and off goes, goodness me, off goes the 3 car of Stephen McGarvey at Malmedy, it looks like. Have a little look. I think it's the Mustang overheating its rear tyres again, unless he got a bit of a nudge from Pete Newman. Oh yeah, he actually got a big nudge from Newman. All I saw was the rear end of it, but yeah, Newman unceremoniously sort of getting through there, but I don't think McGarvey saw him. By the looks of it. Have you got a chance to have a look at that?
yeah,
Paul?
that's
Do you reckon on that?
that's quite an impact actually. It's done a little bit of damage to the front of that Kia. It's certainly pushed
But
in
it's
the
ruined the Mustang even more.
I mean, SRN will be absolutely spitting feathers that they're actually going to have to do some bodywork repairs to this car this time.
Oh yeah, and Pete Newman's repairs will be coming out of his own budget as normal, I reckon.
Yeah, he seems to get through a few cars with his Pete Newman entries, so...
He must be alright with paying for it all. You know, and that's the great thing about sim racing. I think Alex said it the other day, you know, there's no expensive repair bills and things like that, so excellent. You know what, I'm quite... sorry, go on.
I was just about to say, he has ruined the aesthetics of the front end of that Kia though, as Pete, so...
Yes, it's not completely sort of uniform anymore. One thing I will say, you know, is that Darren Viro Wright has driven a very good stint in the BMW to stay with Claudio Klima. Pretty much, he's only lost about 5 seconds to him during this entire stint. So pretty good going.
Yeah, very, very
considering he wasn't at that pace earlier on.
I mean, he's only been what, a second and a half, 2 seconds off of Simon Poe this time, and considering how fast Simon is, that's been very good going from Darren there.
It
really
looks
been...
like it looks like we've had another retirement. The 49 Motorsports 49 car looks like that's out of the race as well, so I'm not exactly sure why Sky Willis and Darryl Bennett have come a cropper.
We've just got a little bit of a message from Hugo's managed to get word from the 49 car. The teammate lost connection and they can't, and for some reason Sky can't seem to take over the car, so it's just sitting in the pits losing position. So again, technical problems of a computer kind.
Yep.
Causing, it's an electrical issue. There we go. We'll use McLaren's excuse there. It's an electrical issue.
Whoa, goodness me, that was close. The Dream Factory, and then it's the RC UK car as well, nearly clobbering Stephen McGarvey. Again through the same corner. Poor old McGarvey just getting...
I tell you what,
beaten up.
That Mustang is the number 909 car is not tracking completely straight. He's a bit sideways going down the Kemmel Straight. Is going down the straights is Stephen McGarvey.
Well, it looks like it is.
I think that hit from Pete Newman on the back has
the rear suspension's gone. I guess.
Oh yeah, it's crabbing. Is that car? That is not tracking straight.
What's the gap now? The gap isn't long, is it? That's the thing. They can't make an unscheduled pit stop.
It's just under 10 seconds at the moment. They are losing time to the main PC Mustang.
The main PC car's doing 2:48. Like I said, they were, as we said, they were going a little quicker anyway. And it wasn't by much. It was only a couple of tenths of a second per lap. We'll see what McGarvey can do. If he puts in the same, if he reverts back to the original lap times that he was doing, then we'll realise that issue isn't really anything to worry about. But the thing is, Paul, they're going to come into the pits for the final scheduled stop. You would imagine, and you'd have to deal with that repair.
Yeah, they will have to repair that because it's
suspension damage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's suspension. It's I can imagine that under brakes it's not feeling great because it's wanted to turn to the left. He's carrying on though.
I think he's having to wait until his scheduled stop, and to be honest, it's probably the best idea because at least he has a chance of keeping that main PC car behind him if he's still on the track.
A 2:49 from that lap. Let's have a look at the main PC
it's not
lappers.
Bad, you know.
Yeah, coming across the line now, a 48.2.
He's only lost
1.1 seconds.
Yeah.
So, but it
about
is
1.5 off the times that he was doing.
It's coming down as that gap. So as we said, we've got to keep an eye on that one because it's going to come to a head sooner rather than later.
The thing is, though, Paul, that includes being sort of beaten up just after Lecombe as well. Lap time. So maybe it's not been that. Maybe it's not that bad. But yeah, oh goodness, that's shimmying down the straights more than going down the straights, isn't it?
It's
there's the Flowriders car going up the inside of them. They still actually bit speed endurance can't really make a massive inroad on them. I was thinking Nico Van Elk would be able to do that, but still about 10-15 seconds behind.
Let's have a look. 11 seconds behind. So and the closing as well because that Flutter Riders car got involved with got stuck behind the 09 Mustang. So. Yeah, a couple of battles suddenly appearing. As I said earlier, it goes in fits and spurts. But a couple of battles suddenly starting to come to fruition in this race.
Yeah, it's usually this part of the event as well where these cars do end up just gravitating towards each other. If there are any battles, obvious battles on the track.
Well, Phoenix Motorsports have dropped back from Pete Newman in the Mayhem Motorsport car, so Pete getting the foot down in that car. So that battle has sort of died out for the time being.
Yeah, Nieves wasn't quite on the pace of Almeida in that first stint that they did, so we'll see if he can sort of rescue that one. But the other one as well, I just wanted to clarify with you. I think it makes sense that I think Sim Race Drivers team, the 65 car, have been lapped for a fourth time, and that's where they actually are because it's showing the same lap as TNT Racing, but actually a few seconds ahead of them on the track.
I'm just having a look.
Have they gone down by a fourth lap? I honestly don't know from my position.
It's waiting for the.
Oh no, they
time.
have. There's the leader. Just seen the leader. So yes, was the. Oh no! Wait, no.
The 65. So the 65 car's just gone across the line now, and TNT were a lap ahead, as we have the 09 Mustang pitting. So. You would say, because we're at about an hour and 6 minutes, so you would say that they can make this stop and go to the end, considering how the first stint went in terms of length of of stint. So
and it's going to be a shorter fuel stop now as well.
It depends on the damage. That's the big point.
They'll spend less time putting fuel in it and more time fixing it, I guess.
Yeah,
but it's still going to be a long one for them. They're 2 laps roughly ahead of the Werpo Moto car, the 53. Well, actually, to be honest, Werpo Moto have yet again done an excellent job because that car is pristine.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not a
haven't touched
single
anything.
dent in it.
Martin Rossler and
oh no, there is a
on the side,
on the left hand side. Yeah,
it turns to the side and there's a great big dent in it, but that is the only damage on that. Otherwise on that car, and that won't affect the handling. To be honest,
the SRN car, 09 car is out again. That's a 30 second pit stop, and no, it hasn't fixed the rear suspension because they're still grabbing. They obviously feel confident enough that they can keep that pace up to keep the place ahead of Jan-Santowski.
To be honest, it might have been a forced pit stop, but it is a good decision. I mean, they may have made some repairs while they were in there. It looks all right, you know.
We'll see how it goes.
A little better, but is it going to get to the corner and is it going to explode? Who knows?
You never know.
A sim racing Eki there goes around the outside. We haven't spoken about them for a while, have we? Partly because they've had quite a fairly poor second half of the race, really. But they're still in third in the category, so that's 15 points are going to be gained.
I mean, to be fair, the reason that they're having a poor second half of the race wasn't entirely their fault, was it? It was assisted by Kia. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what.
Actually, yeah, there wasn't. Sorry, that was the case, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot who the Kia ran into. No. That's where that great big scuff on the right-hand side has come from. No, fair enough. I'd completely forgotten that, to be honest. But still third. I mean, still a good result if they get it.
It's a good, solid result. I mean, they were second in the overall standings, and leading the C-Spec class ahead of the not enough PK Racing roof. So they're only one place behind them. So it's good for them that they're able to stick with that. It's minimising the amount of points lost.
Chimera and Mayhem are still on the same lap, I believe. And about 30 seconds difference?
Yeah, about 35, 36 seconds, something like that.
You'd think that one is pretty much done and dusted. Ben Tusting is actually putting some excellent laps in. Last lap was a 2:30 dead. That's one of the fastest laps of the race. 2:29.9 was Simon Trendle's best lap.
You'd think
very evenly matched team.
You'd think with the way that they've been going with their strategy that Dan Kraft is going to go back into that car with that Pete Newman's currently driving.
I was going to say I think he has to, but I'll just check on the...
Yeah, because Dan Kraft's only done 51 laps. Pete, this will be his 60th lap in the car, so...
yeah. So it's not going to force them into it, I don't think. But
it's not going to force them into it. But you would have thought, with the way that they've been playing the strategy of basically switching each time, that they would do that to carry that on. But
some of the drivers are going to have to be quite careful, aren't they? Some of the teams are verging on that 60% limit, which, as far as I'm aware, will disqualify you.
Yes, it will disqualify you.
And that's what. That's what happened to the Kia, the main PC Fun team, I believe, at Suzuka, wasn't it? The guy did 3 hours, teammate didn't turn up, and it meant that
he was disqualified.
He was forced into staying in the pits. He wasn't even disqualified; he just couldn't go out.
But he did end up being disqualified from the final standing, so he didn't score any points.
Because the second driver didn't take over. That's exactly right. It's the laps of the car that takes part, isn't it?
I'm just looking here. The main PC roof C-Spec has got involved with the number 88 car.
Oh no!
So that's the NM Academy car that got repaired a little earlier down in Rivage.
And that's after the 41 car goes past. He lets that one through. Oh, and he doesn't see the BMW. There is netcode though. It's horrible.
Yeah, but it's that second impact that with the BMW that does a bit of damage to that car. So
almost Kroll there.
Yeah, they're struggling back to the pits with that one. But with the repairs, they will be able to get out and do one final stint. So
engine damage there. Luckily for them, though, they are 33 laps ahead of Canada PC, so it's not going to get any worse for them. It's not been a great day for main PC in general, to be honest. They are. I mean, I suppose the Mustang is winning, and that's good. They've actually got ahead of SRN Motorsport thanks to that early stop. So still one stop to go for Jan Santowski. So we need to pay attention actually to see how that one develops as McGarvey goes very close to the BMW of Darren Vira Wright.
And we have good news, and that is the 55 car, the illegal company, are back out. They've replaced the engine. They're back out racing. They're in 33rd overall, 34 laps down on the leader.
Yes.
But they're not the last running Mustang, because that would be the Blackadder Motorsport number 67 car. So yeah, they're still running, and they're ahead of them in the race. So good on them.
Yeah, that car was a little second hand anyway before it blew the engine. So, and they did just lose that place to Top Freak Racing. I didn't think. In fact, that was actually closer, wasn't it, than what we thought it was going to be?
Yeah.
Because we thought that was going to be half an hour. I think it only took them 20 minutes? Something like that? Not bad.
Yeah,
it's
let me just having a look at that. Yeah, it was it's a long time to be stopped though, but
yeah,
in an endurance race, but still the fact that they're still running and they're still going is great.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, like we already mentioned the attrition rate earlier on, and the lack of it, to be fair. And this is truly a great effort from all concerned. It's a what, you know. I know we've got an hour left. They could all end up in a big heap, exploding and everything, but we don't know. But the organisers have put on this great series again, and it is well organised, and it is an excellent advert for endurance racing on iRacing, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good effort. It's the first time that they've done a 6-hour race with the Spirit of VLN-series, so I know we've got, 57.5 minutes to go, so we're into the final hour. It's been a long old broadcast. I'm amazed I've still got a voice, to be honest. So
it's been enjoyable though, mate. I've enjoyed this, the race and the commentary and everything so far, at least, and it is long when you think about it. It is a long day, but it's been worth it. It's been an excellent race.
As we do have a battle in the Mustangs for third in the Mustangs class.
There we go.
It's the number 10 car, the online simracing.de car. So they've actually done well to get up to third place in class. Actually,
Werpo's last lap was 4:27. I suppose though that was with the pit stop. So Werpo must have fresh tyres. Oh, as Wildenauer there almost runs into the back of one of the roughs, the Canad PC one. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Martin Rosler can actually cash in.
I mean, the thing is, has Wildenauer had his final pit stop? That's one thing. I'm just looking at this.
It doesn't look like it. I mean, he pitted on lap 88. And that was maybe. No, he probably has actually. 20 minutes. That was 20 minutes ago, so he probably has. It was 30 minutes ago. Sorry. So
88. So
close.
I mean, we're on 104 laps for 105th lap. Sorry for that number 10 car. So
I'm gonna be brutally honest and make a bold prediction that I think he needs to save some fuel. I think he'll be close.
I to be honest, I think they'd have to stop. I think they do need to have like a final splash and dash for that car. But it is a close battle. They are together. Werpo just behind. Yeah, you get the calculator out. I'll keep talking.
Sorry, no, they pitted about 50 minutes ago. I think. Sorry, because it's nearly it's nearly 3-minute laps for the Mustang, isn't it?
Yeah. So there will be.
Yeah, they're probably needing a splash and dash, but that'll probably be in the next 20 minutes, something like that. Maybe get. Don't know if they'll get Lehman back in the car for a short stint. Who knows?
But Martin Rosler, you would hope as the Werpo driver that your teammate is figuring out what we've just been figuring out and saying that you don't need to maybe go on the offensive too hard. You know, you can maybe
don't want to ruin that pristine.
Yeah. Well, one, you don't want to ruin that car that's almost pristine apart from that dent.
Likewise, the car that it's following as well is the same.
But But also, you don't want, if they've got to pit again, you don't have to make that move. So you can just stick behind them, keeping the and just as I say that, they have a look down the inside at Rivage, but no way through there this time by. But yeah, they've certainly got the fresher tyres, so they will have the edge through the corners. But yeah, me personally, I would be telling my teammate, just sit back. Fuel saved. You don't have to push the matter because they have to pit again.
And as well, you're 2 laps behind anyone else. It's literally just you and this car. And to be honest, if you stay behind,
he's going for it.
There's no real need for that. I don't think, but they don't have the. I mean, his teammates have the timing and scoring like we do. But yeah, to me, I'd stay behind him. Put him under pressure, and then when he pits, you laugh. The only thing you need to actually, though, be careful of is if Wildenauer pits for a very quick stop.
Oh, was one of the Kias just getting in between them there?
Just want to have a quick.
It's the GT3, the NM Academy car.
Yeah,
coming through as well.
Never a dull run for the NM Academy boys. Verpo have just pitted, so they're fine. They can get to the end of this race. I don't think it'll be possible, but do Werpo want to be getting on with it? Just in case of a very quick stop and a quick car at the end of the race from Russell, but to be honest, I don't think they'd have enough time to make up a pit stop. Definitely, no matter really what happened.
It's basically this position that they're fighting for. They're fighting for 3rd place in class, and they're a lap down on the next car, on the SRN car. So is it the SRN car? Oh well, you see, my timing screen is.
Yes, sorry, no, it is the SRN car in 2nd place. It's now the main PC Mustang in the lead, but those 2 are out of sequence, aren't they, on the pit stops? So,
actually, Sentowski is behind the SRN car, so they've obviously made their final pit stop. The Sentowski, have they?
No.
No.
No, he's nearly a lap in front, isn't he? I believe.
Good grief! Yeah.
Am I right? I'm not even sure anymore. SRN is in 24.
Hey, Sentowski is about 7 seconds behind.
No, I think he has. I think he did pit. I think he's just pitted. Because the last lap was a 53. I think he has just pitted, but I am not 100% sure on that.
Yeah,
one.
I think
both
Stephen,
have pitted.
I think Stephen, though, if with that early pit stop that they made, is he going to have to look after his tyres a bit?
Maybe. I mean, definitely you'll have to look after his tyres, but we said it could have been a good decision, Paul, to be honest, because the damage necessitated the pit stop. But they came in, got whatever repairs done, got some fresh boots on it, and it's going fairly well. I mean, it's going to be difficult to hold on. It's going to be a difficult one, but at least they now have a chance. And this is what I was saying. If they'd have stayed out with the damaged car, that's everything gone, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
As the Kia and the Rough go past.
Werpo Moto still battling away with the online simracing.de VLN car, the number 10 and the number 53. They're absolutely neck and neck. You hope this doesn't end in tears, you really do, because these two are absolutely hammer and tongs with each other, just going through Blanchimont, both hitting the curb, which unsettles the car, does that curb. So as looking down the inside goes Werpo, do they make that move stick?
Yeah.
They're down the inside, and yes, they've got that position.
The Kia going through.
I think the number 10 car just deciding to get out of that one and live to fight another day, because one, that car is absolutely mint. It's going back on the forecourt tomorrow morning. And two, they saw that Kia was there, so maybe thought, let's just get out the way here and let them through as well.
Yeah, and that's RaceSpotTV as well. Norberto Labour got through. We haven't really mentioned RaceSpotTV. They are still in the race. 34 laps down. I think they had issues at the very beginning.
They certainly
No,
have,
in the middle they had issues, I think.
yeah,
more than
they
anything.
certainly got involved in a couple of things. So yeah, not being
Forgive
the
us,
best.
everyone. Forgive us, everyone, if we're struggling to remember or really figure out where people are. It does get a bit confusing at this stage.
Yeah, you try and broadcast for 6 hours.
Exactly.
I make it sound so hard. Because we are into the last 50 minutes of this race now, so interesting fact, the core sim racing car is now a complete lap in front of everybody in the field.
Due to the pit stops, I guess?
Possibly.
I guess RC UK have been in. Let's have a little look. Where are they? Near Blanchimont. So I would think that yeah, they must have been in, surely. They weren't that far. They weren't that far behind. They were only about a minute and 45 behind, so they were nowhere near a complete lap. Darren did a good stint there. That was much better than his first one. Definitely 100%.
Yeah, completely. So, yeah, so Lee Bunker just completed his first lap, I believe. So
what's Bunker? Oh no, no time on that one.
Yeah, because that was basically his first lap back in the car. So he's pushing it on, and well, it's just a case of keeping that place, because they are a lap ahead of the third place car, the 08 PK Car Sport, who just come into the pits as well. So they're making their final stop, not having to take on as much fuel as before, as we say, a little less fuel, so lighter car. So we may get
must be nice.
I was about to say we may get some faster lap times coming up towards the end of this race with fresh tyres and a lighter car.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't wrong about those two Mustangs going for it, because they were only lapping about 1 second off qualifying pace. At least what the Werpo guys did in qualifying. So which actually was quite a poor qualifying, but they were lapping quickly and going for it, and that's what matters, isn't it, at the end of this race? But
we had a car just slowly in the background then, I saw, in the final chicane, as the core car comes in. Well, the Claudio Klima comes in to the final stop.
It was the 33 McLaren, very slow, very deep into the corner. Struggled a bit making it into the bus stop chicane, so not a great day for them. But there's still only 7 laps. To be fair, they've actually come up to 9th overall in that car, so they qualified 8th. They've rescued that fairly well.
Absolutely. So yeah, Core Sim Racing into the pits, the 24 car for their final stop. Will they change driver, do you think?
Have a look. Let's see how many laps they've done.
Claudio's done a full stint there, so
yeah, I think they'll have to. Klima's done 78 laps. Mike Pallett's only done 51 laps. So I think they'll have to change here. Yeah. And this is where, as we said, everything does need to be good. Everything needs to be organised and precise, and even silly thing, don't miss your pit box, silly things like that. I know they're a long way in front, but you don't want to make a few mistakes in one go, do you?
No, absolutely. I mean, Hugo knows all about people missing the pit box, isn't that right, on Tuesday night? Talking to me, I blame the commentator Johnny Simon for distracting me on Tuesday night for me missing my pit box. So
there you go.
That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Blame others early and often. It's a great strategy. I mean, I've missed pit boxes left, right, and centre, and I'm a great one for coming out of for pitting in the IndyCar and coming out on engine map 8, and it won't go anywhere. So that's another
far
one
from ideal.
That's another one you don't want to do. The BMW does possess some engine mapping options as well. I believe you can change them during the race. Mike Palleck is back in the car, and he's out now after relatively reasonable stop.
Actually, that was a full stop. That was 55 seconds. So they've taken a full tank there. So just to make sure, I mean, it may
driver
be
change though, I suppose.
Yeah, driver change there. I mean, it may be like with the Kia,
And look at all this lovely traffic that they've come out to.
I know with the Kia from driving that you know, if you put in a bit more fuel, it just makes the car a bit more stable. So, you know, they have plenty of time to play with, and with the driver change as well. Maybe it's just a case of just fill her up and see her to the end.
Yep, and now Mike Pallock is diving his way through the traffic. New tyres, fairly, you think a relatively light car. It's perfect, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And a lead of about a minute and a bit, minute and a half, essentially.
Well, it was a minute and 3/4, wasn't it, at one point? Yep. So
it does look a little less than that, actually. Looking at the track, Blanchimont is where Lee Bunker is now.
It'll take enough a lap for this to filter through and on the timing screens here. So we'll eventually be able to tell you the gaps and how people are doing. I'm just having a look.
In fact, I think you're spot on still with a minute and 3/4. I think the pit stops were actually almost identical, weren't they?
Yeah,
poor old Canard PC. The number 31 rough had an absolute nightmare of a day. It just hasn't gone well for them at all the way through, has it?
Who knew that a roof could look that narrow?
It's probably bringing some sort of unexpected benefits, but
it's been a far from ideal day for them.
It looks like the Delta Wing.
Absolutely, yeah. It's certainly narrower at the front than it is at the back, but I don't think that'll be helping the car at all. Not for the handling or the aerodynamics, but yeah, it's
reasonable lap times though. Still 2:33. I mean, they were doing 2:31s, 2:30s at the start of the race, but you know, it's to be fair, you know, again, I'm just going to congratulate everyone who sort of gets this far. I think as well, this is a good time. We'll take our last commercial break. With about 35 minutes to go. So we'll be back very, very shortly for the final stint. Thanks for sticking with us, guys. We hope you will enjoy the conclusion to this third round of the Spirit of VLN series live on RaceSpotTV.
We're so excited to be bringing the Nürburgring to everybody. It's by far the most requested track that we've ever had. I've been with iRacing since the beginning. I can't tell you how many people I've met at trade shows or racetracks and demos that we've done all across the United States and even in Europe, and it's always the most requested track that we've had. And it's always been kind of a sad answer, no, we don't have it. When are you bringing it? And we never really had a good answer. And obviously we announced this last year, and it's super exciting. I mean, it really is one of the premier tracks in the entire world.
The Nürburgring, to me as a race fan, is the holy grail of racetracks. Even from the gaming aspect, just getting that car around that track was a personal achievement by itself. It's kind of got this iconic status to it that makes it different than any other track in the world.
We actually have a lot of history with the Nürburgring dating back about 20 years. We created a version of the track for Grand Prix Legends, which was a Formula One simulation for the PC. But this will be the first time that we've worked on the track with laser scan data, highly precise measurements, and of course the iRacing standards of quality. So we're really excited about this project and we can't wait to release it. There are two main facilities at Nürburgring. There's the Grand Prix course, which is basically a modern F1 style racetrack. And then there's the Nordschleife itself, which has been around for decades. And of course the combined course, where you can take the Grand Prix course, drive around it, and then there's a point where you branch off onto the Nordschleife and you continue there all the way around the Nordschleife and then back down to the Grand Prix course. And the end result is an extremely large, unique racetrack. We arrived with a really large crew. Actually, 4 of us made the trip, and we spent a week there photographing the track, taking video recordings of the racetrack, the surroundings, the scenery, the towns. And when it's all said and done, we returned home with a massive amount of data. If you took our largest project ever, this is probably 4 times that size. So it's going to take a lot of work, but it's really our plan and our intent not to cut any corners and really produce and create the best version of the Nürburgring possible that we can. The terrain and topography of the area that surrounds the Nürburgring is really important to the character and accuracy and feel of the track. We're really working on new ways and methods and types of data that we can use to build the best topography and best terrain model possible. And it will be something never before seen in iRacing or racing sims in general. We have a laser scan of the track, and that laser scan is incredibly dense. Essentially, there are so many points that you could take a quarter and lay it on the laser points, and the quarter wouldn't fall through. So we're taking that level of detail from the scan, and we're trying to translate that into what you see in the sim.
You won't find the level of detail that we bring to tracks anywhere else. You guys expect that from us, and we'll continue to do that. It's not just purely laser scanned. It really will have personality, and I think that that's what's going to make our track unique.
Welcome back to Spa. This is the closing stages of the 6-hour race here for the Spirit of VLN. It's the 3rd round of the 6-race season, and we're looking at the battle for the lead of the Ford Mustang category. It's Jan Senkowski in the main PC Mustang, the number 969 car there that you see in the foreground. And then just behind them, Stephen McGarvey of SRN Motorsports. And Paul, this is a battle that at one bit we didn't really think we'd see, but it's come together in fine style at the end.
It certainly is. It's got feisty just while we were on the ad break there. They were side by side, but yeah, these two absolutely still hammering tongs. There's about a second and a half between them, so this battle certainly isn't over, that's for sure.
No, indeed. And look at that, actually, Senkowski getting a nice helpful tow off the Blackadder car through the middle part of this lap. So Stephen's banting there. Stephen McGarvey is actually being gapped a little, isn't he, now by Senkowski?
Yeah, just putting a little bit of a gap on him there. But McGarvey, I think it's just that little bit of crabbing that car's doing is affecting its top end down the long straights, which many of us want to get close to that Mayhem Motorsports car. which certainly has caused a little bit of mayhem today.
Yep.
with the SRN, not the SRN, the Sim Race Neke roof.
You said at the very beginning of the day, oh goodness me, that Dan Kraft was going to have one of those days where he's quite aggressive, and it definitely has been like that as well. But Pete Newman got involved in an incident as well. I must admit, we were on about pristine cars. I believe the main PC Mustang is possibly the only Ford with 0 damage, and I know I've probably done it now.
It does certainly look that way from the view here. So yeah, they've done a good job to keep that car clean and straight. So yeah, the SRM boys, they're still not giving up though. Stephen McGarvey now 2 seconds behind, so just starting to fall back a little, maybe with that traffic just splitting up a little bit there didn't help them.
Yeah, and Mike Pallock continuing to drive it like he's stolen it up front. The race leader, as the Phoenix Kia almost looked like he was going to outbrake himself there. RC UK Motorsport 1 minute and 48 seconds behind. Excuse me. And yeah, I mean that battle, Paul. I think my voice is going as well. that battle is. You know, it's probably over. It's well and truly pretty much over now. It's been a great performance by Core, hasn't it?
It needs a mistake from Core to bring the RC UK car back into that battle, because they cannot make up that time with 33 minutes left on the clock. So with Core, it's all about just managing the car and just keeping pushing.
Yeah, and being sensible with the lap traffic as well. I know that a lot of drivers, I think we said this before, I know a lot of drivers have said that they like to keep pushing, you know, at the end of the stint, because at the end of the race, even though they're a long way in front, because it helps keep the concentration. And I do personally think sometimes that there's no real need to risk that sort of thing. But having said that, you know, if you start going slower, if your lead starts getting eroded, and then someone crashes into you, then you'd have wished you had still had those extra maybe 10-15 seconds where you backed off.
Yeah,
you don't want it to get like squeaky bum time close at the end.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you do have as much of a gap as possible, but you know, with the likes of Alain Prost in the past, who said that you win a race as slowly as you can, you know, to make sure that you do get that car to the end. So
point.
It's hard.
He was a great master of that, wasn't he?
It's hard to argue with the professor, to be honest.
Fangio, was it him that said, you know, the best Grand Prix car in the world is the one that breaks down as it crosses the line?
Yeah,
and it's true. You know, we've seen Giancarlo Fisichella win that Brazilian Grand Prix in 2003, and then his car was on fire in the pit lane. So that car would not have made it to the end of that race. It was pure circumstance, and it was a brilliant. That's one of my favourite races of all time, by the way. That was. If that race hadn't been stopped, he was a goner because his engine was gone.
It was self-destructed for sure.
It was perfectly summed up, that race, and it was a great one. If anybody hasn't seen it, I'd really suggest you do go and watch that one. But
I'm sure you can find it. Oh, the main PC. NPC Mustang just getting a little sideways through Eau Rouge. That is not the place. That is not the place to have a moment like that.
If there's one place on this track where you would pretty much get an automatic too much damage and we're done by hitting anything, it would be there.
Absolutely, yeah. You hit the wall there, your race is pretty much done.
We've seen some absolutely monster crashes and horrible ones in GT and endurance racing as well in the past 12 months, 18 months or so.
Last year's Spa 24-hour race, there was 3 or 4 massive incident accidents up at in Eau Rouge.
There was, and then there was horrible ones down at Blanchimont as well.
Yeah.
It is a track where you cannot take it lightly. Look at all that traffic behind the leader. You see the leader there, and about 10 cars, 6 cars, in a great pack behind the Blackadder Motorsport Mustang, who doesn't really know where to go at this point.
I tell you what was great, just going down the Kemmel Straight there, was having 5 Mustangs all on the Kemmel Straight.
Wow.
All together with the cars, with the GT cars way in the background. So that was a good sight to see those 5 just, okay, they're not all battling for position, but still to keep that up and to be together is, I mean, they're still staying together now. So it's the main PC car just getting out of the way of the guys lapping them. So they have made a break for it. 4-second gap between them and Stephen McGarvey now. So that battle just dying down a little bit. But 29 minutes to go. It's certainly not over yet.
Yeah, indeed, and we do want to thank everyone who's stayed with us live on YouTube. We appreciate that. Well, the Indy 500 going on also on RaceSpotTV tonight, and we've seen some great battles, and one of the things as well, SRN Motorsport, I'm just keeping an eye on their rough entry, which is actually the 7th place car overall in the race. Excellent job from them. About 25 seconds ahead of NEPK Racing, Tim Klassen's Bram Rainiers, doing the usual excellent job, which has become, their trademark, really, isn't it, of putting up solid performances.
Yeah, they certainly know how to get the best out of that car. Obviously learning it as they go along, because of course they did race in the Kia last season. There's the SRN car all over the back of the 68 Blackadder Motorsport car. Coming out of Eau Rouge there.
It must be so difficult, really, for SRN, because they're still trying to fight for the lead. I fear that is in vain now. But you're lapping about a second slower than main PC, but they've got horrible damage, and they're trying to pass cars with little to no damage, or ones in the same class that aren't crabbing along, and it must be so frustrating. There's almost contacts there between Thomas Kroll, the main PC rough, the 991, and Steven Spantig in the 68 Blackadder Motorsport car. Very close into Rivage, and again, it's little things like that. Some of these guys have been in the car for over 2 hours, Paul, and it's so easy for one mistake, pull out in front of someone, like we saw earlier on with the Sim Race Drivers team BMW, and that could be you over. You could be done after 5 hours and 33 minutes of this race. Yeah,
it's so easy to make a mistake at this point now. You're feeling a bit tired, mentally more than physically, and you just wanted to get to the end now. You can see that finish line in sight. It's the lights at the end of the tunnel. It's almost over, but you can't really relax at all, because as soon as you relax, you end up missing somebody in your mirror and getting taken out of the race, and your race ruined after so long.
Yeah, and all that effort put in, you want it to. Goodness me, as the 777 car, Max Scheider takes quite a sizable amount of Blanchimont curb right in front of the illegal company Mustang, down in 33rd place, and that's not the result that they wanted after what was a pretty decent run for them. The lead, just in case you're wondering, the lead for Core Sim Racing VLN team, the 24 BMW, which they've kept that in great condition as well. The lead is 1 minute 56 and a half. And you know what, Paul, I think I said to you at the beginning of the race, it was surprising to see RC UK Motorsport on pole position, given the history of that team in this series as not being absolute front runners on a regular basis, but they really have put up a good fight today.
They seem to have enjoyed the run here at Spa. Things seem to have gone their way which, to be honest, is half the battle with an endurance race. They have
Sim
had,
racing in general, as you were about to say, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
I mean, they have had that issue with the pit stop, which cost them dearly earlier on in the race. So,
but ultimately,
you'd have to
it's
say
not cost them. It probably hasn't cost them victory, but I do think they could have. I mean, they definitely would have been in the lead for longer. 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, they were in the lead. They had a chance to battle, didn't they?
It would have been interesting to see them battle away as the core car almost got together with the leading rough C-Spec car, so into the bus stop chicane. So they're still pushing it. The core sim racing car with Mike Palloch in that car.
I do wonder with RC UK though, just in the back of my mind, without the pit stop, and if they would have found a way to engineer an extra stint for Simon Povey, I reckon they would have been. They would have been there, I think. And again, no disrespect to the other guys in the team because they're good drivers in their own right, but Simon Povey was so quick today. I would have found a way to get him doing exactly 60%. You know, I would have got him.
It would have been on the button, yeah.
Yeah, I would have honestly done that because he's just been on fire. Lee Bunker's doing good times, but Simon was smashing it. And again, I am not in any way disrespecting the other drivers in that team because they have done a great part of. Oh goodness me!
Werpo!
Well, has he even seen him yet?
I think he has now.
He has. Oh dear, that was Rossler there. I'm not sure what he was doing, but I'm not sure what was going on there. But yeah, when you've got a driver who appears to be, you know, the strong guy in the team, Paul, I think you've got to try and maximise that.
But can I just say that Darren and Lee, aim all of your complaints at Andrew Woodhouse, not Paul Smith, because I didn't say that. But no, on a serious note, from a strategy point of view with the endurance racing, you do want to get as much out of the strongest person at that track.
Because I know, like, I'm never the strong link in the combination in a car. So that is my honest opinion, and I am not a great driver. So that is my opinion.
I mean, it's with me with the team race that we did earlier in the touring car season. I was in the lead, but I was never going to beat a couple of the guys, the guys that beat me with. It was Katz, Andreas Katz, I think it was, who drives in the Karcher car here. Unfortunately, on holiday. How dare he take a holiday when there's sim racing to be done?
He tried the other day, though. He got for those who in the league who maybe want to have a good bit of a laugh at Andreas's expense. He set up a little makeshift rig by the swimming pool. And he had a desk and a wheel and everything, and he did try and race the BSRTC on Thursday night, and struggled a little bit.
Using a tablet device as well, not a proper laptop or anything like
Pro,
that. Yeah.
And he had a good go. He struggled a little bit for pace, but his internet let him down, I believe. Oh goodness me, what's happened to McIntyre? He's on the grass down the straight. He was really struggling to keep that on the course there, Paul. Is he falling asleep? Maybe tiredness kicking in. I don't know.
I'm falling asleep because I can't even see who it was that you mentioned.
Got back at TNT Racing 37 car.
Ah, yes, there we go.
He spent 200, 300 yards on the grass, and it was just a surprise to me.
Oh yeah, down the Kemmel Straight, absolutely, yeah. So I've just
It's
seen
a bit
that
odd.
now, yeah. To be honest, it could be just like a momentary lapse of concentration, or
Again,
something that's happened in and around you. Say, like as we said, an errant cat or something like of that nature come just to distract you while you're going down. At least it's on the Kemmel Straight. At least it is straight there. You know, it's not like it happened through Eau Rouge.
Well, that's it indeed. You know, there are worse places, I suppose. Although Hamilton did that, didn't he? A few years ago with Kobayashi.
Yes, did.
Ended up in an accident at the end of there.
Yes, he did. Yeah, just in the old memory banks. Where what was that? Yeah. So yeah, it was Kobayashi and Hamilton that came together that time when Hamilton was driving in the McLaren. Yeah. It's so easy to make that mistake. I mean, when I went for the Formula One, there was a GP3 race on, and there was a massive accident down at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
Is that Richie Stanaway?
I can't remember now.
I think that's what he was out for over a year with back injuries, and that's why he qualified for the. That's why he was doing the Pro Series on iRacing and things like that. I think that was a result of that very crash that we're talking about. Was it in the wet?
No, it wasn't. It was dry, but it basically came together, and there was a hole put in the barrier. That's how big the impact was.
Maybe not that one then.
But yeah, I'm just having a look here. Flow Riders and Bitspeed are together. So Bitspeed
Finally.
in the final 19 minutes of the race are finally just clawed that gap back up to the Flow Riders who have done.
3 hours.
It's been simmering. It's been getting there, and finally we're getting the end result of all this hard work. And Bitspeed really all over the back end of Flow Rider. Flow Rider's done a very good job, it has to be said, in that 70 car, considering that they qualified in amongst the Kias.
Oh yeah, massively. And you know, Flow Riders, they've picked up the pace quite a lot from the start of the race. They weren't very quick at the beginning, but they've managed to, especially the last 2 hours, 3 hours, they've actually been pretty much on the money with the pace. And but let's see what's going to happen in this battle as we come out of who won?
I have to say that Bitspeed have got fresher.
He's having a look.
They have got fresher tyres in that 28 car. They've only just pitted about 4 or 5 laps ago.
And I do think, Paul, that's why Flow Riders were caught out there. Bitspeed were nearly caught out on the way into the corner because Marco Silva had so much more grip, didn't he?
Yeah, was able to brake later.
Yep.
He's all over him. I would think that it'd be a matter of time purely because he has got fresher tyres on, but you never know. Flow Riders, they're putting up a good fight. They're able to hang on to the place so far.
Yeah, Xiao Aguirre is Silva made a bit of a mess of Blanchimont, and that's actually allowed Aguirre to escape slightly.
But look at how much they caught up on the braking there.
His entry into the chicane.
But just the sheer closing there into the chicane there, just with the fresher tyres, you're able to get onto the brakes later. You're able to accelerate sooner and harder with those fresher tyres. So Bitspeed really putting the pressure on, and it'll be interesting to see with Eau Rouge to see how they do through there.
Yeah, and it gives us a good chance to actually talk about the championship standings as well very quickly before these two come to blows. Maybe it looks like the SRN Motorsport Mustang is going to stay at the top of the table. Second place here, first, second, I believe is what they've done. So that looks like they're going to gain enough points to stay there. And then in the Class 1, it was Arcadia Racing actually, wasn't it?
Yes.
At the top of that.
Dream Factory was second in that.
Now
in that
for Bitspeed, I mean, think about it into Rivage.
Oh, they're having more than I think.
He had to get out of that because of the understeer that you mentioned, Paul, through there, especially on the entry to that corner. He's almost too fast, isn't he? He doesn't know where to attempt the pass.
He's trying through the twisty stuff because that's where he's got the advantage. On the longer straights, it's not so much an advantage to have that fresh tire as the Flow Riders run a bit wide through Pouhon. That gives the Bitspeed chance to catch up and have a look into the Fania chicane, but
again, he's making half moves all the time. He'd be better off setting his man up through the corner, braking earlier on the same line, setting his man up there. It's not going to do him any good if he's entering every corner slightly tighter than that number 70 car.
The 70 car though running a bit wider though.
Made a good exit.
Having to try and carry that speed through the corners, so really running wider through corners is that Flow Riders car to make the most of being able to get on the power a little bit earlier.
It looks like Core Sim Racing are going to take the lead in the Class 1 with this victory as well. I will keep one eye on this battle.
It's very close.
I'm sure Aguirre is keeping one eye on his mirrors constantly. There's a bit of traffic.
The Mustang.
Oh dear me! Bit of traffic, and Aguirre had to go. He had to go a bit wider there than he would have liked. And there's also
Kia see them.
But the Kia's better on the brakes than the Rough.
Yeah.
So that was convenient actually, because he managed to be out of the way. Is that RaceSpotTV?
Yes, it is.
And quickly into Class 2.
They've been caught behind the Kia of the.
Probably got enough.
Bitspeed.
Right
up.
Doesn't
Right
want to
up
hit.
behind.
Doesn't want to hit RaceSpotTV there.
Down the
And it's
Camel
clever
straight.
from Flow Riders to just edge across the track, to break a little bit of the slipstream, because they know that Bitspeed Endurance can't move across to their right hand side.
Look at that Kia go though.
Good braking and good straight line speed actually. Here we go. Thinking, looking, and not going through. Good sort of attempt to distract the 70 car, but he's never going to make it through. That's such a hard place to overtake.
There's 13 minutes left, you know.
Gotta be here or poo on.
Oh, he's going for it now. He's
going
got
to do it. He's got it. Game, set and match, I think there.
Good move there.
Look at the Kia,
into Liège.
The Kia's catching up in the straight line. And well done to Marco Silva. He's gone through, and that'll be it for that one. I would have said. So let's have a quick
look. The Flow
look.
Riders, they're just they're falling back now. They're struggling to keep up with that Bitspeed Endurance car. So they've made that stick. So just don't make a mistake now, Marcos.
Yeah, indeed. And so it looks like in the Rough class, it's appropriate, because we've been really enjoying their battling throughout this race. It looks like, so Sim Racing Eke had 36 points. They're going to finish, it looks like, in third. But they're going to get another 16, so they're going to be on 52. NEPK are going to be on 52. And SRN Motorsports are going to be on 52 points. So there's 3 cars going to be tied for that lead. And it's going to be SRN with 2 wins. They're going to lead the championship. And then NEPK have 1 win. Sim Racing Eke haven't won yet, but they've finished second and third. So what a championship we're looking at for the second half of the season there. In the Kias, Team Chimera will, I think, go into the lead there.
Yeah, SRN have had a shocker in the Kia class. Bitspeed just getting caught up behind the 68 Mustang. So that's like the Flow Riders just come back into it a little bit, as they've got a better exit out of Rouge coming down the Kemmel Straight now. And Flow Riders will take that place back again. So this isn't over yet.
So that wasn't over at all. But again, this is what we said. I didn't even listen to my own advice. Don't think that an endurance race is over until the checkered flag comes out. As he's made a mess of that Silver, he's trying to be too eager through Lecombe. Down the hill as they plunge down towards Rivage. Into the downhill right-hander. You can see the grip of those new tyres, newer tyres on that Bitspeed Endurance car. Liège now. And that's the sort of corner where you're going to see the difference. But actually, good driving. It's been good driving, isn't it, from Aguirre in that Flow Riders car.
Yeah, good defensive driving from him, and well, here we go. Is Bitspeed going to have a look going into the Fanion chicane? They're looking, but they're not going to be light enough on the brakes there, really, because it's not a big enough braking area. Although they're looking again, but they're on the outside for the second part.
You'll struggle to get around the outside there,
and you end up on
impossible.
the outside for Stavolo if you follow through there. Is they're looking down the inside?
A nudge.
Have a bit of patience, please.
Yeah.
Just
You've
got 9.5 minutes left.
You have to set this guy up for the bus stop chicane.
They have the pace, that's for sure. I can understand them wanting to get past, but
you still want to get through quickly, don't you? But he's hit him.
There's a little bit of contact.
He's
just
hit him
coming together.
And this could get a little bit nasty now.
Saying that's a bit of a
damage.
dent on the front of that Bitspeed car. So
Bitspeed driver Marcos Silva just needs a little bit.
It was just getting caught out by the 70 car, having to brake just a little bit more going into Blanchimont, and I think that's just caused that's what caused that little bit of contact there.
Has his chance gone now? Has he damaged that car too much? You wouldn't think so, but
no, he's still on the back. He's still on the back of that car.
He's right there now, isn't he? Thinking about it, I mean, you don't want any aero damage really of any kind, but yeah, I think he's got enough grip in the tyres, hasn't he? Oh yeah.
There we go. This is the run now.
But he's blocked the inside. Got to go around the long way.
It is fantastic, fantastic defensive driving from the Floor Riders driver there. But now looking down the inside, look calm. No, not making a move.
Guerra left the inside line open, but a little surprised Silva didn't try that. Maybe Rivage is going to be it if you can set him up through Malmedy. But again, it's great driving from Aguirre. He's smooth, he's fast, he's picking his braking points. He's not making any mistakes, and this is perfect. Perfect coping with pressure and perfect defensive driving.
Absolutely. So
as again, Silva goes a bit wide and just he can't capitalise on that new tyre advantage, which is going to get less and less as he goes along.
And they've got the 65 car coming up to lap them as well, so that'll just maybe potentially break it up at this battle as they go past the main PC.
Yep, class leading car there.
Oh, down the inside, he's losing it, is he?
He's going to lose it. No, he's not.
Well held.
And he didn't really lose a great deal of time either. The Sim Race Drivers team, BMW, is watching. Don't want to get involved with this battle, I don't think, really, if you're the GT3 driver there.
If I'm Friedrich Laditz, I'd just be sat back and just go, yep, go on boys, you do that.
Is Laditz under threat from it? No, he's not. Not at all from anyone. I'd just allow this one to go. Great battling though. I mean, we're in the last 10 minutes of the endurance race, a 6-hour race, and these two have been hitting each other and and under braking, that's going to be tight. Oh, goodness me. Silva's trying everything, Paul, and he's almost trying too hard here. He needs to just, I don't know, like you said, calm down and pick a place where you're going to go for a decisive move. Set him up, get it over with. I mean, it's brilliant from the 70 car to defend. Brilliant.
We've got a Kia pitting.
That's possible.
Possibly so. I'm just seeing who it is. It's the APVU car. So the number 6 Kia making a quick splash and dash. Obviously, not quite enough fuel to make it to the end.
No.
For them.
APVU, they're 4 laps down on the leading car in that category. So yeah, it might be slightly off strategy. Silva's losing it nearly into Lacombe again. He's just pushing too hard. He's 3 seconds a lap faster than Aguirre on a clear track. He's got every chance to overtake him if he just reins himself in a little bit. Just quickly, let's not talk about the championship. I was going to talk about the championship at the wrong time. As out of Rivage into Liège. Now, just a little bit of. There you go. That's the run you need. That's the run you need through Liège. to follow him through Pouhon, get a good exit out of Pouhon, and make it into the Fanish chicane.
Oh, it's
Silver's gonna
the
throw away
floor
the
riders
chance.
from wide.
Oh,
Oh,
he
had
had
to
to
get on the
brake.
brakes.
Slam the door shut, did agree. He does not want to give this up. This is the part of the race where you've tried so hard, you've worked for so long, your team has put blood and sweat and tears and guts and gore into everything. You do not want to give up this position on the final lap, but I don't think Marcos Silva's going to give him a choice. He goes up the inside into Stavolo, and Paul, that one might just be the one.
I think that's the move now.
We don't know
That's
though for
finally
sure.
made.
The slipstream is still in play. The Dream Factory car's there as well. Oh, and he doesn't want... The Dream Factory car's forcing his way through nearly. He doesn't need to be doing that with less than 5 minutes to go, really, on these roughs who having their own battle, really, just to stay out of it.
Yeah, so we just, what, 4 minutes?
He's twitching out of the bus stop as well. Raul Diago.
4 minutes away.
4 minutes away. Team Carmera look like they're going to take the lead of the Kias. By the way, they're going to be on 48 points. And then, I believe, none of the top teams have scored any real points here. Mayhem is a new team.
Yeah.
So they haven't scored any points so far. They'll probably go up to maybe 9th place in the standings. But it's Phoenix only had scored 9 points before today. So they'll move up quite substantially. Sim RC Junior Club only 7 points before today. Heuskenfeld 12. SimRC.de are probably the closest ones. They'll get they'll get 10 points from today. So they'll actually come up into, I believe, 3rd.
Of course.
No, sorry. No, they'll stay where they are in 4th.
Of course,
Apologies.
all of this is hoping that they haven't gone over on the instant limit. Because of course, if they do,
or the driving limit,
or the driving limit, yeah. So we've got to wait and see. We've got to get that final confirmation through in the next week of what the final classifications are of the positions. But
that's a good point.
as it stands at the moment, just from the actual race positions, yeah, that's how it's looking. But yeah, it's with the points. It's not just dependent on instant limits and things like that. It's also dependent on how many cars turn up in your class that day, as to how many points you get as well. So it's on a scale.
Yeah, that's true. And very, very quickly, with the Class 4, just before we finish, SRN are going to be top of that table. They were already up by 8 points. Now going to increase that lead. They're going to have 58 points. Main PC, they're going to have 48 points. And then looks like the online simracing.de car is going to have 40 points. So they're going to be 3rd in that one. Wow, Paul, it's been a cracking race so far. And are we on the final lap yet?
With the leaders' call just coming up into the Fania chicane and a minute and a half to go, I would say we'll probably get one more lap unless they suddenly slow right down to take the checkered flag. So they've got a 2 minute 18 lead over the RC UK.
That must mean,
car, so
well, the RC UK car is in the next corner, mate. So I wonder if they're going to try and put a lap on them before the end.
They could certainly try.
I mean, Alex Simpson, our broadcast colleague, said that, and I'm sure Hugo's probably the same, is that the thing that drives him on to keep performing at the end of the race is actually how many people he can lap and see how far through the field he can get. So I reckon that's what's motivating Mike Pallock here at this point. And Lee Bunker looks like he's slowed right down to just get it to the checkered flag, to be honest. And you know, he may receive a lapping.
Well, I would say Core have done an absolutely fantastic job today.
Yeah. Awesome.
In the lead of this race. And yeah, one more lap. So this will be the final lap now. Because it was about, let's have a look, about 39 seconds when he crossed the line. So yeah, one more lap of this race to go. Can Core put a lap on RC UK? You would think so. And if you're RC UK, do you just basically hang back and let them put a lap on you, just so you don't have to do that extra lap?
Maybe. I don't think in this case, because I don't know.
Well, they're both on the camel straight now.
Are they a lap in front of the 8 car? I think they are, aren't they?
Yeah.
So
they need that lap.
I think they'll be fine. I mean, they don't have a reason to do that. They might as well try and stay on the lead lap and get some pride there, but whether they're going to stay on the lead lap or not, who knows? I would definitely try not to get laps at this point. It's still an achievement finishing on the lead lap after 6 hours.
It is an achievement. Be on the lead lap after 6 hours, and to be the only other car that finished on the lead lap as well. You can take that into the next race, say, hey, come on. You know, we stayed on the lead lap, the rest of you didn't. You know, so they can take that forward as a bit of pride, but Core are giving it a try. They are trying their best to lap them.
We see at Le Mans, you know, how amazing it is when you get any cars on the same lap as each other at the end, and 149 laps are going to be completed, Paul, so it wasn't far off the top.
No, well done on your guesstimation there.
He'll make it on to lap 150, unfortunately, after the checkered flag has flown.
Yeah, as he's coming up past the main PC Mustang, so at least they don't have to complete one more lap.
No, and they'll be happy with that because they're going to win that race. They're going to win that category, and we'll see them coming across very shortly after the Corsim racing car. But it has been an absolutely tremendous performance, Paul, from Corsim Racing, Mike Pallock, Claudio Klima, and they're going to come through the bus stop chicane for the final time. And they're going to come out of that, and they're going to cement themselves at the top of the Class 1 Championship. Corsim Racing are the champions of the 6 hours of Spa and the third round of Spirit of VLN, and the main PC Mustang coming across to take the win in Class 4. Excellent work. Phoenix Motorsports have finished second place for them in the Kia category, Class 3. Excellent work.
Chimera just coming through Blanchimont now, so they're coming into the bus stop, so good job from them after that early battling with the 4 cars of Mayhem and Team Huizenveld and one of the other cars. But yeah, as Huizenveld actually moved up into 3rd place in the race there for the Kias, so well done them.
Just
but
right at the end there, actually.
Team Chimera taking that
them.
position, so that win in class, so well done them. And SRN just coming through Blanchimont as well, so they're not too far behind to take the win in the Roof C Spec class.
Yeah, Ryan Huff and, of course, Daniel Grote, who started the race. They've put on a clinic here today. Excellent performance to beat NEPK Racing, who, to be honest, they weren't that far behind. About 25 seconds. And that was a good performance by Team Klassen's Bram Reniers as well. NM Academy, 4th place for them. In a very eventful race. A lot of the wrong reasons, really, for them. But good recovery, Paul, to be just 2 laps down. Yeah.
Absolutely. To push and to get that 4th place. Not ideal, but they made that judgment call and only finished about 50 seconds behind the 08 car of the PK Car Sport 3rd place podium position.
Just 2 cars still out on the track. Lee Bunker for RC UK Motorsport, as Lachlan Hall comes across for Blackadder Motorsport 67 car. Lee Bunker in the bus stop. It's been a really, really valiant fight from RC UK Motorsport. British team doing a great job. Excellent race from them and a really well-deserved 2nd place. Lee Bunker, Darren Viro-Wright and Simon Povey. And then Max Vietmeyer for Sim Racing Eke. They're going to come through on the podium to round out the entire field. So the 6 hours of Spa, it's done. Paul, how did you enjoy that race? I thought it was really good.
It was fantastic racing. Really enjoyed that. I'm losing my voice, so that tells you how much exciting racing we've had here. And yeah, it's been really good. I've enjoyed that.
Yep. And our voices are going. I was talking for about 8 hours at work as well earlier on today, and then 6 tonight. Yeah, but it's been well worth it. It's been really good to bring this to you for RaceSpotTV. I'll just check and see if there's anybody waiting.
Well, what we can do is we can just quickly go through the top threes of each class. So, and the overall winner is Core Sim Racing, the number 24 car. Second place, RC UK Motorsport in the BMW as well, finishing on the lead lap. So well done them to stay on that lead lap. Third place was the 08 PK Car Sports car, really under the radar there to finish in third place there in class. In the so that's the podium for overall, and in the GT3s. In the Class 2, the Roof C-Spec cars, it was the SRN Motorsports 41 car that won that race, with the 451 not of PK Racing Roof in second place. Then it was in third place the 75 car of the Sim Racing Eki car, a couple of laps down on those two leaders in that class. In the Kias, you had Team Chimera in first place in the 54 car, an excellent win for them, finishing a lap ahead of Phoenix Motorsports. Team Heusinkveld pipping the SimRC.de Junior Club to third place in class there for them. And finally in the Mustangs, and doing the donuts on the start and finish line, Main PC Mustang, the 969 car, well-deserved win for them, doing the donuts there. Second place was SRN Motorsports in the 09 car. And then finally, rounding out your top three in class, Werpo Moto doing an excellent job to finish in third place in class.
Yeah, I mean, what a great race. So many great performances, and we've got, well, the team that finished second, Darren Viro right in. Gonna come into the commentary box. Darren, welcome to the commentary box.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello, mate. Great second place.
Yeah, cheers, buddy.
It was a tough first stint for you personally, but definitely the second stint was pretty right on the money.
Yeah, it was. It went well actually. I mean, Simon, obviously, as you know, is as you can see, he's in a class of his own. He's a couple of seconds faster each lap. We had an issue with the pit stop. Not quite sure what happened. We everything was checked for fuel and tyres, but for some strange reason, it didn't put any fuel in.
So a glitch, basically, then.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened. So we had to obviously. Luckily, I'd left enough fuel in it to get round again to do another lap. So obviously that cost us a minute and a half.
It's funny, isn't it? I mean, if you didn't leave that, we were saying on the commentary, if you didn't leave that extra lap of fuel, you were done for. You were screwed.
Yeah,
and
we would have had to just tow back to the pits, and that would have cost, sort of 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah, and but luckily that 1 minute didn't cost you any positions. Overall, we said that this is probably the best showing that you've had in quite a while. And what do you put that down to?
I think, to be honest with you, I think a lot of it is one, spending more time on the game. I mean, both myself and Lee, we've only been on iRacing for just over a year now anyway. But also I think it's taken a lot of getting used to this season running with the Mustangs, because as you've said so many times in the commentary, the closing speed between the Beamers and the Mustangs is just unbelievable. So obviously that that was taken a lot of getting used to. Like you say, I mean, Suzuka and Road America were pretty bad for us, but I think it's a learning process. Everybody obviously getting used to running with each other, but it's been good fun. And I say, well, Suzuka is one of my favourite tracks anyway, along with Spa. So it was nice to, the 6 hours obviously at Spa was lovely, and it's well, it's nice to get. It's nice to get a good reward for some nice driving. So we had, we've shown a little bit of damage on the front, but I think that was where we more took evasive action and went over the curbs. I don't think we actually hit anybody. But say that the closing speed is such a phenomenal difference between the Mustang and the Z4, that sometimes it can catch you out. I mean, that's what happened to me at Suzuka. It caught me out going into Degner 1. I touched the grass and the rest was history, and I was buried in the wall. So
Yeah, it was. It wasn't a pretty ending for you in
no.
Suzuka, but I think going on your point, we were shocked originally. Because we used to be the Kia was the slowest car,
Yeah.
and the first time we did see the Mustangs, it was like, well, that's crazy,
Yeah.
But as it's gone on, it's been a lot better, and today was a really good show from everyone. We said it's only about 5 retirements.
Yeah, it's been very good. It's
Yeah.
been very good. So I think everybody's getting used to running with each other now. I mean, it's the thing is with the Kia and the Rough is, although they are slower, their braking points aren't a great deal different to yours, especially the Kia.
Yeah.
But the Mustang is a good sort of 10, probably 15 yards before we even think about coming off the power.
Yeah.
So it really can catch you out.
The Kia's really good in the slow stuff.
Yeah, it
and
is.
the Rough's quite good in the fast stuff, so it evens itself out pretty well.
Yeah, it does.
We've got Lee waiting to come in. I'll just bring him in with you as well.
Okie dokie, no problem. Right, Lee, well done, buddy.
Hello, mate.
Yeah, Lee Bunker joins us now, and Lee, good performance there, mate. I mean, it was a very, very strong fight you put up for nearly all of the race, and lead lap after 6 hours. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, very pleased. We just, in the end, after the pit stop incident, we just wanted to stay on the lead lap. You can't give Claudia a minute and a half and expect to catch him, so
No.
It was a matter of stay on the lead lap and wish what could have been. I mean, myself or Darren wouldn't have done a second stint if we'd have not had that problem. We'd have put Simon back in the car.
Yeah, I mean, I said on the commentary, absolutely no disrespect to you guys, that Simon was flying.
Yeah,
he was on
a different level.
He was really good. I mean, I'm not familiar with as much of the GT community on iRacing. Has Simon been doing this car for quite a long time now?
No, he's been on iRacing for a long time, but he's way up in the Skippy lot. He drives the Skippy week in, week out. And,
right.
Yeah, he's a Skippy man. Yeah.
He fancied a bit of endurance racing, so he said, "Well, come and join us."
He's not only the Skippy though, but he'll set a couple of world records in the Radical as well. He's quick. He is we call him an alien. We call him Twinkle Toes, actually.
Yeah, his nickname on TeamSpeak is Twinkle Toes.
a lot of the people who tend to race the Skippy seem to be really fast in other cars. It must truly be that good training car. I'm not very good at it myself, but that probably explains why I'm not very good. So
yeah, I think the Skippy teaches you to drive because it has got such a lack of power. It teaches you to keep corner speed. If you can keep corner speed, obviously you're quick. Yeah. And say he excels in any car he jumps into. It's quite annoying, really.
I hate those people. Paul, you must hate those people as well, because I know I do, definitely.
Yeah, the start of the season, we went into a training day, and he said, "Well, you two will have to show me what to do in the GT3." And his second lap was a second quicker than us. It was like, well, there you go then. Yeah, we've taught you a lot now, haven't we?
That's what I do with Alex. I mean, I just sort of, no doubt, because we're doing this team race in the Kia on Thursday. No doubt, he's gonna go, right, what do I do with this then? And he's gonna beat me on his first lap. It's just how it is. Those people, I hate them, but they're brilliant as well.
That's it. They've been doing it a long time, to be fair.
That's it. Lee, is there anybody that you want to thank on behalf of RC UK for this second place?
Well, obviously, Simon's probably the biggest thank you because he put us in the place as well. But the biggest change, I think, for both myself and Darren would be the pedals. The change into the Husum Fenk Engineering pedals has changed the way we drive, to be fair. So really, it's the bit of kit.
It is indeed. It is indeed. And if I can just give a thank you out to a clan that we all sort of do multi-gaming with, which is TBP, because we use their TeamSpeak, and they've put a private room in for us to be able to use, obviously, chat with amongst each other while we're racing. So a big thanks to TBP.
All right. Well, thanks very much, guys, for joining us in the lofty heights of the commentary box, and well done for second place. And
thank you very much indeed.
We'll catch you in the next race, and good luck for that.
You will indeed. Cheers, Andrew.
Ta-da.
Cheers,
Bye.
guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Paul, that was a. Have you got enough voice left?
Barely.
Barely. Just agree with me, I think, if you do. But I was going to say that'll be a big shot in the arm for RC UK, and hopefully the rest of their season's going to be as good as this one.
That'll be great for them. Hopefully they can build on that and push towards getting a win at the next round. So at Suzuka. So hopefully that works out for them.
Good to see a British team up there doing so well as well. All British side there. A couple of guys joining us in the commentary box. First of all, we've got Alvin Nieves from Phoenix Motorsports. Alvin, welcome to the booth.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. Excellent performance from you guys today. I mean, you weren't really anywhere special at the beginning, but that middle part of the race was storming for you. Take us through that, how that went down.
Well, kind of not our typical start, to say the least. We did started in 6th position or 7th, I don't remember right now. Not the best of our starting positions, but I know that our strength is endurance racing, and we know we can keep the car on the track. And as long as we did that, we knew that we were gonna get a good result. And we decided that for the race we were gonna do 2 stints each because unfortunately I have a cold that I wasn't feeling that good, so I couldn't do more than 2 stints straight.
Yeah.
So we stuck to 2 stints each. Jose was faster than me at this time, so we kind of rely on every time he was on the track on just putting the fast laps while I was just trying to keep the car in place. Then on my last 2 stints, I know that we were battling Mayhem Motorsports, and for some reason when we pitted, our pit stop took way longer than Mayhem Motorsports, so we just knew that we just had to keep it on the track at least for 3rd place. Then to our surprise, they pitted with like 49 minutes to go, something like that, and we knew that the pit window was like 42 minutes, something like that. So at that point we knew that as long as we pitted on our pit window, we were gonna be good to go. Then we pitted. I got the message from my spotter that they were fuel saving like mad, so I decided just to push. Then when we were closer to them, they went back for it, and we were like, well, we just hope that they haven't enough fuel or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Then to our surprise, last lap going to El Rouge, they start slowing down and we overtook them, and we just couldn't believe our luck today. So yeah, and in a way we were lucky, and I would like to thank everyone at Phoenix Motorsports, especially Jose Almeida, which did a fantastic job at his stints. I would like to thank Nirton Carvalho, which did some spotting for us, and also Jory Steelan, which also did some amazing spotting for us, and also Sim Design Labs, which, well, part of our sponsors, of course, and the racers.
All right. Well, thanks very much for that, mate. Like I said, really good recovery, really good performance, and we hope that the rest of the season. Now, obviously, you struggled the first couple of races for points, but this one went really well, and hopefully the rest of the season is going to be like that as well.
Sure, absolutely. I'm hopeful to come to race on the last 3 races of this championship.
All right. Thanks very much, mate.
Okay, thank you.
Alvin Nieves there, and Phoenix Motorsport. Great job in the Kia class today. Max Scheider joins us now, SimRC.de junior team. Max, you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello, welcome to the booth. How did you get on out there today? It looked eventful.
Yes, it was a very fun race. We qualified to 2nd place because of our new driver Stefan Seidweger. And yes, he drove the first stint, was quite good. We had a nice fight, and then at the end of the stint we were at second place. Then I was driving for 3 stints, but I lost many positions because I'm not a good driver. Then I was on, I think, 5th place, yes. And then the special is the last lap, where if you saw it, don't know, we had a really before oh, I forgot, Stefan drove to the 4th place when he had his second stint.
Yep.
And yes, he drove a gap of, I think, 30 seconds. And the last stint I had to drive because of the driver fair share rule or whatever.
Yeah, the limit, yeah, yep.
Yes, and then, yes, at the last lap, Christian Kiewit came really near to me, and then we had a really a big fight, and yes, we all wrecked us both somehow, and then yes, we got on to 4th position because Kiewit overtook us right before the start-finish line. He was 1.0 seconds in front of us, and yes, that was our race.
I mean, you know, it was a very eventful race for you, and you know, in the end, I suppose you were in the top 4 at the beginning, you finished in the top 4, so you must be really pleased with that. Is there anybody else who you want to give a little shout out to before we finish?
Yes, I want to thank Stefan that he drives with us, and to the Deutsche Post, which makes that we can race in this league somehow.
Alright. Well, thank you very much, mate, for joining us here, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Max Scheider there, simracing.de junior team. Claudio Klima joins us as well. Claudio, welcome.
Hello. Well, glad to be here.
Thanks for joining us. I think it's the first time in a while we've had you in here, if ever.
Yeah, it's the first time ever. Sorry for my bad English.
It's alright.
It's better in my head, you know.
It's alright, it's fine. Absolutely fine. Your English is good, don't worry about it. Well done. Brilliant win.
I just entered to say that we could have gone a little faster, not to brag about it, you know. So this time we were pacing ourselves after what happened the last race, you know. We had the win in the bag, and the incident happened.
Because you've had some, I was going to say, because you personally, you were either in the Ford last season or in the BMW. You've had a few races where it's gone a little bit dodgy for you.
Yeah, but the whole last season was with a different team, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the team you'll see me from now on.
This race though was really, really good. It wasn't always as easy as it looked at the end though. The first 2-3 hours or so were it was a good battle with RC UK Motorsport, wasn't it?
Yep, it was. I know that those guys, and I respect them. They are my friends. So, and they had a pretty good pace, you know. And but it was even more difficult to fight traffic. I think Spa is more difficult than for this kind of races than Road America. Much more difficult, you know.
What's the main problem here in terms of the traffic? What are you looking out for when you're sort of planning your way through?
In my first stint, I had some situations where there were five cars in the same corner, you know. That's a problem, you know. And to think about it, we only had about 40 cars the start of the race. I can't imagine what would have happened with
Yeah, it gets a little bit hectic out there, I guess.
Yep.
When you moved from the Ford, you was obviously in the Ford GT last year. Were you already driving the BMW before this season in anything else, or is this a new car for you?
My bread and butter series is Spa Sprint series, and so I've been driving the BMW for a long time. But I'm comfortable in any GT3 car.
Excellent.
And but we did enjoy the Ford GT as well last year. But as soon as we got the chance, we switched to the BMW for the last 3 races.
Yeah, it's a good all-round car, is the BMW anyway. Like I said, brilliant win from you.
Thank you.
Have you got anyone to thank? I mean, obviously a teammate, I guess, but anyone else that you need to give a little mention to?
Yeah, we're rooting for the other cars that are racing right now in DGFX. So good luck to them. And I heard we're announcing some sponsorship soon. So now we can't thank anybody else but my teammates.
All right. Well, we look forward to hearing about that, and we look forward to seeing you next month.
See you next race. Yep.
Yes, for the next race. Take care.
That'll be good. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Claudio Klima there. First time we've had him up there. Very engaging personality and terrific win from those guys at Core Sim Racing. We've got Pedro van Bijlen in the booth. Are you still there, mate?
Yes, I'm still here. Thanks for having me, Andrew.
All right. Pedro, you didn't drive today. We were having this conversation privately earlier on. You didn't drive today, but you were doing some spotting for your guys. You must be really pleased with how they've gone today.
I'm very pleased. They did a good job, especially because Tim wasn't there for the first hour because he had to work. And normally he does the qualifying because he's our fastest driver of the team. And he does the race start, so he can probably qualify on first, pull a little gap for us, so we can manage that gap or let them come closer, and Tim can finish it off again. But today Bram did a good job qualifying 3rd place and did a good first stint.
How are you enjoying the rough as compared to the Kia?
It's a totally different beast. We didn't drive the Kia before last season. We started the VLN because the only car was available was the Kia then, so we took the Kia. Yep. It was fun. It was a learning curve because we usually drive only rear-wheel drive cars.
Yep.
But it was fun. The rough is a totally other beast again. It's no ABS, no traction control. It's a good race car. Me and Bram never driven the car that much. Tim is a veteran in the rough. Yes, you can see on his pace in the races. So yeah, we enjoy the car. We enjoy it.
Yeah, you had some. It was quite a close fight in the end, wasn't it? With SRN today. Do you think you could have beaten them? Is there anything that could have gone any better than it did, or was it just the case of the traffic maybe didn't fall, or were they just faster out there? What was the thing?
I think in overall the 2 drivers of SRN are a little bit faster than Bram, and that's maybe cost us. Maybe if Tim could have qualified and did the first race stint, it would be different. But in the end, we're happy with 2nd place. Gives us a first place in the standings at the moment, so we won't complain with a 2nd place.
No, definitely not. Are you going to be back for
Suzuka?
Suzuka.
Maybe,
cool.
because that's not Bram's favorite track, but I'm still just the reserve driver. We are thinking of putting another team in with me as a main driver on the Mustang, but that depends on if we can get some new drivers to the team. So maybe you'll see next time 2 not enough PK racing cars.
Alright, cool. Awesome. Thanks a lot for joining me, mate. And yeah, well done for going through the 6 hours as a spotter as well.
Yeah,
long
thanks.
race.
And
Long race today.
congratulations on the good commentating, man. You did a good job.
Thanks, mate. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you, and we'll catch you. We'll catch you in Suzuka.
You.
Pedro van Bylen there, the spotter for NEPK Racing. Paul, I'll just bring you in one last time. That race was really, really good, and it really does set up the rest of the championship. The Rough Series, 3 cars tied on points.
That was so good that it ruined my voice. I really enjoyed that, and yeah, can't wait for the next race at Suzuka. Hopefully, with the changes to the start, that we can get most of the people finishing that race, because that would be awesome to see so many cars finishing at Suzuka.
Indeed. Thanks, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure as usual. Endurance racing, when it's done right, is great, and the spirit of VLN really does do it right. Thanks for joining us on RaceSpotTV here on YouTube. It's the home of the iRacing World Championship Series. It's the home of the iRacing Indy 500. I'm Andrew Woodhouse. He was Paul Smith. Thanks to Hugo Louis on cameras. And we will be back in Suzuka. We'll see you later. God bless.